Hello and welcome to the TCR Virtual Finals Day here from a beautiful Spa-Francorchamps. It is absolutely wonderful to be joining you today for what should be a festival of motor racing alongside our sponsors SimRacing.gp, Next Level Racing and Venom. My name is Paul Jeffrey and I am delighted to welcome into the virtual commentary booth the voice of all things that go brum brum, the one, the only, Mr. Martin Haven.
Hi, how are you?
Very, very well, Martin, and a great day's racing is ahead of us. I'm looking forward to this one. How about you?
I think so. I mean, yeah, the best TCR drivers from around the planet. How could you not be looking forward to it? But we've given them somewhere fantastic to play with as well. As Spa is just such a great circuit for touring car racing because it's so long and fast. It should be epic.
Yeah, it really, really should. And before we get into the action, we've got 6 races ahead of us. Let's take a quick moment to have a look about the competition and what our drivers have had to face before they got to this point. Run on Assetto Corsa, this is a free-to-enter competition where the aim of the game is to get as many drivers racing as possible. There is a €10,000 cash prize pool, a test in a real-world TCR car, and of course some exceptional prizes from our sponsors Next Level Racing and Venym pedals. Incredible prizes and incredible competition. TCR Virtual is like nothing else that has gone before. The aim is to get as many people racing as possible, just like the real world TCR series around the world. So, that must mean a hot lap leaderboard competition with the top 20 drivers going on to complete the championship, right? Wrong. TCR Virtual takes place on SimRacing.gp, the home of competitive online sim racing, and is open to absolutely everybody. All drivers had to do to qualify for the TCR Virtual knockout stages of the competition is take part in a 10-minute race. Now the key here is to finish with 0 incidents. No contact, off track or spins are allowed, and if you can deliver a result without any of those criteria being breached, you will unlock a regional knockout competition. Here, drivers will select a heat from their region and participate in a race against their fellow qualified drivers. In order to progress from this first round, the drivers must finish within the top 50% of the entered competitors in the race. The top 50% progress to the next round. The bottom 50% are knocked out of the competition. This is an entirely new way of doing esports, and one that is guaranteed to produce an incredible experience for the drivers and ultimately a worthy champion. So Martin, it's a fantastic initiative, is the TCR Virtual Championship, and it's been very different to allow our drivers more opportunity to get out onto the racetrack, and that's led to some interesting performances and results from the drivers as well, rather than traditional hot lap competition.
Well, there's a couple of factors here. First of all, it sort of reflects what TCR does, which is it democratizes touring car racing by bringing the chances of competing down to a manageable level. And in the real world, that's financial. In the sim racing world, to a degree, that's experience as well. So you don't get all the big star names automatically at the top of the leaderboard going through into the competition. It is a meritocracy. So if you can put together a clean race, obviously there's not a Formula One career beckoning for you, but you've got a chance to qualify for the regional rounds and then potentially to go through into the finals. So it's a fantastic throw the doors wide open opportunity, and that alone makes this great fun because you do inevitably get some wild cards in there that otherwise may not have got through in that leaderboard, because that demands a certain extra precision, whereas racing is more about getting your sleeves rolled up and actually having some get up and go to make passes and to move yourself up the field. So it requires a slightly different mindset and a slightly different skill set as well. So yeah, it should be very entertaining to see the results.
And I think you touched on an interesting point as well about the different skill sets. This Traditionally, esport racing is a hot lap competition where drivers, like you say, set the fastest time and the X percentage progress through, but our drivers have proven themselves over multiple races up to this point. And do you think that might give us an opportunity to have stronger racing and better racing when we get the action underway in a few minutes' time?
Well, I think absolutely. You know, first of all, because it's not a one-hit wonder, which a quali lap is, obviously, inevitably. All right, you can do several of them, but as Formula One and everything else always shows, qualifying is one thing, racing is an entirely different beast. They should almost be separate sports, if you like. Yeah, one's basically drag racing, the other one is a circuit race. So yes, it will. There'll be more experience with the cars, there'll be more experience with the physics of the cars, and with the way that other drivers might react. And they'll also, and this is something you don't get in a hot lap leaderboard, they'll also have racing experience of what rival cars' weaknesses and strengths might be, and of what, if they're in an Audi, other Audi's strengths and weaknesses might be. So as in the real world, the more times you race against certain cars, the more of a feeling you get for how good or bad they are compared to yours. And it's that allows you to be a racing driver rather than a hot lap qualifier.
Fabulous stuff. And speaking of the real world, let's take a quick moment to have a look about the TCR touring car category and what these beautiful cars are capable of doing. First introducing time for the 2014 racing season, TCR is a touring car rule set with organisations and national championships around the globe. The series is based on 4- and 5-door production vehicles mated with a 2-litre turbo engine. TCR has been designed as an accessible motorsport and it produces some of the best racing you will find. You will certainly recognise many of the TCR cars in the real world series as familiar hatchbacks and saloons from some of the most famous brands around the globe. The difference being, these cars have been transformed for the racetrack. A minimum weight of just 1,250 kilograms, a TCR car is significantly lighter than its road-going equivalent. Pair this with a 2-litre turbocharged engine that produces around 340 to 350 horsepower, and these things are incredibly fast and incredibly nimble to drive. A TCR car is front-wheel driven. Prepare for a very different kind of challenge to what you would normally find within sim racing. Carrying speed, carrying momentum through the corners is key to driving a touring car quickly. There's a reason why TCR has become one of the biggest forms of motorsport over the last few years, and that is simply the incredible racing that you can get with this specification of car. At a relatively low cost, with incredible performance, the TCR car allows true bumper-to-bumper racing. Now, there's probably nobody in the world more qualified than you, Mr. Martin Haven, to tell us all about TCR touring cars and why they are so spectacular.
Well, I might argue that, and Marcello Lotti, the creator of TCR, definitely would. But on the other hand, he's not here. And so, well, it's two things, really. It's cost and it's a level playing field. And that allows democratization of the entire world, basically, for touring cars. It's a little bit like GT3 in sports car racing. A level playing field, the cars are all, wherever they come from, balanced against each other. And that's an ongoing process as well. So you don't have a car that's automatically the best, like a Mercedes in Formula One. What you also don't have is money buys the best car. Most of the cars are within maybe 10,000 euros of each other in terms of cost price. The more cars a manufacturer can sell, the more chance it has of developing the next generation and so on. And these cars are selling in some numbers. Seat Sport build the cars that are the Cupras, they build the Audis, they build the Volkswagens. So they built 300 plus Audis, 300 plus Golfs, and comfortably up to 500 Cupras. And those are all racing around the world, not just in the headline series, not just in WTCR, in TCR Europe. They are across the globe. And that's all part of it, because if you buy a new TCR car, you spend your $100,000 or whatever dollars, then next year it's worth 80% of that. because it's still competitive, either in the championship you're racing in or in a national or a regional championship. So they hold their value, and that means that other teams will invest in them, and that helps to bring them up to the level. If you start racing in a TCR car, whatever national championship you're in, you can look at the World Championship and go, they're doing the same with the same cars. They might have more experience of those tracks, they might have more experience of racing, but it gives people the incentive to go and race against the very best, and it gives them the equipment at an affordable price. It's not the wallet that decides the winner, it's a little lower than that in the driver's anatomy.
Absolutely, and they're a fabulous car for racing as well, as you've already touched upon. And a track like Spa-Francorchamps, where we're driving today, they produce just such a great opportunity for the drivers to get side-by-side. Qualifying is not as critically important. And speaking of Spa-Francorchamps, Martin, should we have a quick look at the track itself that we're about to host our 6 races on this evening?
It's one of the world's most famous tracks, and rightly so. Spa isn't just an old track that we still go back to. It is one of the world's greatest racing circuits. It always was in its full-length version. Starts on the Formula One pit straight. The first thing you get is a handbrake turn. It's a more than 90-degree first gear corner, plunging down the hill through the legendary Eau Rouge, up the long Kemmel Straight, and fast flowing corners all the way around this circuit. Some real technical elements as well, like Piff Paff, like the Cours Paul Frere at the bottom of the circuit, and great elevation changes as well. If you want a cardio workout, walk the track. It's one of the hardest hours of walking you will ever do. And for the drivers, it's still a phenomenal challenge. No matter how many times drivers come here and in what cars, they love Spa, because if you get it wrong, you really know about it. You lose speed, you lose time, and you can have a big one as well. And jeopardy is what motorsport is all about, controlling it right on the edge. And for touring cars, it is a great playground. Long straights, high speeds, plenty of slipstreaming. It should be epic.
Yeah, one of the all-time classic circuits is Spa-Francorchamps, and we're about to go in a qualification for the first race of the day. Now, for anybody at home that's new to the TCR Virtual Series, this were the first of 2 races that we're running in the Asia-Pacific region. The drivers have qualified, as we've already mentioned earlier in the show. We'll have an 8-minute qualification, and then we'll go into our first of 2 30-minute races. And Martin, for an extra bit of jeopardy that you spoke about, race 2 is going to be a reverse grid as well, and points are going to be scored in quali and the races. So this is really not only about ultimate speed and racecraft. Staying out of trouble is going to be a big aspect to today's competition, surely.
It absolutely is, and in touring car racing, that's by no means guaranteed. You know, we're expecting a lot of leaning on other cars because Spa allows you to do that. The top 10 in qualifying score points 10 down to 1. Now, 10 points for qualifying, that's a quarter of the points for a win in a race if you are on pole position. Qualifying, normally in a touring car race, just gives you a nice view from the grid, but this could be really a championship decider.
Yeah, it really could. And the cars now are coming out of the pit lane for this qualification session. As we mentioned earlier in the show, this is 8 minutes of qualifying. Spa is well over 2 minutes in lap time in a TCR touring car. So these drivers, Martin, they need to find some real estate on that racetrack, and they need to get that lap in very quickly indeed, because it's all too easy to get bolted by a slower rival.
Well, the thing is, when you come out of the pits like this, everybody wants to get their tyres up to temperature and so on, but it's such a long lap, as you rightly say. You know, you blow a quarter of qualifying if you wait to do that. You've got to get on it right away. And the other factor is you're immediately in somebody's slipstream, so you've got to factor that in as well, where it gives you an advantage, where maybe it's going to make the car a little edgy and it's a little too easy to overdrive it. So, of course, we've got the whole gamut of cars here. We've got Cupras, we've got Audis, we've got Alfa Romeos. We've even got somebody plumping for a Persia. Now, that could be a bit of a dark horse. Clearly, you go for what you feel either is more comfortable for your driving style or has produced the goods in terms of your practicing and so on, you think might be a good overall race car. So it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top. But those 10 points for pole and the top 10 qualifiers, you can see them sort of darkened up at the top. They're going to be the guys who have got a little bit extra in their back pocket going into the first of the 2 races. And as you said, Paul, reverse grid for the second, that is real jeopardy, isn't it?
Yeah, that really does up the risk factor. And I think, Martin, you've made a really interesting point about slipstream. Of course, we have multiple of the same mark racing in this event, but they're not teammates. So every man or woman for themselves in this one, will we see some drivers pairing up together to try and help each other through qualifying? Or is it a case of do your own thing and don't give your rivals advantage?
I think in the real world, it's more possible that the drivers might buddy up together. You might well, over the course of a championship couple of years, find another driver in a single car operation, maybe who you trust enough that you work together. I think here it's a little less like, and really there's not much time. You know, if you're going to give somebody a tow, it's only going to be on one straight. And then they're going to be right behind you, and that slows you down as well as helps speed them up. So I think everybody is going to be devil take the hindmost. And the other thing, of course, is you don't want him getting a faster run up to the line, being right behind you and nicking potentially those 10 points and leaving you with only 9. 1 point might make you champion or applauding the guy who goes up to get the trophy. Everything is about yourself now. I think once you've got to this level, you've just got to look after yourself. And a clean run, you're not going to get a clean lap in qualifying. You're going to make a mistake. Everybody's going to make a mistake. It's how bad that mistake is that will probably decide where you qualify.
Yeah, and these are all very good points. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen at home, these drivers, as well as racing for the prestige of being our TCR Virtual Series champion, they're also racing for big prizes as well. Here in the Asia Pacific region, they've got a share of the €10,000 prize pool. Our winner will win the Next Level Racing FGT Elite cockpit that I'm sure you all saw the advert for at the beginning of the show, and also a set of Venom pedals, which are incredibly well made sim racing pedals, plus of course cash prizes. So the heat is on, so to speak, in this Asia Pacific heat, where the drivers they need as many points as possible. We've seen this in real and virtual racing, Martin, so many times, haven't we? If you have a poor qualification, you're in the middle of the pack. The middle of the pack is the danger zone. You get caught up in somebody else's accident, which is oh so easy to do at a track like Spa-Francorchamps, and then recovering from that, recovering the points, it's just so difficult for these drivers, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and trying to look at what they've done to get to this stage in the 3 races and the semi-finals may not necessarily be a great indicator of what we're going to find in the 2 finals, not least because the second one features that reverse grid. Anybody who doesn't finish or has penalties, those will be applied to the race 2 grid after race 1. So it may not be that the winner starts last, but he sure ain't going to be at the front as he might have otherwise hoped to be. We're on board with Ronaldo Ido in the Audi RS3 now. He was 3rd in the first of the races and he won his semi, but he was in the top 10 in the other 2 races that he's qualified in, so he's got a good top 10 shot here. Just ahead of him, Riley McKibben now pips him for the fastest lap, and now we're seeing laps coming across the line that are going quicker as well than Ido. So as we rode on board with him, didn't make too many mistakes. He was a little wide at the bottom of the circuit down Campus Stavolo region and cost himself a bit of time. But again, you don't get many second chances at Spa, and in this qualifying period, they're going to be very few and far between. So if you mess it up, you've just got to put that behind you and really focus again to try and go hard or go home in the second run.
I think the wise money in a championship like this, where we've got such short qualifying, is get a banker lap, isn't it? Put a lap in that's maybe not 10 tenths, just a relatively competitive time that is representative of, broadly speaking, where you are in terms of pace. And then if something does go wrong, either by your own mistake or getting wrapped up in somebody else's issue, at least you've got something in the bank. And that's going to be critical for these drivers. There will be drivers today that qualify in a suboptimal position, that have to recover recover through the race. And as you said, Martin, I think you hit the nail so perfectly on the head. It is a case of who makes the least mistakes is going to be the victor at the end of the day, not who has got the ultimate outright pace.
Just down here, as you drop into Pouon, into Rivage rather, you can see, brake tyre smoke in front of you. Somebody's had a little lock-up, so there's an indication that although Urjit Mishra in this Hyundai Elantra that we're watching, he had a pretty clean run down the hill. One of the two cars in front of him definitely didn't. Well, he's right on the bubble, 11th on the last lap. You can see how close the field is. A second covering the top 4, but the next second goes down the rest of the top 10. And bear in mind, this is not a 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit. This is a 4.3 mile, 7 kilometre track. So 1 second away in 7 kilometres. We're talking fairly small margins.
Yeah, absolutely. At 20 corners, you only need to be half a tenth of a second away every corner, and that's a massive deficit. So these cars encourage drivers to carry the speed through the corners. It's 85% of this lap is at full throttle. So it is critical, isn't it, for the drivers to make sure, okay, you want to attack the apex, you want to carry the speed into the corner, but in effect, you're better to concentrate on corner exit, because if you get a slow exit from the corner, many points of this track, you're just losing lap time, you're giving away lap time on the following straight, and you cannot afford to do it when the field is just as tight as we see here, as Hakim Ben Abbas decides to abandon it and go for a fresh set of boots.
Yeah, I think you've got to sort of make your decisions really quickly here, because there's no time to be messing around. Checkered flag is out, and Hakim Abbas there in the pit lane, so he gets caught out by that. Maybe he had just decided that actually he'd done enough and nobody was likely to jump up 6 or 7 places and push him too far down. We'll wait and see though, because although 2 or 3 cars, now half a dozen, have crossed the line, that still leaves 14 cars out there setting lap times. And again, Urjit Mishra, unusual to see an Elantra in that, it's almost actually a Citroen Racing livery from back in World Touring Car days, that white with the red and black. But the Elantra, one of the newest generation of TCR cars, and Hyundai moving away from the old i30, which was the hatchback with that bluff rear, and into a 3-box saloon. Although it is actually a fastback hatch, it's got that sort of longer, more aerodynamic shape, and that may well play out to his advantage here, or to the Hyundai driver's advantage. Similarly with the Audi, the 3-box saloon shape, better aerodynamically, and the faster you go, the bigger that advantage is. So that again could be a big factor here. Possibly not a surprise to see 2 Audis as the fastest cars at the moment.
Yeah, good time from McKibben. He's still on the racetrack at the moment, so there's an opportunity for McKibben to improve his lap time. Brave move from Hakim Ben Abbas and Lachlan Nichols as well in 4th position to wrap up their day early. Newton just crosses the line as well to complete his day's running. So we've still got some cars signified by the green box next to their name that are out on track and looking to improve. Joshua Hill being one such driver that we're riding with now towards the rear of the lap. Hill at the moment 12th position in the timing stands, so he'll be hoping for a better lap this time around. Joshua Hill, one of the drivers that we've seen plenty of during qualification. And here, Martin, is our current provisional pole sitter, just coming through the bus stop chicane to finish a lap.
And completing another lap, and as he does so, just behind on the road, Reinaldo Ido, he stays in front. Now, for Josh Hill in 12th place, what does he need? 232.3 to 231.6 or 0.9. He doesn't need an awful lot to get into 10th place. The question is, does he find it? Not quite. Look at that, 0.2 of a second away from the points.
Yeah, very, very close qualification session. Very short and sharp, only 8 minutes in length, and then we're about to head into the first race of the championship. And Martin, we have the qualifying results and points on screen.
Yeah, Riley McKibben on pole from Ayman Ben Abbas. Ronaldo Ido ending up in 3rd. Ricky Satria 4th. Lachlan Nichols and Jeff Newton will be row 3 of the grid from Yugo Osaki and Wata Inarangong. Then Greg McKenzie and Zeu Chan are the final points scorers. And interesting to see an Alpha splitting the Audis at the top of the pile. The Alpha with a smaller engine has more turbo boost and can produce more speed. It is a bit of a blunt object through the air though. So that's been a good, quick, clean lap from Ayman Bin Abbas. Interesting stuff. Well, Team Bradley last on the grid. They may well be sweeping up the first corner instant by the time he gets down into La Source. But, as he said, it's a long race. And actually, it's about 30% longer than a normal TCR Europe or WTCR race would be. Those tend to be around 50 kilometers, 20 minutes. This is a 30-minute race. There is a lot of time for the racing to play out. And 30 minutes of intense concentration is a long time to go in Spa without making an error or two. So, qualifying done and dusted, but not the race.
Yep, and here we go then. We're getting ready to start the race. And Martin, 20 cars, 20 TCR cars lined up on the grid at one of the finest tracks in Europe. Can't wait for this one.
No, it's going to be very interesting with the Audis and the Alphas mixing it at the front of the field. So Riley McKibben and Reynaldi Ido with Ayman Bin Abbas and the Alfa Romeo. Then the Hondas right behind Ricky Satcher, Lachlan Nichols, Jeff Newton in his Audi. Let's see how they fare. The short run down to the first corner. La Source, one of the slowest in motor racing. Red lights are on. And we go green for the very first of our races in the finals. The Asia Pacific Race 1 underway. Good start down the inside in the Alpha from Chan from 10th place. Let's see if he survives the first corner there. 3 wide behind the leaders. And through they go fairly safely. Looks like Riley McKibben holding the lead down the hill. It's an Audi 1-2, the Alpha in 3rd spot. That's the first of the white cars. And then Satcher in 4th place. Ronaldo Ido 3rd as they come out of Eau Rouge up Réunion, and there's a couple of cars already fired off. Paul, you talked about contact being a factor. We're 2 corners into the 30-minute race, and it already has been.
Yeah, relatively clean at the front of the field, but as you say, where the danger zone really lies is to the middle and the rear of the grid, and we've already seen a couple of cars exit stage left. We'll keep our eye on that one to see if they return to the racetrack, riding on board with Ricky Satira. Now contact from the rear and the side again, double contact, 2 cars off into the barrier, further cars in the background as well, and Martin, we expect a drama, but that is a massive impact at the front of the field.
It's proper touring car racing, isn't it? There you go. First lap and everything to play for. Now for the leader, Riley McKibben in his Audi. Ayman Bin Abbas got up to 2nd up the straight ahead of Ido's Audi, basically just towed up behind him and drove past. And that's going to happen an awful lot. What are we? We're 40 seconds into the race, and already probably about half the cars are out of position compared to where they started, and some gaps opening up already, and that's really interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how these drivers are coping with the conditions. McKibben still is our race leader, though. He's starting to build a bit of a gap from the Alfa Romeo that's acting as a cork in the bottle to the chasing pack. We can see Bramley dropping down the running order, as is Robbins as well. So they're 2 drivers that have been caught up in the drama. In fact, Robbins, Martin, is in pit lane, so it seems like we've already got our first retirement of the day.
Yeah, that's a real shame, having come all this way. Look,
Oof.
On board with Lachlan Nichols in the Honda, and the damage is showing. Now, that's not obviously going to help him very much as he's trying to race wheel to wheel with these guys. And again, Spa's not Monaco. It's not a slow circuit. It is a very high-speed circuit. Almost gets into the back of another Honda right in front of him. So Riley McKibben, our race leader in the Audi. But again, now you talked about the Alpha being dropped. He was, until he got in the tow up the straight, and now he's right with him. So Akeem Bin Abbas in 2nd place, just a couple of car lengths back. And there's that all-Honda battle. We saw Lachlan Nichols chasing Wata Inarong, the Thai driver in his Honda. And Wata, with 2nd, 3rd and 2nd in his 3 races, had a disappointing semi-final, only 5th place finish, but he clearly is getting a lot out of that Honda because he is now closing up on the Audi in front of him. And here's the change for the lead. The Alfa going the long way round the outside, puts it to bed, and outbreaks himself at Les Combes, but hangs on. And again, you know, qualifying is relatively precise. Throw that out the window as soon as you start racing. You can't use the line because there's a fast-moving bit of metal in the way. This is all about busking. It's about quarterback scrambling. It's about finding a way to make your car work when you've been eased offline by somebody and not have a big accident and not lose too much ground. So this is where these lead trio are really going to work hard for their living. We're on board in third place with Reynaldo Ido, and right in front is Hakim Ben Abbas.
Some fantastic racing from our two race leaders. Great bit of bravery there actually from McKibben to keep the car in contention when it all looked like it was done against the Alfa Romeo. So McKibben still retaining that race lead, and that's a good indicator, Martin. I think the level of composure that we're seeing from Riley McKibben, currently our race leader. He knew that he had a challenge on him. Didn't make any mistakes, didn't lock the wheels, didn't run the car wide, and the reward is keeping that race lead. So McKibben very firmly setting his stall out as somebody to keep an eye on during the course of this championship.
Yeah, great battle here. 3 cars covered by 0.2 of a second. Yamashita, Wiranto and Wu. And yeah, 0.3 of a second I think is probably overstating it a little bit. The Elantra's coming up the inside as the Audi runs out wide. And Wu losing a spot. Yamashita losing 2 spots there actually. He drops to the back of those 2, Wiranto and Wu side by side, both using WTCR liveries, the Liquid Moly Enxler team livery, and nothing to choose between them. The computers are trying to keep up with who's actually got their nose in front, and in the end, the Audi toes back up and gets in front of both of them. So lots of action, whether you're at the front, in the middle, or at the back, there is plenty going on. And again, watch the leaders coming down the hill into Eau Rouge here. Now, one of the problems with having the Alfa right behind is it will just take a little bit of air off the rear of the Audi, making it a little nervous. But Hakim Ben Abbas coming up the Kemmel straight. And again, although cameras make this look like it's fairly flat, it is anything but. This is about a 25 or 30 degree incline. It's a massive physical power sapper, whether it's your legs or an engine's power. And Ben Abbas there trying to get around the outside, didn't work. Tried to go up the inside, didn't work. So Riley McKibben this time with a little bit more clear air as he came through Eau Rouge and popped up out of Rédillon. Looking back at the 2nd and 3rd place cars. Again, Riley McKibben, his trail here, 4th, 7th and 4th in the 3 previous races. And then he was 2nd in the semi-final, or in one of the semi-finals. So okay, he's getting a little better, but chasing him, I'm Hakim Ben Abbas in the Alfa, first, 3rd and 1st. I mean, if you look at the bare results, he should be the man to put your money on. Here's the other Alfa a little further back, and Chan moves up into 6th place. Misha running out wide in that Elantra. It's so easy to do, the speeds are so high here. If you're offline, then although there's lots of runoff area, you have to use it. Grip is low, you cover more meters, and you drop back.
Little bit aggressive there from Zheng Yu Chan to make contact with the Hyundai, and of course race stewards will be keeping an eye on the performances of the drivers. We're not going to be issuing in-race penalties, so any transgressions that the drivers go through during the course of this race will be paid out in the following race. Reverse grid for race 2, of course. If you do anything that the stewards don't like the look of, you will be given a significant time penalty to ensure that you start at the back of the grid in race 2, and that'll be in the mind of the drivers, as well as their desperation to find their way through the field to score as many points as they possibly can. Top 15 score points, of course, starting at 40 points for a race victory all the way down to the singular point for 15th place. But you've got to keep it in mind, you've got to think of the long game, Martin, don't you? That this is, yes, 2 long races, 1 hour's worth of racing, but it's very, very easy to make a mistake that will compromise you throughout the rest of your event.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and damage especially is just going to make the car a real pig to handle and dog slow in a straight line. And if there's one place where you can't be exposed in the straight line, well, the old Hockenheim was definitely number one, but since we don't race there anymore, Spa is absolutely number one. Just listen to the throttle. I mean, where else do you sit on the throttle for that long? And that's only one straight here at Spa. As you said, 75% of the lap is pretty much full throttle racing. And so if you've got damage, it'll slow you down. Now, Ido in the second of the Audis is just dropping away a little from these two. And that makes life very easy for our Alpha driver because he's got nobody in the back door to worry about. Taking a look here at Ricky Satcher in the Honda. Great standout livery. That's the Technicolor Yawn livery on Satcher's car, but it makes it easy to spot. And a big moment there from the Audi. Madden skates out wide, drops back down the order car, Madden. And that's disappointing for him. And again, he's got a little better. Only 17th in his first race, so he made the cut in the top half. And then 8th and 6th, and then 8th in his semi as well, or 6th rather in his semi. So yeah, 11th, maybe about par, but he needs to start punching above his weight. He needs to get in front of the Honda in front of him for a start. In fact, there's a pair of Hondas. Lachlan Nichols in 10th place, which is pretty much where he qualified. And Wata Inarong, the Thai driver in front of him. And actually, Inarong's car is creeping away from them as well.
And of course, the car ahead of Madden, the Lachlan Nichols machine, is the one that's been heavily damaged from the contact in the opening part of the race. So he's going to be compromised, is Lachlan Nichols. We've seen him being very competitive indeed during the heat phase of this competition. But Nichols carrying significant damage aboard the Honda. So Madden will be desperate to find a way past. As you say, Inarong just a bit further up the road. And the longer these two squabble, the bigger that gap's going to be. And it doesn't sound much, does it? 9th, 10th and 11th position. But that is more points in the bank. If you can get at one place, it's better, like Andy Prio used to say back in the World Touring Car days, it's better to take the points on offer now than it is to bide your time and get the reverse grid result because you don't know what the next race is going to bring.
Exactly, you could be tubbed out in the first corner, you never know. And actually that little battle that we were looking at, Madden versus Nichols, they've sort of met in the middle of the top 10 from opposite ends of the grid. Madden is 11th, he qualified 17th. Nichols is 10th, he qualified 5th. So there were a dozen cars between them, now there's barely a dozen inches. And Hakim Bin Abbas in second spot. Now again, he is in a position where Riley McKibben, the race leader, is trying to figure out how he's going to break away. And for Hakim Bin Abbas, this is definitely the place to be. In the real world, sitting right behind the leader like this, eventually your engine is going to start to overheat, your radiators don't work as well, the brake cooling doesn't work as well, the tyres start to overheat because the aero's not working as well, what aero there is on these cars. But you can race clean and you can also really work out what the car in front will do. And he's got plenty of time. Again, don't forget, it's not 10 laps of a 2.5 mile circuit. It's not a 20-minute race. It is a 30-minute race. There's plenty of time. And as the leaders pull further away from the third place car, then Hakim Bin Abbas has got much more time to play with than the leader thinks he's got.
And Hakim Bin Abbas, of course, is one of the pre-race favourites for the Asia-Pacific region. He's been incredibly competitive in the heats and qualification phase of this championship, practically winning every race that he's taken part in. He's had 3 victories and a podium position. That little Alfa Romeo certainly looks to be the more competitive proposition at this stage. And of course, Martin, there are things like maybe he needs to just stick behind the Audi for a little bit, find out where his rival is strong and weak in comparison as he looks to the outside now in the bus stop chicane. Martin, look at that.
Yeah, sent it, but unfortunately he sent it far too deep around the outside. It was a bit of an over-ambitious move. If you're not alongside as you come out of Blanchimont, then yeah, or on the after the exit of Blanchimont, then you're probably not going to make it. Carl Madden having an attack here. There's the Audi, and again, we've seen on board with the Honda, with the broken windscreen, the damage, but you look at some of the other cars and they're battered left, right, and at the front and at the back. So although we've seen one car the onboard shows us the broken windscreen. Don't forget how many cars were facing in the wrong direction and flying off stage right and stage left in the opening lap. 20 cars on the grid, I reckon probably no fewer than 10 of them have picked up damage, and those 3 all definitely have. The Honda in front, the white car, that's got the broken screen. We've seen that from Lachlan Nichols on board. Madden's Audi is looking very much not one careful owner at all. And right behind Joshua Hill, don't forget he was trying to get into the top 10 in qualifying, ended up 11th on the grid. He's back in 12th, but actually he comes up the outside and can't find a way through, but there is a change. Oh, for a moment at least there was a change. And now the Honda of Lachlan Nichols drops to the back of that trio. Again, he got in a little hot, lost ground, but you can see everybody in the midfield is carrying battle scars. And you talked about this during qualifying, and it's going to be the same as well for the Americas. It's going to be the same as well for Europe with bells on. If you get way up the grid, top 2 or 3 rows, maybe even only the top 2 rows, you should avoid most of the accidents. If you're somewhere between 6th and 20th, then the chances are you've got a damage magnet somewhere in the car, and it's luck, not judgment, that sees everybody avoid you.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Lachlan Nichols is actually doing a great job to keep that car running relatively competitive. Remember, top 15 score points, so he needs to keep the car running. He's got a good piece of time between himself and 13th position, so he just needs to hold on in this fight, keep using the double slipstream of the 2 cars ahead. But for Josh Hill, wasn't that a present? These 2 squabble amongst themselves. Hill serenely sails up the inside, takes 2 positions in 1 move, and now it's Josh Hill's job to really push and get a gap as the fight at the front of the field continues to hot up.
Yeah, absolutely, and no quarter given, none asked between Riley McKibben, the leader, and Ayman Hakim bin Abbas in 2nd spot. And as he said, you know, bin Abbas not off the podium in any of his races, so he clearly knows how to get the best out of these cars and how to race them clean and fast, and they're not always happy bedfellows. Being quick and being clean, you know, quite often you'll find a driver who's one or the other, but to combine the 2, that's where the success comes in. Again, long way round the outside. Now, both cars here getting a little bit of turbulence from each other. You don't see it because they're cars, but imagine they're speedboats. There's a wake coming off each one, and you're bobbling around in the turbulent water alongside, and they're under braking. Both of them, again, just slightly overstepping the mark as they come through that left-hand element. Then bin Abbas came back on inside McKibben, made a little bit of contact. Rubbins Racing, it's touring cars, whatever. I don't think the stewards will worry too much about that. It certainly wasn't, you know, a major hit. They continue, but what has that done? Apart from put the Alfa in front, it has brought Reynaldi Ido here back into play, and that's not something he was able to do on his own. He's just a whisker behind the top 2 now. Suddenly he's back in the frame, and that means McKibben has to be cautious about where he has a lunge at the Alfa, because if he gets it wrong, he doesn't go up the ladder, he goes back down the snake, and Ido will go by in his Honda for 2nd.
Yeah, incredibly aggressive driving from Hakim bin Abbas, though it takes the race lead. That Alfa Romeo does not look comfortable on the middle pedal. It locking at every opportunity, struggles to get the car slowed down for Lecombe during that overtaking manoeuvre, despite having took the position courtesy of slipstream on the straight. So I don't think McKibben or Ido at this stage have given up hope of taking that race lead away, and Hakim bin Abbas now is a case of just keeping things nice and neat, making no mistakes, spotting his braking zone, catching the apexes. I have a feeling, Martin, this one's going to roll on a little bit longer yet.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. 6 laps in the books already. Does actually look like Shane Robbins has rejoined in his Cupra. He was in the pit lane. He's shown now as green, but I mean, that'll just be for the enjoyment of driving Spa with Riley McKibben. Okay, outside at La Source, you're going to have to go the long way round the outside. And it really depends where the track limits are going to be a bit of a worry. He keeps it nice and clean on the exit, so too does Ido. But that does mean the Alfa Romeo puts another half a car length ahead of the Alphas. However, he needs to be a good second clear out of Eau Rouge to know that he's not giving away a toe. Here, he's a duck sitting waiting to be shot. Here comes the Audi steaming up behind, and Ido is coming as well. Both Audis will be going quicker than the Alpha up the hill. Do they pop out of the toe and try a pass? They do not yet. That Alpha is still a quick thing in a straight line.
It is indeed. We're looking at Yugo Osaki now a little bit further down the order in 5th position. Started P7, so he's had a solid move up the grid. And Osaki, one of the few cars that we've seen in this race that doesn't appear to have significant battle damage. And at this moment in time, he seems to be the quicker of the two machines between himself and Newton. Dropping further down, this is Kai Madden still racing with Lachlan Nichols. Nichols in the heavily damaged Honda Civic. And Nichols is certainly holding Madden up at this stage, Martin. Surely Madden needs to make a move sooner rather than later.
I think you're absolutely right. Joshua Hill, who qualified in 11th or 12th place it was, trying to fight his way through. He got by in the Cupra, so he's now in the top 10, and you're right there, you see the Honda runs out wide. And again, visibility, you think, well, you know, can it really make a difference? Yes, it does really make a difference. Carl Madden just slipping a little. And going back to that little battle between Osaki and Newton, they qualified 6th and 7th. And Newton is currently in 4th and Osaki in 5th. There's, again, a couple of cars made contact in the very first corner in La Source ahead of them and dropped back. And so that opened up the door for them, and that was Ricky Satcher. He dropped back, and Lachlan Nichols, of course, or Luckless Nichols, as it turns out so far in this race, on board with Riley McKibben. And that gap, as we come up towards the bus stop, just opening up a fraction as well. He's closing under braking, but he's not close enough under braking. And again, as the Alpha gets out of the corner and just gets on the gas a fraction earlier, the bit of elastic stretches out again. So you get that artificial closing under braking because the Alpha is going slower when the Audi is still at full speed until the Audi hits the brakes. And then on the exit, the Audi drops back, it seems, because he's picking up the throttle a fraction later. Well, Carl Madden behind Lachlan Nichols, at least he was until he shot through the chicane there. This battle, Osaki chasing Newton. This is for 4th place. This is very big points on offer here, isn't it, when you're looking at the difference between being 7th where you qualified and potential 4th at the line. So for Osaki, again, what have we got? Maybe another 10 or 12 minutes of this. So he's got, you know, plenty of chance. The thing with Spa is it's quite misleading, because if you think that there are probably 3 really major passing places, La Source, Les Combes and the bus stop, there are other opportunities, but those are the 3 key ones. You think, okay, great, well, you know, it's a long race, 30 minutes, but you're probably only going to get 10 or maybe 11 hits at each of those overtaking opportunities. So if you pass one up, or if you're not close enough, then that's one of your strikes gone, and you don't necessarily get an awful lot more opportunities. So you can't relax into the long straights and everything else. You've really got to be on it every single second of that half an hour, and however else remains in the race, because of course they don't just stop bang on 30 minutes. The next time the leader gets to the line, the checkered flag will be out. It might be 30 minutes and 1 second. They might pass the checkered flag or pass the finish line a couple of seconds before the 30 minutes is up. So again, as a driver, if you're in a battle like this one, you've got to be super aware of where you are, when the time is running out, how long you've got, whether you're going to get one more roll of the dice or whether this opportunity is the last one you're going to get, in which case lick the stamp and send it, and let's see what happens.
And I think, as ever, it's always the risk versus reward balance that these drivers are thinking about. This is a mini championship, okay, it's only a 2-race championship, but you have to weigh up, is it worth making that overtake, taking that level of chance, putting your race prospects in the hand of your rival for the sake of what might be 5 points on the board? Yes, points make prizes, but also making contact, this is touring cars, don't forget, there's nothing wrong with a bit of hip and shoulder, could very quickly send you to the scenery, and you could have been looking at 25 points down to 0. A no score today, or a very low score in this first race compared to what you expect, is almost impossible in a field like this to close back down those points at the end of the race. And of course, don't forget, the prizes are handed out to the top 3 drivers in each region. So if you finish in the top 3, you will take cash money, you will take the beautiful Next Level Racing cockpit and the Venom pedals as well home. So they're desperate to get that top 3 point score. They're also desperate to get that chance to go in to the grand finale on site next year as well.
Look at Timo Bradley there in his Cupra, pretty heavily battered, behind the Peugeot, which is equally heavily battered, of Jiggy Isan. I mean, that Peugeot was probably a very pretty looking livery about 25 minutes ago. And, you know, and there's another factor. Look at all these cars that are carrying heavy damage. What about cause versus effect? Are the stewards going to look back at the end of this and go, that was all a racing incident, or actually somebody deserves a penalty? And that's another factor that right now we don't know. And you're right about this only being the first of the 2 races. Let's take a look at this battle. Newton ahead of Asahi. Asahi here in the Honda. If he does get by, then he gets a few extra points. What it means, though, is he immediately starts behind Newton in the second race and has to do it all over again. If he doesn't get by because he just can't, at least he will have the knowledge that in the next race he will start at least 1 place ahead on the grid. So he's immediately got that little turn of the screw. And for our race leader, Aman Hakim bin Abbas, you know, if he ends up winning this one, and he is just creeping away from Riley McKibben, he's going to start with a lot of overtaking to do, but with big points in the bank. And Riley McKibben, having those 10 points for pole position, slightly less pressure to try and get by now and risk everything, because he scored more than anybody else in qualifying. And that's just a tiny little advantage. And you've got to nurture every tiny little advantage that you possibly can. Well, we must be getting close to the end of time. So maybe this one and one more, 2.5 minutes a lap. Yeah, we should be getting maybe a couple of laps unless there's any sort of major issues. And that gives everybody else another couple of opportunities here at the hairpin. That didn't work out quite the way it should have done for Mishra. Sacho, you can see just ahead, heading down the hill. Oh, here comes the challenge for the lead. McKibben with his nose in front up the straight, but he's on the outside line. It becomes the inside. He repays the rub from Aman Hakim Abbas. And Aman Hakim bin Abbas still on the inside. And again, you couldn't do this in a single-seater category because the wash would just destroy your grip. But in touring cars, there is enough mechanical grip to do it. Again, oh, McKibben trying to keep the Audi on the inside. That was just one corner too many as they head down towards Pouhon. So Aman Hakim bin Abbas remains the race leader, or regains the race lead, but what was looking like a big advantage suddenly evaporated up the hill, and now Riley McKibben again is all over the Alfa Romeo. Well, he senses that time is running out. Paul, does seem like he's just determined to make the move.
Yes, sensational driving from these two, and really good to see Riley McKibben very much fancy his chances, but Abbas runs deep. So this is going to be now big pressure for Aman Hakim Abbas. He ran deep, he's losing the momentum that we spoke about at the beginning of the show. This entire section of racetrack is flat out in these TCR touring cars, and already Riley showing his nose up the inside. This is going to be a very risky place to make an overtaking manoeuvre. Hakim bin Abbas decides discretion is a better part of valor, has another go into the bus stop, chicane too wide, coming down in a bus stop. Martin, this is the fight for the lead with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, Riley McKibben ran very wide on the exit of Blanchimont. He kind of got away with it without losing too much ground, but it did give Aman Hakim bin Abbas a chance to get back at him. And actually, you're right, going into Blanchimont side by side, on to the final lap now. That was either a good pass or a big accident waiting to happen. And had it happened, Then suddenly Rinaldi Ido, who's lying third still, oh, all this Christmas has come at once. The two leaders make contact, they fly off into the scenery. There's nobody within 7 seconds of this trio. Suddenly Ido would have been home clear. Yeah, it would have been basically the final furlong of the Grand National. Everybody else in front of him fell at the final hurdle and he would have been fine. However, whatever went before, 25, 26, 27 minutes of action, it's now one lap to win this race. Who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, this is massive bravery from all three of these drivers, and Ido now very firmly buying in to this fight as well. Just showed his nose into Lecombe, but nothing quite doing. The two front runners very firmly holding their ground, and this is where pressure really comes to the fore. People often talk about real racing being so much more difficult than sim racing, but at the end of the day, this is what these guys do. This is their passion. They're racing for prizes. They're racing for prestige as well, to be the first TCR virtual champion. The pressure here today is just as real in the virtual world as it is in real world motorsport as well. Okay, there's no fear of injury, but the result, the racing is still racing, and Akeem Ben Abbas is doing a great job to soak that pressure up.
Yeah, he really is, and the Audi has not had what it takes from the low point in the circuit here all the way back up to the bus stop. So as they get out of Piff Paff down to Stavelot, which is the lowest point on the racetrack, then the Alfa has the deep breathing lungs, it has that extra turbo boost because it's slightly smaller engine. It's a 1.7 compared to the 2 litres of the Audis and most of the other cars. It's got more turbo boost and that gives it that little gap. Now we bring him back, and we saw the Audi make the pass but not hold it to the finish line. Riley McKibben's got to be very creative, and Akeem Ben Abbas in the Alfa has got to be very defensive. Now is when it counts. Ido's not going to win this, but the Alfa goes in very deep under braking. This might be one for the stewards if they make contact. They do make contact, and the Alfa's going to be third of the line. Ido, he isn't going to win it, but he could win it. He does win it. There you go. That is the curse of the commentator. I'd already counted him out, so naturally he comes across the line first. It didn't happen that the two leaders flew off, but they did slow each other down, and Rinaldi Ido takes the win from Riley McKibben and Akeem Ben Abbas. Newton, Osaki, they are 4th and 5th. Chan 6th at the line. Where did he qualify? He was down in 10th, so that's a good result as well for Chan CU, and the rest of them streaking across the line. Now, did Josh Hill he did. He got up to 11th place. He was closing in Wata Innerong on the final lap. He got up to 11th. Oh, breathless stuff.
That was incredible. Can you believe a last corner mistake from Akeem Ben Abbas just
absolutely
opened up the floodgates of drama? And I think, Martin, we've seen this in touring car racing of any class, in any era, from any year. It is never over till it's over. There's always an overtaking opportunity, and one small mistake after all the work has had such massive consequences. And for the championship, that's a big points loss for Akeem Ben Abbas.
Well, it is potentially, but again, luckily for him, it is only race 1 of 2. Unfortunately for us, I need to lie down in a dark room with a damp cloth over my head. We've got 5 of these still to go. I mean, this is just going to be... I'm going to have a coronary before the end of this. So, never mind last lap, never mind last corner. After the last corner, victory for Rinaldi Ido ahead of Riley McKibben and Akeem Ben Abbas. Points going all the way down to 15th place. So Greg McKenzie scores that single point in his Honda Civic. He got a couple of points in qualifying as well. But look where the qualifying points ended up. So Chan Se-yu, 7th place. He was 10th in qualifying. He's moved up the order. And unfortunately, poor Greg McKenzie and I guess Wata Innerong both got caught up in incidents earlier on, so they lost ground. Well, 49 points for Rinaldi Ido. He leads the standings right now, but that's all for nothing if he has a horrible race 2.
And I think that's what's beautiful about this format as well. Some drivers have had a disappointing time during the opening race, but it's a reverse grid now. So Ronaldo, yes, he won the first race. Yes, he's got 49 points to his name. That sounds like a massive advantage with one race to go from the likes of Kai Madden in 10th position that's only got 13 points. But we're going to flip the grid on its head. And Ronaldo is going to start in 20th. So all of a sudden, you've got a very big opportunity for the likes of Robbins on pole position as we get ready to go for race 2.
Well, because of penalties, Ronaldo actually starting in 7th place. Hill, Innerong and Yamashita penalised. They start further back. But you're right, Shane Robbins, who didn't complete the entire race, he was one of the victims of the first lap Farrago in race 1. He starts from pole. Revs rise, lights will go on, and when they go out, we'll be racing again. And from 15th, let's see what Aman Akim Bin Abbas can do. Ronaldo, our points leader, starts in 17th. So suddenly there's an opportunity for somebody who might have felt they were a little bit out of the frame to work their way forward here and have a massive race 2-point score. Well, did they get through? No, they didn't get through without drama. They got through without major drama. And our leader climbs the hill, Shane Robbins in the Cupra. And there are cars off everywhere. There we go. It didn't take long. Eau Rouge separates the men from the boys, but not enough for them all to survive, clearly.
And again, that's the danger zone further down the running order. Akeem Ben Abbas got through that one fine in 9th position. We're looking at Ricky Starcher driving very, very hard, coming down into LeConte. There we go, seeing off the racetrack. He manages to recover the car, bounces over those sausage curbs. Dangerous in a stiffly sprung TCR car that'll not throw you off the racetrack. And Ido up to 12th position already, Martin, as well.
And look at Riley McKibben. Second at the line, he's up to 8th already. Akeem Bin Abbas up to 9th. And so Ido is actually struggling a little here to make progress. He's got stuck behind Joshua Hill. He did get ahead of Satria as the Honda driver made a mistake. Innerong moving up the order as well. And Lachlan Nichols, I said Luckless Nichols should be his name in the first heat. Look at that, he's down there in 16th position as well. So Lachlan Nichols did not have much of a run of it on the first lap here either. So right now, the best of our point scorers currently will be Riley McKibben ahead of Akeem Bin Abbas, and Ronaldo, who had top points coming into this second race. Work to do right now. That's going to swing the balance a long way away from Ronaldo.
The good thing for these drivers, of course, they've already done a 30-minute race here at Spa-Francorchamps. There's a lot of learning that you can take from that race, how the car behaves over a stint, how your rivals behave in racing conditions. But of course, and I quote, slower drivers are at the front of the field now, courtesy of the reverse grid. So that could be opportunity further down as Jeff Newton just closes his eyes and makes an accident.
Well, he sort of avoided the accident there. Who is that ahead of him? Was that McKibben facing the wrong way? It looked like a red and black Audi. It was Riley McKibben. So Riley McKibben lost a spot at least. We're with Joshua Hill right behind that bunch. Osaki is there on the left-hand side. Akeem Bin Abbas, the Alpha, just in front. And a slew of Audis. The Audi is a very popular choice, isn't it? So I can see why. Robbins leads, and he's just half a second ahead of Greg McKenzie's Honda. They're first and second. Timon Bradley in the Cupra third. And more cars flying off track. Well, they're in the red Alpha. This time it's Akeem Bin Abbas. There was a white car in the first race. He's obviously had a change of heart and thought, right, a bit of Rosso Corsa will do me. That'll give me a bit more Italian racing luck. And he keeps his nose in front under braking. Jeff Newton and Asahi there on the outside. Yugo Asahi in his Honda.
Oh, Oh, this is such a dangerous position for Hakeem bin Abbas to be in, so close to other cars on the racetrack. He's really running his luck when it comes to racing here today in the Alfa Romeo. 3 wide we saw coming down into Le Combe as well. And Martin, to be a champion, you've got to be good, you've got to be prepared, you've got to be fast, etc, etc, etc. You've got to be lucky as well, haven't you?
Got to be lucky, absolutely. And I know a lot of professional racing drivers say, well, you make your own luck. And actually I know exactly what they mean, because you start to get a feel for where things are going to go all squirrely, and you deal with it in your head before it actually does. You see, this is going to turn into something around me or in front of me particularly, and those spidey senses start tingling, and the best will avoid it, whether it's real world or virtual. The same rules apply. You can see how it's shaping up in front of you. And Hakeem bin Abbas, he needs to make up ground. You know, a friend of him, McKibben, is a couple of spots up the road, only a couple of spots. But the key now for Hakeem bin Abbas in that Alfa, he's in 8th place, but he's got clear track in front of him. He's got to escape from Jeff Newton behind him. He can't get caught up, can't allow the Audi driver to make contact. Looking here at Mackenzie in 2nd spot, Greg Mackenzie in the Honda. We ride on board. There's the leader. Where are you going to go? Robbins didn't have a great first race. He'd love to turn that round by winning this one in the Cupra. And, you know, the way this balance works, the fact there are a couple of Audis and an Alfa in front in race 1 doesn't mean they're the best cars here. It just means they qualified well and they didn't get caught because the first lap spreading the field out. If this Cupra can stay in front, he could win this. He could easily win this.
I think that's why this format is so enjoyable to see. Nichols actually now has retired, as has Chad. We see that at the bottom of the timing tower, 18th and 19th position. So DNF for Lachlan Nichols, real shame to see his campaign come to its conclusion in the pit lane and not seeing out the final race 2 of 2 here in the Asia Pacific region. Of course, anybody watching at home, if you're enjoying this, do stay with us. We've got plenty of racing still to go here on Sim Racing GP. We've got the Americas 2 races coming up next, and then of course the hotly contested European competition as well. Remember, these drivers are racing for a cash money prize, Next Level Racing cockpit and the beautiful Venom pedal. So do stay tuned to Martin and I as we ramble on through another 4 races after this one. But so far so good, Martin. The Asia Pacific boys have done a great job.
Yeah, really important moment there. Gigi Hassan, you saw him there in the Peugeot, dropped a couple of spots. Riley McKibben is now up to 5th. He's at the front of that little queue. That's going to be really important, really important for Riley McKibben, because he is now 1, 2, 3 cars ahead of Hakeem bin Abbas. And where is Ido? He is right behind the Alfa driver in 9th. So don't forget, Reynaldi Ido in his Audi, the top point scorer in race 1, but he is behind the Alfa, who was 3rd in race 1, and he is some way behind McKibben's Audi, that was 2nd in race 1. So we're with our race leader once more. Greg Mackenzie is behind us as we ride with Shane Robbins. Again, nothing between these cars. The Cupra is equally capable of winning as the Honda. Let's make no bones about that. And look at the top 3. The Elantra in 3rd place. So Veranto in his Gigan Veranto in his Elantra, 2nd and 3rd in his 2 first races, then 5th and 4th in the semis, but he's scoring well at the moment. And what you did in race 1 doesn't necessarily define where you could end up in race 2. Here's Jeff Newton again, qualified 6th. He's having a pretty decent run in race 2. He's in 10th, right behind Reynaldi Ido. And look at the Alfa, it's distanced itself from those 2 Audis. So that's Ido and Newton ahead of Asaki in the white Honda. So Hakeem bin Abbas is creeping up towards the tail of the Peugeot that lies in 7th place. And that is the lead group.
And it's been interesting, Martin, to me to see some of these drivers that were competitive in clean air in race 1, how they're managing to cope in a traffic situation. Of course, Riley McKibben, 5th position, making the best fist of it at the start of this race. And Hakeem bin Abbas, who was for the most part, a race leader. There's a little bit of contact almost there between those two, as Veranto now coming under pressure. But it's really interesting to see the mindset of these drivers, isn't it, and how willing they are to put their car in dangerous positions and make those critical overtakes. And that's what they need to do. They need to race each other to get past, to score those points.
Big change there, Paul. Robbins is now down to third. That was Veranto going by Robbins' Cupra for second. So Veranto remains second, but we have a new race leader, Greg McKenzie, in his Honda. There he is, the white and red car. He's the new race leader, and he's got a big lead as well. Timone Bradley in fifth place, under pressure now. In fact, McKibben has gone by Timone Bradley, and we're now looking at Timone from behind. This is Irfan Nur Hidyat. So he is in sixth spot. So there were a lot of changes triggered at Les Combes as everybody starts to close up. Now again, the drivers who were at the back weren't necessarily that much slower. They may have been involved in incidents. As we saw, some of the quick guys were involved in incidents in the opening lap, and as a result were further back in the pack. But as you reverse the grid, eventually you should see gaps compressing. We're now seeing the Alfa closing in on the car in front for sixth place. The Alfa up the inside and doesn't quite get it done. The Peugeot right there, that's the white and red. The all red is the Alfa. And across the line, he has just got his nose in front. Doesn't mean he's going to stay in front. Rinaldi Ido still in ninth and not making a huge amount of progress. McKibben has gone from, well, wherever he started on the grid, 12th, 13th, 14th, up to third. That is massive progress.
Yeah, that is a fantastic start to this second race for Riley McKibben at the bottom step of the podium. Veranto just a second in front of us as well. So Riley McKibben, the man on the move at this moment in time, but this is a great fight now coming down to Les Combes.
Yeah, probably is. Up the top of the hill, side by side, the two Cupras. Oh, who's coming out on top? Timone Bradley, does he get through? Just ahead of our poleman. And don't forget, some of these drivers are driving cars that are damaged, that didn't have damage in race one. Some of these drivers are driving cars that aren't damaged, that did have damage in race one. So the car you're racing now may be different to the car you were racing in the first encounter. It's a bizarre world, isn't it? Robbins just in front of the poleman. We're with Irfan Nur Hidyat. Right behind him is the Alfa, and the Alfa's shown its nose twice already. There's the Alfa, the red car on the inside. He's going through and hanging on. And the two Cupras coming towards us with their bronze noses. That's Timone Bradley, the first of the two of them, and Simon Robbins behind him. Shane Robbins behind him. And those Cupras, actually, if they work together, if Robbins just follows Timone Bradley, then they could creep away from the Audi and the Alfa and the Peugeot. And Ido is now on the back of this group, the fourth of these cars, the black and red Audi. Here comes the Alfa once more. Show its nose very early up the hill. And I think that Hakim Bin Abbas is very aware that he's got that slight acceleration advantage as they come out of Stavelot. Contact there though, he flies a long way off. Now in the real world that would have been the mother and father of all shunts. He does survive and he's on the inside. There's more contact, and spinning out is that Ido. It is Rinaldi Ido. Contact with the Alfa. He was trying to make his way inside the Audi in front of him. And so Hakim Bin Abbas in sixth place, but Riley McKibben on the podium again, and with pole position 10 points as well. He is hitting a home run here, and look how close he is as well to Veranto right in front of him. So Gugun Veranto in the Hyundai Elantra, he's giving away a toe to the Audi, and this could be a move at the top of the hill.
These drivers are not afraid to get their elbows out. Riley McKibben will be ultimately very aware of where his rivals are on the racetracks. He knows that Hakeem bin Abbas is moving slowly but surely up the order, and that's going to add an element of, I don't want to say desperation, Martin, but he's going to be acutely aware of what's happening and keen to try and make hay while the sun shines, so to speak.
Well, I'm liking Riley McKibben's attitude. He reckons clearly that second is just the first of the losers. Here he is on the inside of Gugun Varanto. He had a run up into Les Combes. He had to go the long way around the outside. Varanto went early to the inside and said, all right, Sunbeam, if you've got the speed, you're going to have to go round my nose. And McKibben didn't quite have it in the Audi. Tried to get a little move there going into Rivage, Bruxelles as it's called these days. Out of Piff Paff, no luck here, but they're still plunging down the valley, and he is still right there. They're 2.5 seconds behind the race leader, but Greg McKenzie is, I'm not sure, clear of this. A little further back, Giga Nissan in the DG Sport Peugeot. That is 8th. He's ahead of Yugo Osaki in the Yas Sport Asia Honda. So some of these drivers with affiliations to the organisations that run these cars in the real world. In the case of Yas Sport, they're the ones that design and build the Honda TCR cars. But I like Riley McKibben. He's not content the fact that he's outscoring Abbas and Ido. He wants to win this race. And do you know what? I think he might. Look at the way he's going the long way round again. Oh, that's fantastic. Great control under the brakes. Really superb. Meanwhile, there is Asahi on the inside of Isan's Peugeot. Looks like Jeff Newton may get a spot from the Peugeot in the Audi as well as he comes nicely out of the bus stop. He does. And McKibben now up to second. So, Greg McKenzie, the race leader in the Honda, 3.2 seconds clear. I'm saying not for long. McKibben comes down the hill with Varanto in the Hyundai right behind him. I'm not sure the Gugun Varanto is going to waste much time in trying to attack again. Timone Bradley in 4th, not a threat in terms of points to Riley McKibben. Shane Robbins in 5th, not a threat in terms of points. Although, of course, they will come way up the order, scoring strongly in race 2 compared to race 1. But I think Riley McKibben is all about winning this. And if he takes Varanto with him up to McKenzie, whatever, the two of them will work better. They'll go faster as a pair than McKenzie does on his own, as long as Varanto doesn't attack too aggressively.
While McKibben was performing heroics at the bus stop chicane, unfortunately, it was another bit of contact for Ido that dropped off into the scenery. So Ido now down in 14th position, very much out of contention, I'm afraid, after an exceptional opening race victory. So Ido, 14th position, courtesy of yet another piece of contact, and there'll be heavy damage on that Audi. So it's a difficult day, unfortunately. It just goes to show, doesn't it, Martin, that you can have everything fall in your favour, and then literally at the turn of a dice, the rolling of a dice, things can all go very, very wrong indeed. So this is not over until it's over.
No, it all fell into his lap, didn't it? Out of the bus stop on the final lap of race 1. He suddenly went from, 30 points to 40 points, 3rd to 1st. But here, it looks like he's going to score just a single point. What about Hakeem bin Abbas? Well, 6th position. That pays 21 points, whereas Riley McKibben in 2nd, that pays 35. That is a big point spread. And don't forget that McKibben out-qualified everybody else as well, so he has that slender advantage to add to the pile. So for Hakeem bin Abbas, he has got to get on with this. He's got to pass Shane Robbins, and he does. Down the inside, takes the track position on the inside, controls the bus stop. I mean, and that is absolute textbook touring car racing, absolute textbook move on the bus stop in anything, actually. It's a block pass, you get from apex to apex, and there you go. So as it stands now, well, what a big advantage Riley McKibben is adding here. 2nd place, so 35 points going in, and Hakeem bin Abbas, as we said, only 24 points, even though that pass has boosted him up the order from 14 points to 11 points behind. Ronaldo Ido, only 3 points in this race, drops back down from the lead to third place. So it's all going very nicely for Riley McKibben. But Paul Jeffrey, as we saw after the last corner in race 1, it could all change.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that's really worth noting, Akeem Bin Abbas looks much more comfortable in race 2. We saw him in the first race missing apexes, locking wheels, really looking on edge in that Alfa Romeo. Maybe a change in livery has done him the power of good. Yes, he's in 5th position. Yes, he has got a big points deficit to make up. But the car, every time we've seen him on track, looks like he can slow the car so much better, so much more confidence in the car than we've seen at any stage during the course of this finals day races. So don't discount Akeem Bin Abbas at all at this stage in proceedings. There is still a lot of racing left to go. 7 laps on the board. Spa-Francorchamps, as we've seen already, is a track that will bite you in a heartbeat if you're not full concentration. So Akeem Bin Abbas has got work to do, but I really do think that's a driver well worth keeping an eye on as the race unfolds, as meanwhile Shane Robbins moves back in to 6th place.
Yeah. Well, briefly did, but there was an awful lot of shaking and shaking out going on there. Loses the spot back to Nur Hidayah in the Audi. So the two of them having a great ding-dong battle. Great battle behind as well. Osaki ahead of Newton, ahead of Isan. So that is the Honda Audi Peugeot battle, 8th, 9th and 10th. There they are. Well, I say ahead of. What I really meant was beside. You know, the three of them behind this little battle are essentially door handle to door handle, 3 wide across the racetrack. Take a look as they come into shot. Here we go, we're on board with Shane Robbins. And that is Hidayah right in front. Nur Hidayah outbrakes himself in the Audi. Robbins better controlled under braking. He's got the long run around the outside, but it allows him to keep the momentum up. So he's still in play, trying to get down the inside of, in fact, Nur Hidayah. And the Audi driver hangs on, but there's a little bit of contact. The Audi basically came to a dead halt there at the apex. He got in late and tried to shut the door. Shane Robbins, I think, is feeling the pain from that. Car didn't look like it was as quick off the corner as it should have been, and he is going to be eaten up. Osaki goes by him. Newton in the Audi goes by him. And Isan in the Peugeot, it looks like, will go by him up the straight. Robbins with possibly terminal damage there. Satya is closing. Isan is closing. They're all going to queue up to have a go now, aren't they? Kick a man while he's down. Well, hey, that's touring car racing for you.
Yes, Shane Robbins paying a big price for that contact on the exit of the La Source hairpin. And of course, we do have damage on in these races, as you can quite clearly see on many of the cars in race 1 and race 2, and that will affect the way the cars behave, their ultimate speed. It'll affect the handling as well, suspension damage, aerodynamic damage. These are all things that need to filter in to the drivers' driving styles when they're carrying that kind of damage in a car. And Shane Robbins compromised massively on a part of the track where it's so important to be quick. He's dropped down into 10th position now, top 15 score points, so Robbins will be keen to try and hold on and recover as many of those lost points as possible. Just going back to Akeem Bin Abbas for a second, Martin, if I can. We're talking about how much more confident he looks in that Alfa Romeo. He is now the current fastest lap holder, so he's got a lot of pace in that car at this moment in time, and he's just 1 second away from Bramley in 4th position. So Abbas is very much on the move at this stage. But look at this for a gaggle of cars. This is touring car racing. I don't care whether it's virtual, this is touring car racing.
Absolutely right. And Shane Robbins, the first of those 2 bronze and blue Cupras. He's got Joshua Hill right behind him. Key in all of this, though, that Audi, that's Ronaldo Ido, the man who led in points after the first race. That's how far back he is. He is way down in 13th, make that 12th, make that 13th, make that 12th, side by side with the Honda, with the Peugeot rather, but he's got Wata Inarong right behind as well in the Honda, looking up the inside. So Ronaldo Ido, I think the only straight panel on that car at the moment may be the bonnet and the roof. Everything else has taken a right battering. It has not been his race. The race it has been, though, is the race for Riley McKibbin. He's 1.3 behind Greg McKenzie. That lead is coming down. Timon Bradley, where's he? 4th place. He's leading the chase, and yeah, Amanakim Bin Abbas is not too far behind him. He's going to need all of the remaining couple of laps to close in, but there are the leaders in front. The red and black that we could see looking up the hill, that's Riley McKibbin, and don't think that the Alpha driver won't be aware of that. He can see him. The question is, can he get to him? What's the gap? 3.7 plus 0.9, 4.7, nearly 5 seconds, and maybe only a couple of laps to sort it out. Tell you what, it's going to be a tough ask for Akim Bin Abbas to get to McKibbin.
Yeah, one thing that we've seen for sure, he will not give up until the very, very last opportunity has been extinguished, and we have got so much racing still to go. Remember, folks at home, this is the Asia Pacific Finals. This is the second of 2 races. Coming straight up after this will be rounds for our Americas drivers and also for our European drivers here on simracing.gp. So stay tuned for plenty of great racing. Somebody heavy lockup, as is the like in touring cars. So part of going fast, Martin, isn't it?
Well, I mean, down there you're having a massive lockup into Puon. I mean, if you go into Puon, then you're carrying a lot of speed if you're carrying too much. But was it, here we go, here's our battle for the lead. Was that McKenzie making a big mistake? Because McKibbin was 1.2 behind him, is now 0.2 behind him for the lead. Here we go. Is that a mechanical issue for Greg McKenzie, the race leader? Long-time leader, but Riley McKibbin is trying around the outside into Blanchimont, and he's got the lead because the Honda goes way off wide. Greg McKenzie trying to carry the speed to stay in the lead, instead succeeds in giving it to Riley McKibbin. Where did McKibbin start on the race 2 grid? He was down in 15th, 16th. He leads, and we're not yet on the final lap. Now, okay, it all changed on the final lap in the last race, but never mind. Here's Ronaldo Ido, right up behind Shane Robbins, and again, they've met sort of in the middle. Ronaldo Ido was 16th on the grid, just behind Riley McKibbin, and Shane Robbins was 1st, and they're meeting in the battle for 11th.
Good move there from Ronaldo coming down into La Source, one of the typical overtaking points here at Spa-Francorchamps. And just to say, Riley McKibbin, what a sensational drive up to this point. That's exactly how you want to make an overtake. He's confident. Oh, it's one of the cars very sideways on 2 wheels over through Radion as well. And that gives Jeff Newton an opportunity. But it's just what you want to do as a driver, isn't it, Martin? You want to scare your rival into making a mistake, so you don't have to take the risk. You just go into the empty track.
Yeah, that was Hugo Saki getting a little wide on the exit of Radion, and that gave Jeff Newton all the ground he needed to make up. But look at Asahi in the Honda. He's fighting back side by side, door handle to door handle. He's going to plunge downhill into Puon. No, he's not. I was going to say inside the Audi, but in fact, Jeff Newton closes that door off to him, goes the long way around the outside of the Honda. And again, Hugo Saki is all over the curbs, desperate now to try and get back on terms with Jeff Newton, but I think Newton is in front of him, and possibly for good now. And behind him, Ricky Saccia is starting to close up in the next Honda just there in the back of the shot, and that might be more of a worry in the last lap for Yugo Asaki in the first of those Hondas. But Riley McKibbin, the race leader, and he is starting to creep away now from Greg McKenzie in 2nd place. So McKibbin, unless he has a major failure of concentration, he's only got a few more minutes to survive as well. This is looking very strong indeed. Well, you know, they threw the doors open at the beginning and they said, okay, come and have a race. Everybody got at least 3 races. They got a chance not just to try and do 1 qualifying lap. Thought the potential was to bring in new names, new faces, and it's done exactly that. I mean, it's been fantastic racing as well so far, all the way through both of these Asia Pacific races.
Yeah, tremendous stuff from all our drivers. Everybody, no matter where you finish today, needs to hold their head high. It's been a fabulous performance from all our drivers on what is an incredibly challenging car, an incredibly challenging track, as well as we come to the final lap now. McKibben still our race leader, 1.2 seconds to the good from Greg McKenzie. So McKibben immediately unleashing the pace that we know he's more than capable of. And I don't want to put the commentator curse on for the final lap, but Riley McKibben has sent a very, very big notice of intent for the overall on-site grand finale next year, as well as Newton. Yeah. Too wide through Eau Rouge.
Yeah, Yugo Asaki there on the brakes halfway through, and that slows them both down. And Ricky Satcher comes in, and a little further back. Is that Newton in the barriers? It is. On the exit of Redditor, and that might be the end of his race. And is that Osaki as well? Yes, it is. So they made contact in Redditor. They both went off. Meanwhile, here comes the Alpha, who capitalizes. This is Gugun Viranto, final lap in the Hyundai Elantra, right ahead of Aman Hakim Bin Abbas. And Aman Hakim Bin Abbas, 3 wins and a 3rd place finish to get here on the podium in race 1, but Riley McKibben is the race leader, and even if the Alpha driver makes it onto the podium ahead of Viranto, there are still 2 cars he's got to pass. There they are, right in front. Last lap here in Spa, the Alpha is trying to go the outside route into Piff Paff. Ooh, he's being very intimidating, and I think he might get through. Viranto may have enough on the exit to come back down the inside into Campus, around the outside of the little university complex there, but the Alpha is up to 3rd. So it will be a straight run of podium finishes for Aman Hakim Bin Abbas, and you might think that that should have been enough consistency like that if only Riley McKibben hadn't been on the podium in both races and on pole as well. As you said, Hakim Bin Abbas does not give up easily, makes a pass for 3rd on the final lap, but it's all too little, all too late. Riley McKibben in the Audi is going to win the race and the title. He started race 1 on pole, he finished on the podium, he races back a sensational recovery from 15th on the grid to win race 2 ahead of Greg McKenzie and Aman Hakim Bin Abbas. Gugun Viranto in 4th, Timon Bradley in 5th position, and a good top 6 finish as well for Nur Hidayah ahead of Joshua Hill. Ronaldo Ido, in the end, some redemption, ends up in 8th place. That may leave him still maybe 3rd, 4th in the points.
Sensational second race there, Martin. Unbelievable driving. Quite how Ido managed to get himself into that top 8. I'm not quite sure that's a sensational final lap, but yeah. Word for Riley McKibben.
I'm guessing it all went a bit squirrely in all of those battles that he was surrounded by fast-moving metal. But yeah, Riley McKinnon, well, you always hope that the champion is not going to be the guy that sort of finishes 4th twice while everybody else has one big race and one disaster. In the end, he had 2 epic races. He was on the podium all the way through here to get here, and he was on the podium when it really counted in the final as well. Riley McKibben, 85 points, outscored almost everybody, finished 2nd in race 1 behind Ronaldo Ido, 1st in race 2 and pole position. Frankly, take the qualifying points out, he still outscores everybody, even if you give them the qualifying points. That's a fantastic 2-race victory for Riley McKibben. Aman Hakim Bin Abbas, 2nd in the points, ahead of the unfortunate Ronaldo Ido, who got caught up in just too much carnage in the 2nd race. Greg McKenzie, Jeff Newton, top 5. Yugo Asaki and Newton battled through both races for every inch of tarmac. Gugun Viranto, that 2nd race really brought him up the order to 7th, ahead of Joshua Hill, Riley Satcher and Timon Bradley, rounding out the top 10.
Fantastic stuff. Great racing from all our drivers, and now we're going to have a quick word with our top 3, starting with the man who finished 3rd in the championship, Ronaldo Ido. Ronaldo, first and foremost, you had us on the edge of our seats during the climax of that race one. Can you talk us through what happened from your perspective? You went from third to first.
Wow. Thanks before, and this is the toughest race I ever race. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect about get the second place in qualifying and then goes to final like this and I will go to Europe like first time. Really, from this game? Come on, man. Nah, I didn't expect that. So yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for the event. So I will go to Europe for the first time. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. And now, can you tell us a little bit about your experiences of the whole TCR virtual tournament?
Yeah. First of all, because my friend told me about this event, so yeah, I just joined it. Nothing to lose because it's free and the format qualifying it's really cool. So yeah, I joined it and I didn't expect to get this final thing. And yes, I just practice and practice before like 2 days before this day before the final, and then yeah, I didn't expect to face Riley McKibben and Ayman Hakim. I know those guys, so yeah, they are alien maybe. They just not human though. The place is freaking awesome. Congrats for these guys. So yeah, I didn't expect anymore. I'm speechless. Sorry about that.
Brilliant, thank you, and congratulations again on third place. Last question from me. Do you have any shout outs to the audience, your rivals, or the support network that have helped you get this far?
Okay, thank you. So first, thanks God for this chance, and then yeah, I will say in Indonesia it's okay. Mama, aku akhirnya kayak Eropa mah. Okay, so yeah, thank you, and for my boss, thank you very much for the support, and yeah, see you in the Europe.
Brilliant stuff. That was Ronaldo, third place in the TCR Virtual Championship. And next up, we have Ayman Hakim bin Abbas, second position for Ballas Esports. Congratulations. And can you tell us a little bit about your performance in the regional final and how it made you feel?
A bit of mixed emotion, if I were to be honest. I knew that I can went on to grab a championship. I obviously made a mistake on during the race one, which kind of costly a bit towards the second race. So, but I guess in a little bit of hindsight there, a little bit of silver lining there, all my result is gonna be so easy to remember. It just third qualifying, third race one, and third race two. So I guess there's a bit of, you know, lucky number there, 3.
Absolutely wonderful, and you've had plenty of success in this tournament so far. How have you found the racing, the driving, and the competition?
Well, I mean, I have been away from I've been away from Assetto Corsa for quite a while actually. So when I got the news about this and decided to come back to Assetto Corsa, well, I could say it's still a good finish due to the part that I wasn't really familiar much on AC's physics anymore because most of the time I play another game, a race room, most of the time. So yeah, coming back to here, get second place. Well, with a 3 wins prior to that, I guess it's pretty good result.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you for that. And lastly, do you have any shout outs before we move on?
Obviously, thank you very much to Bepe from the Ballas Esport as well as Kaiwan from the Blue Steel. Both of you guys helped me a lot, and so does to my friend Aki and my race engineer Kimiko. They all really helped me a lot during this all this time trying to, you know, put me back on pace to compete against some of the best drivers in Asia here. So thank you so much. Thank you. Grazie a tutti. Terima kasih.
Brilliant stuff. That is Ayman Hakim bin Abbas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Asia Pacific champion. It is, of course, Riley McKibben. Congratulations, Riley. What a championship. And you're now crowned the Asia Pacific region champion. Tell us, how does that make you feel?
Oh, yeah, I'm really, excited about it. Coming into Spa, the final round, obviously, I didn't expect much. I knew I was going to be fighting for the top 3 around there, but coming out with a win and becoming the regional champion is, amazing for me.
Brilliant stuff. And we'll have you listed as a privateer for this competition. So, can you tell us, do you think this is going to open up some doors for you in the future, and where do you see your future being?
Well, so I do RF2 mostly, R Factor 2, and I do VC Division 1 with a Team Iris. So I'm technically not a privateer, but at the same time, I went privateer for this series. But obviously, heading into the grand finals, yeah, I expect more doors to be open in terms of teams and maybe my skills as a driver as well. That probably will improve a lot during 2022.
Fabulous stuff there, Martin. There are top 3 finishers in the Asia Pacific region. And please, ladies and gentlemen at home, do stay tuned. We're going to a quick ad break and we're back with the Americas. Welcome back, everybody, as what has been a sensational opening. 2 races of the day tonight in the TCR Virtual Champions Day. Mr. Martin Haven, we've got it all to do again. We've got 2 more races, but this time it's for the Americas drivers and a whole bunch of new names to enjoy.
Whole bunch of new names, whole bunch of similar racing, I imagine. I mean, Asia Pacific, what a show they put on. Some fantastic racing, and Riley McKinnon, what a deserving champion. Fantastic drive, particularly in race 2. Race 1, he started at the front. He was always likely to be in the mix if he avoided the first lap dramas, and starting at the front helps with that. But to come back from 15th and win it, I mean, that sets the bar pretty high, doesn't it? I mean, let's see what we get from the Americas. You know, North and South America, there's an awful lot of talent out there, an awful lot of different drivers who may well never have raced against each other. And again, as we talked about at the beginning, the whole format here pitches a whole different bunch of people against each other. So they're unfamiliar with each other. And frankly, you know, the bookies are going to be really hard-pressed to try and draw any favourites out of this.
And I think we've learned, haven't we, from watching those first 2 races, that even with a reverse grid, if you're a savvy enough racer, if you've got enough speed and enough bravery, you can get back up to the front of the grid. And that's going to be really interesting, I think, for our Americas drivers to take that lesson on board as well, that go for it in race 1 and then just place your car sensibly, avoid the drama, and race 2 could be yours.
Well, now the other element, of course, is because this isn't the real world, they're not at a disadvantage. Everybody races Spa, the same way everybody races the Nordschleife, everybody races Bathurst. You know, everybody races Laguna Seca, the great racetracks. They all race them. If this was a global finals and all these guys had won regional events in North and South America and we threw them in at Spa, they'll be going, I've never seen this place. That's hardly fair. You know, that doesn't exist in the real world. They could have spent weeks just lapping Spa once they knew, or days at least, once they knew they got through. So that's one of the great levelers of sim racing, is it just gives you the opportunity to not be at a knowledge disadvantage. And that's what's making everything so close.
It is indeed, and we saw that the 10 points that were paid out to our pole position sitter in the Asia Pacific region had a big impact on the overall, the comfort level, shall we say, of our drivers coming into the race. And here we are again. This is the Americas now, and we're in qualifying. If anybody's joining the broadcast just now, to remind you, this is an 8-minute qualification session. It will be followed by 2 30-minute races, the first of which will be based on the qualifying results, the second of which will be a reverse grid race based on race 1 results. And we're paying top 10 get points, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, down to 1. So Martin, again, this is going to be a case of you haven't got much time, you haven't got much space on racetrack, you just need to go out there and set a good lap as early as possible, surely.
Well, what you have got is a car that's straight. And while that sounds facetious, actually looking at the cars now, having just watched the battered vehicles that finished in our Asia Pacific encounters, that's not a small consideration. The car is as perfectly set up as you can make it for Spa, so it's never going to be better than this. If you can't go out and get a good lap in now, then you are going to be struggling. And again, actually, Paul, I think you made the most valid point about qualifying, which is that if you qualify strongly, yes, you start well up on the grid. That's not the be-all and the end-all. With these cars, you can overtake. On this racetrack, you can overtake. What it gives you is a little bit of a mental cushion. Every game, every race is won in the 6 inches between the ears. And that's going to be a key factor. If you know you've got points more than anyone else, or almost everyone else, it gives you just that little fraction more confidence. Plus, it also means you've got a car that you know is quick. And that doesn't hurt when you're racing. After all, the whole point is to be quick. But you're right again about the time. 8 minutes, 2 minutes 30 odd a lap. It's not a lot. You might get, well, you're going to get 5 laps, but one of them is out of the pits, so that doesn't count. So you might get 4 flying laps. If you're really, really good, you'll probably get 3. Do you ever get a perfect lap at Spa? I mean, ever? Of course you don't. You always mess up something. You just try not to mess up too many things on your best lap, or not mess them up too badly. I mean, out of Eau Rouge, don't take too much there at Rédillon on the left-hand side, or you'll be out in the boonies. Don't overdo it here at the top of the hill. Don't outbreak yourself into Les Combes. You want to be right on the ragged edge, not that millimetre above it. And that's so difficult to do in such a short period.
Yep, it really is. And 20 other cars on track, 19 other cars on track as well. It's very, very likely that you will come up across traffic at some point. As we said, in race 1, there are no teammates here. There are drivers using the same mark as each other, but there are no teammates. So there's no using your slipstream of one of your rivals to pull you along one of the many straights and fast sections of this racetrack. We're looking on board with Brendan Hawkin, currently in provisional pole by virtue of the fact he was the first one out of the pits, but this is a driver that we really need to keep an eye on board the Cupra. 3 wins and a 3rd position in the qualifying heats. He's a man very, very much on form. We've seen him go door to door with drivers during qualification as well. We know he's got the racecraft, we know he's got the speed, and we believe he's got the mental fortitude to be able to take the pressure of this kind of competition. So this is one immediately, Brendan Hawkin, that should be in and around the sharp end come the checkered flag in around an hour's time after our 2 races.
And there are an awful lot of drivers that have had podium finishes to get here. Everybody had a chance in 3 races to qualify in the top half of that field to then make it through into these regional finals. Plus there was a semi-final. They've all had, or a couple of semi-finals, and they've all qualified through those as well. So there are an awful lot of medals hanging around an awful lot of necks. Bronze, silver, gold for the top 3 finishers in those qualifying races. But as we saw in the Asia Pacific regional finals, the overall winner had just 1 podium before he got here in Spa, and then he had 2 podiums and pole. And so what you've got might be an indicator of your form, but it might not be the only indicator. We're going to have to be watching with interest what happens. And of course, the other thing is, as soon as you get into racing, again, as we saw in both of our Asia Pacific races, contact happens, drama happens, and you're not necessarily the architect of your own disaster. So there is a little bit of luck in that as well. Looking here at Nicolas Sosa in his Audi, down in 18th place, hasn't yet set a time. Some of the drivers late out to qualifying, maybe they were hoping that others wouldn't be out on track, or they could avoid this sort of big rush out of the pits, which is never a bad idea. If you're going to get the best qualifying lap, you need to get the best out of your car, not the best out of your car except somebody else is in the way. So there's a lot to be said for that. Santiago Rosenzweig there in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta. We saw, again, the Alfa is a very quick car. All of these cars are essentially balanced. You know, it's apples, oranges, pears, bananas, lemons, everything balanced together to try and make the racing as close as humanly possible. Whatever the badge on the nose says, you shouldn't have a massive advantage over any of the other cars, and that proved to be exactly the case. It was all driver-led in the first couple of races that we've watched. The best drivers rose to the top. That's what TCR is all about.
Absolutely. Interesting thing to note for our audience at home, compared to the Asia Pacific region race that we've seen just previously, Lynk & Co were making their debut in this race for the Americas' Ryan Woodrow. Currently 14th in qualifying, the only Lynk & Co mark in the race today. We did not see that in the previous 2 races, so that'll be fascinating to see how that car gets on in the hands of Woodrow as we progress through qualifying and into our opening race of the day. Of course, the Lynk & Co, an incredibly competitive car on the world stage and just starting to break out into the Asian regional championships as well, so fascinating to see. It's fascinating to see why nobody's picked that car at this stage. They are all running the same physics set, so it is down to personal preference, but nevertheless, I would have thought people would have gravitated towards the most successful car in the real world, surely.
Yeah, the car that's won 2 world championships on the bounce. You would think, but then again, you know, as it is, it's as we talked about, personal preference. You know, if you live in Australia, you've got Ford guys and Holden guys. If you live in America, you've got Ford guys and Chevrolet guys, and maybe Dodge guys. You know, so a lot of it comes down. You know, some people will never race a Ferrari, some people will never race a Porsche. And they just prefer certain brands. There's something about them. And it's the same with buying a real world car. You know, people have brand loyalty. And actually, isn't that what motor racing is all about? It's to make you feel good about your choices. I've got the Alfa. Did you see how it went at the weekend? All of that pays in. And some of that, as you said, the physics is very, very similar. You know, I tend to be a bit awkward I'd be going for something like a Lincoln Co because nobody else has, or I'd be going for something like a Peugeot because nobody else has, because predominantly the cars are very similar. Now the deal is, if you're going with an Audi or a Cupra that are more popular, then there may be a lot more setup information online than something that's newer like the Hyundai Elantra, or that's not heavily used, let's say for instance like the Lincoln Co. So there may be that assistance, that might all be part of it. Looking here at Shane Jordan in his Cupra, 10th place at the moment, and that will be the final point in qualifying. So Juan Manuel Gomez, who's fastest of all in the Hyundai, and that's interesting because we had Alphas and Audis at the top in Asia Pacific, but the Hyundai driver getting the best out of it so far. There's Drew Guthrie in another Hyundai, he's down in 16th. So again, underlines there, it's not about the car, it's about the nut loose behind the wheel as the Honda goes the long way around the outside and makes contact. Guys, it's qualifying, it's not the last lap of the 24 hours.
That doesn't bode well for the race if we've got contact in qualifying already. Many of the drivers crossed the line already. The checkered flag next to their name means their session is over and done with. So Guthrie trying 1.6 seconds now in arrears, courtesy of that contact. And yeah, Martin, that really doesn't bode well, does it? Is Shane Jordan fastest middle sector, personal best in middle sector?
Yeah, that's very good indeed for him. Let's see if he can push himself a little further up the order. How far was he back? Does he improve? Gets to the line, and yeah, a better lap, but does not improve his position. By the way, second and third, that's not a typo, but thank you very much indeed, Leonardo Vela and his brother Lucas Vela. At least I assume they're brothers. They could be not related in any way, but unfortunately that's going to make our spotting life very tough. So 8 minutes of qualifying done in an instant. That was never 8 minutes. I don't know who was using the clock there, but I don't think that felt even remotely like 8 minutes. I'm not sure how anybody got 3 laps in or 4 laps in there, but our grid is decided. Juan Manuel Gomez, Team Fordzilla. Now, there are a few familiar names, but look how many privateers there are. Now, an awful lot of these guys, and some of the teams they're racing for are possibly just a couple of friends. Two-pack racing team, you know, some friends. And what about the Velas? Leandro ahead of Lucas. That's going to be very interesting, isn't it? And they're in different cars as well. How far apart were they? Under 2 tenths between the two of them. And they were only a tenth away from pole position. So we got Leandro Vela joining Juan Manuel Gomez on the front row of the grid, Hyundai and Audi, then Honda and Peugeot, then Cupra and Honda. So there's a good spread. We've got 6 manufacturers in the top 7. This could be get your sleeves rolled up time. And as for the points, well, Juan Manuel Gomez, I wonder if his dad was a racing fan. What do you reckon? It certainly has all the hallmarks of being a big motor racing fan. But Juan Manuel Gomez gets those extra points, and that's very good news indeed for him.
Yeah, that's a nice comfort blanket going into the first race of the day. 10 points against Gomez's name, with Leonardo Vela in second position, ahead of his brother, as you say, in P3. Now, we've seen already in the first 2 races of the day, the opening lap is where the risk is for these drivers, especially from 6 on down. The likes of Pedro Delgado and Shane Jordan and Jaden Burke as well are big names from the qualification rounds. Expect them to do good things if they avoid the drama. And we've seen the front of the field being relatively clean, Martin. It's the middle where the action happens, where we need to keep our eyes on as we get ready to go racing once again for the Americas round, race 1.
Yeah, you just said that, didn't you? Now watch the lead trio all hit each other.
Commentator's curve. I know.
We've got to throw it out there sometime. If you didn't curse anybody, it's only because your microphone wasn't switched on. Here we go. Red lights are on. We are ready to go for the first of our races in this America's final. Away we go. Juan Manuel Gomez on pole position, and he will need to take the tight inside line to stop Lucas Werner coming up the inside. Leonardo goes out wide in the Audi. Lucas right behind, trying to get inside for second place. Now, does he manage to get through? Was there no contact there in La Source? It can be done. Calamy shocked, and it looks as though the Audi remains in second. It does. So Lucas second, Leonardo third, and one of the Filippuzzi's there in fourth place as well. Two Filippuzzi's in the race. So that's Andreas Filippuzzi in his Peugeot in fourth place. And cars on the grass already. It was too good to last, Paul Jeffrey. Much too good for last.
Yeah, 3 wide coming into Le Com's always going to be a pinch point of this racetrack. They all make contact, but everybody still continues straight onwards. Brendan Hawkin, that we saw earlier, Brendan Hawkin, of course, one of the more competitive drivers in qualification. He manages to have a good, clean run through the opening few quarters of the race, not really improving his qualification position, but at this stage, it's all about staying out of trouble, bringing yourself and your car into the race, into contention. No heroics on the opening lap. You can only lose a race on lap 1. You cannot win it, Martin, and that is very nice at the front of the grid.
Watching Santiago Rosenzweig in the battle here in the Alfa Romeo. There he is in the red Alfa right in the centre of that bunch, and he is currently in 8th place. Juan Manuel Gomez with Leonardo Werner going with him, first and second, just a car length apart, barely a car length apart, and then third, fourth, fifth, sixth all together so fast you can't even say the numbers. That's Andreas Filippuzzi, he's up to third. He's in the Peugeot there, the white car with the big red broad band through the centre of it. And there is Leonardo Werner in second place. So Juan Manuel Gomez in the Hyundai Elantra, slippery through the air, but so is the Audi. Let's see who wins the battle under braking at the top of the hill when they get to the bus stop. First time of asking, all the cars are still straight, all the tyres are still fresh, they're running on full tanks of fuel. Who's got the better brakes, who's got the better judgment? Fanning out here into the bus stop, a big moment for Hawkin in the Cupra, and Ivan Filippuzzi goes around the outside. Does he get by him? I'm not sure he did. In fact, Hawkin and Werner, Hawkin came back on just ahead of Lucas Werner. Leonardo in the Audi, pushing hard, almost literally there, Juan Manuel Gomez. I forgot to start my timer, so we're a lap in. We should get comfortably 10 laps. Let's see what the rest of the racing brings us. On board with Ivan Filippuzzi. That forward-backward shot makes me quite unwell going down to Eau Rouge. You don't want to be looking backwards as you're heading into Eau Rouge, that's for sure.
Yeah, great racing so far. Everybody's pretty close. Brendan Hawkin may have been a little bit naughty at the chicane and took that 4th position off track, but this will become immaterial soon because we have 2 wide down into Le Com. Hawkin accepts that is the situation, drops back into 5th place. Better to not draw attention to the stewards and just give that one away, as we're seeing Dawson now on the inside as well. So plenty of driving, plenty of overtaking, in these early stages, Martin, and this is a good time to do it as a driver because the cars are at their heaviest, the tyres are at their freshest, and everything's cold, isn't it? So this is where you can make a difference as a driver.
Ryan Woodrow on the inside, that is in the Lincoln Co 03, not the Cyan Racing Blue that everybody is used to seeing watching WTCR. Can you smell the tyre smoke there? You would do in the real world. Again, on board with Ivan Filippuzzi, just ahead of him Brendan Hawkin in that Cupra. 3 wins in the first 3 races and then 3rd place in the semi-final. So he comes in here with plenty of speed, plenty of confidence, all over the back of Lucas Werner in the Honda right in front of him. And Andreas Filippuzzi in 3rd in the Peugeot. The white and red car just 3 ahead of us. He is creeping up to the lead duo, so the lead duo is nearly a lead trio, back with Pedro Delgado. He's in 10th place, right behind Shane Jordan's Cupra in 9th. And most of the Cupras here with the Zengo Motorsport livery, the bronze and blue, the official, if you like, Cupra colours. And that one, in fact, in the blue and silver. And Delgado goes the long way round the outside. Oh, and a Cupra's on the inside. There's contact. The Cupra comprehensively making a mess of that, I'm afraid. That Delgado paying the penalty. That was all down to Jordan in the Cupra, and he hit Rosenzweig as well. Rosenzweig loses a place down to 9th. Meanwhile, Juan Manuel Gomez and Leonardo Verla 1-2, and Andreas Filipuzzi up the hill and through the bus stop has lost ground. In 3rd place, he's dropping back towards Lucas Verla and Brendan Hawkin. And Ivan Filipuzzi is there as well in that queue of 4. On board with Leonardo Verla. Which way are you going, Paul? You're going to force him to defend late and go for the racing line? Or are you going to make him think you're going outside and get ready to cut inside when he outbreaks himself at the top of the hill?
I think for me at this stage, Martin, I'd be wanting to work with my rival and try and gap the field as much as possible. We've seen this last time out. Contact, Martin, back of the field, contact.
Big trouble behind. And that was Guthrie and Dorsey, I think. So both in the barriers, and they're not alone. That's Jordan, Shane Jordan in his Cupra, and he gets hit as well by one of the cars that went off earlier. So that is Dorsey. Wow. Well, it took a little longer, but Gianluca Dorsey there in that Hyundai Elantra, involved in both of those incidents on what is now lap 3. Gabriel Villar in 15th place, last the point scorers, and right behind him is Dorsey again, struggling to keep his car on track.
It's been messy so far in this America's race. There's been a few nerves, I think, shall we say. Let's be generous and say some of these drivers are a little bit nervy racing in the competition finals as we are today, as Leonardo Verla now closer than he's been at any stage in this race. And Verla really looks like he's got the pace in this Audi at this stage anyway, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's not prepared to risk it on the inside at Blanchimont. That's asking for a contact and an accident, but he is sitting right behind Juan Manuel Gomez. Andreas Filipuzzi in 3rd place, slipping back towards Lucas Verla. We're on board with Andres Campitelli. So Andres in 12th place, ahead of him Harrison Woodrow. Woodrow has gone by in the Lincoln Co, now up to 10th. Campitelli gets ahead of Keenan Harris in that Alpha. There's the red car, the red, white and black, that's predominantly white as opposed to predominantly red, which says Audi Sport down the side. That's the Audi of Campitelli, but Ryan Woodrow in the predominantly white Lincoln Co moved up the order there. He's up to 10th place. Where did he start? 18th on the grid. He's making good progress.
Yep, great start to the race. And don't forget, folks at home, that this second race of the day in the Americas will be a reverse grid. So the further up you start, the further down you will be in the second race. And Leonardo Verla now all over the back of the Hyundai race leader.
Yeah, he is. Juan Manuel Gomez goes for the racing line, defends this time. And Leonardo Verla does not go inside him up at Les Combes. Here is our lead Alpha. That is Rosenzweig, Santiago Rosenzweig in 8th, and this is the battle here. Keenan Harris in the Alfa Romeo, got by Andres Campitelli. Under braking, who's that coming across the grass? That's Campitelli's Audi, loses a spot to Delgado's Honda. The white car gets in front of him. Campitelli using the Michael Schumacher approved grassy route across Les Combes, but it didn't work out too well for him there. Looking back from the leader. And Paul, you know, you spend a lot of time racing online, having pressure like this from behind. You think, okay, well, he's not really there in the real world. He's not actually bumping me. I can't actually feel him, but you feel the pressure all the same.
Oh, absolutely. As a driver in this stage, if you're Juan Manuel Gomez, the key now is don't defend fresh air. Don't do anything abnormal to what you would normally do. Look through the windscreen. Concentrate on hitting your points, accelerating cleanly out of the corner. Don't run deep into any corners. Don't defend where you don't need to defend. If you compromise yourself, not only will you slow yourself and your rival down and bring everybody into contention for the position, but you'll also just compromise the next straight, the next acceleration zone, and then you're vulnerable to an overtake. And it's such a difficult art as a driver, real or virtual. You start compensating for the car behind you, however that may be, that is just going to lead to a mistake. Or even worse, you dig deep and try and find lap time that you've never had before. You suddenly try and go 0.3 of a second a lap faster to pull a gap out. That's heading straight to the next accident. So far, Juan Manuel Gomez is doing a very, very neat job of just keeping position.
You're absolutely right. It's a bit more sleeves rolled up behind. Keenan Harris again under pressure. The Alpha just ahead of Pedro Delgado, but only just ahead of Delgado, who sends it to the inside. He's got company as well. Woodrow in that white and red Lincoln Co. Campitelli right behind them. So Delgado pulls off the La Source pass. However, he's now giving away a tow to not one, not two, not three, but 4 cars up the Kemmel Straight, and effectively they're all just going to throw out the grappling hook, pull him back towards them and go steaming by up the straight. And actually in the Audi there, Andres Campitelli, he gets the best tow of the lot. Here we go, straight by Ryan Woodrow. He's going to pick up a secondary tow here from the 2 cars in front, which will help him, but Woodrow is brave on the brakes and comes back. Campitelli's got a fight on his hands. The Lincoln Co. has to give up there for the moment. Campitelli gets the spot.
Outstanding racing just outside the top 10. Pedro Delgado, that is leading this little queue in 10th position, needs to be very, very careful with how he's trying to break the toe of the cars behind. There are race stewards, of course, watching these events, and any penalties they see fit to hand out will be given to the drivers in advance of race 2. 30 seconds will be the standard penalty. So if you're deemed to have done something the stewards do not like, you'll get a 30-second penalty and start right at the very back of the grid for the next race. And Pedro Delgado, just on the edge of what is acceptable, but I'm sure that'll be watched very closely indeed as the race progresses.
And Delgado, interestingly, in 10th place, one of 4 drivers from the Boardrum's Snow Chatan team. Leonardo and Lucas Vela both race for them, and so too does Joao Gabriel in his Honda Civic. So these guys, I'm sure, have spent a little time with each other and have spent a little time working to help each other with car setup. They're not all in the same cars. You can see Leonardo in 2nd in the Audi, Lucas in 4th in the Honda, so too is Joao Gabriel in a Honda in 7th place, and Pedro Delgado also in the Honda. So the outlier there is the guy who is in 2nd place, Leonardo Vela. Fastest race lap for him. No Brucey bonus points for that, unfortunately, but you know, you can pat yourself on the back when the time is due.
That makes sense to only people watching in the UK, I am sure, but look it up. I'm sure you'll find it on the internet what a Brucey bonus point is. Ivan Filipuzzi currently in 5th position in the Honda. Now, the field's starting to spread out a little bit, isn't it? But Filipuzzi's not worried about that one because he has got Brendan Hawking for company. Hawking being one of the drivers that I highlighted at the start of this race as someone to keep an eye out as the race progresses. Maybe not moving forward as well as we expected at this stage, but we've seen it already, Martin, today. The cars change balance over the course of the stint, and somebody who's fast at the start of the race isn't guaranteed to have the same level of pace come the end.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's not just the way that the cars handle. Different cars will evolve in a different way or will deteriorate in a different way, let's say, but it's also how you set it up. Do you set it up? Do you set the tyre pressures? Do you set the car to be really sharp at the beginning of the race to try and make spots up from your grid position, or do you play the longer game and hope to have a better balanced car all the way through with maybe just a little bit left? And in the end, of course, this is a long race. This is 30 minutes of flat-out touring car racing at Spa. So, as we saw in the Asia Pacific race, particularly race 1, it wasn't just decided on the last lap. It wasn't decided even in the final corner. It was decided after the final corner because of the final corner. So, there's 30 minutes of staying in contention and then all hell breaks loose to try and win the race. So right now, Juan Manuel Gomez, for the first time, has actually got a little bit of breathing space. I mean, 6/10 in what we've seen so far is a massive margin over Leonardo Vela in 2nd place. And then the little group behind is still fighting, but it's actually not too far away. Andres Filipuzzi, He's in third place in the Peugeot. There he is with the Honda of Lucas Vela right behind him, and Ivan Filipuzzi next up. So do the Filipuzzis do the old family 1-2 on the Honda between them? Well, rather relies on Ivan getting closer, and he's bringing Brendan Hawkin with him as well in the Cupra. So yeah, there are a few gaps opening up. I'm not sure they're going to stay opened up. It only takes one error and suddenly everything's closed up. And in fact, as you say, the leader, he's dropped away a little. So maybe he's just pushing a fraction too hard on those tyres now.
And the sensible play, I think, if you're Leonardo Vela in second position, is exactly what he's doing. Drop back a little bit from our race leader. Stop Juan Manuel Gomez looking in his mirrors. Let Gomez concentrate on extracting the pace from the car as much as possible. That in turn will allow you to start gapping the first of the Filipuzzis in third position, because the danger that we've got for Vela, or for everybody basically in this top five, if you make an attack on the car in front of you and that is not inch perfect and successful, you're immediately in the sphere of the cars behind you, and then you've gone from the attacker to the defender. You cannot afford that situation in a touring car race like this. You need to have a bit of breathing space to allow you the room, the space, the opportunity to start to work out and affect an overtake. So Vela may well just be dropping back a little bit to allow that gap, which is starting to form between himself and the Peugeot, that will give him that room to then, a bit further down the line, go for that race lead. Or it could purely be the fact that someone made a mistake and now there's no gap at all. So that's completely wrong. I will go away and return later.
Look at Filipuzzi's car. Both sides have had considerable swiping down the side of them. On board now with Maurizio Lozano. Maurizio in 13th spot, right behind him, flashing the lights. That's Villa, Gabriel Villa in the Cupra. Looks up the inside. Ooh, he could still make it around the outside. Doesn't try it though in Piff Paff. That's a little tricky. Just ahead of them, Keenan Harris in the Alpha. Again, three-way battle, 12th, 13th and 14th. And those points may be really important. Don't forget, both races count. Oh, and contact. Lozano up the inside, nudges Villa wide as they start to climb the hill, just when you need that acceleration. And out of the bus stop, where is the finish line? It is there. It's not far away, is it? If you make a mistake in the bus stop, even on the last lap, it can bite you on the backside, as we saw in our first Asia Pacific race. But right now, Juan Manuel Gomez, well, when I look at a driver who's leading a race under heavy pressure like this, Paul, you're exactly right. You don't want to respond to it. There's a great bit in the first of the Cannonball Run movies. Sammy Davis Jr. is dressed as a priest with Dean Martin. They're in a Ferrari and they rip the rearview mirror off. We won't be needing that. And I always think that's exactly what a driver should be doing. Take the mirror out of the car, take the opposition out of the equation, and exactly as you said, drive your car as if it's a qualifying lap, every lap, on your own, nobody else. Don't defend, use the best racing line, make him go the long way round. It's easy to say, it's really hard to do.
And that's even more difficult in a virtual world. When you're in a real car, of course, you've got spatial sound awareness. You can hear the engine of your rival getting closer. You can really pinpoint where that is in comparison to you. You've got your peripheral vision. You're physically sat in a car. You're physically in the vehicle. You can even see the mirrors in the peripheral vision, just enough to have an indicator of where people are. In a virtual space, more often than not, you're on a flat screen, you're looking at a monitor. Sometimes you might be running virtual reality headset, of course, but you just don't have the wealth of stimuli coming into you that you do in a real car. So that requires a little bit more manual observation of what's happening around you to know where your rivals are. Yes, you have heads-up telemetry, you have a radar, so to speak, that shows you where other cars are in comparison to you, but it's just so much more difficult to take that tactic, even though that is, as you say, absolutely the right way to go about it. And that's the kind of art to sim racing that maybe real world drivers coming into this space struggle with a little bit more than people that are brought up in racing simulators. And I'm sure these drivers are plenty experienced enough, as Rosenzweig now very much on the attack against the Honda ahead. That is Gabriel in 7th position. Rosenzweig looks to the inside. You do not make an overtake manoeuvre there unless you want a very big accident indeed. Thank you very much. And now coming into the bus stop chicane, the Alpha's dropped off a little bit further from the Honda.
Yeah, so Santiago Rosenzweig closing in behind Joao Gabriel. That's the battle for 7th. Leonardo Vela still 2nd, but he's got the fastest race lap at the moment. And Juan Manuel Gomez knows that he is going to have a last lap battle on his hands, because right now Vela has not sent it once. He has not showed what he thinks he knows about the Hyundai. And that's another of the advantages of chasing, is that you know what your car is doing and you can see what the car ahead is doing, but he can only feel what his car is doing. You can keep your cards close to your chest. Not now, not yet, but soon, and maybe even only on the last lap, are we going to see what Leonardo Vela believes his Audi can do to dispose of the leader. Andres Filipuzzi in 3rd, still in the Peugeot. I mean, this is a great race for the Peugeot driver. And again, I said, you know, I'm a little bit obstreperous. I might have gone for a Peugeot just because nobody else has. Doesn't seem to have paid him too much of a disappointing bonus. Lucas Vela in 4th, and in 5th place, Ivan Filipuzzi. So 2 Velas and 2 Filipuzzis in the top 5. I'm not sure if there are any more racing Gomez back home, but he might need to recruit a few, Juan Manuel, because he's sort of fighting a battle on his own here.
Now, you're Leonardo Vela, you're in 2nd position. That gap to 3rd place has just crept over 1 second. If I'm a driver in this situation, Martin, now is go time. This is a big enough breathing space to make a manoeuvre and still have enough comfort blanket to get back into the snake again without losing position. If I'm Leonardo Vela now is when I'm going to think about it. This next lap and a half, this has got to be your first sniff at a genuine attempt to overtake. 8 laps in, we're about to start the 9th. We're getting close to the end and the gap is there.
Well, one of the critical things that you're racing with here will be a timer. So he will know how many minutes remain and whether it's going to be 1 lap or 2. So Leandro Vela, as you say, very close to the point where he's got to make a move or, you know, be consoled that he didn't make a move and as a result he's got 2nd rather than nothing. But that's not how he got where he is. That's not how any of them got where they are. They didn't do that by being cautious. They did that by being quick. Now, just behind the battle for 3rd place, and I think Lucas Vela is definitely of the opinion that it might be now is go time. Andres Filipuzzi in front of him, only just in front of him in the Peugeot. Let's see what legs the Peugeot's got up the hill. The problem is he's actually towing along the Honda behind him in his dirty air, and that is not only helping the Honda go quicker, it's making him go slower. And Leandro Vela looking around the outside for only the 2nd time in the race. The first was in lap 1, doesn't get the move done on the Hyundai. Juan Manuel Gomez covered off the inside line just enough to make Leandro have to go the long way round the outside, and it didn't work that time for the Audi driver. Do they get another lap after this? Looks like they probably could. Maybe 2. We're getting close, aren't we?
We are. I'm so impressed with Gomez at this stage. Okay, he was very defensive coming into Le Mans, which he needed to be to cover the racing line nice and early, but he's been so conservative with his steering movement. He's not been all over the racetrack. We saw, I think it was Delgado earlier, trying to break the toe, weaving left to right down the straight. Gomez, not so, just keeping the car nice and stationary, nice and comfortable, doing nothing dramatic, not putting the car under pressure, not losing any unnecessary time. And Gomez just, he looks like a man completely in control of his own destiny, and that is so frustrating for Leandro behind, because he's very quickly coming to the conclusion Gomez will not be pressured into a mistake. famous last words, everybody. Please don't beat me up on it when I prove to be wrong. Great driving from Gomez, thoroughly impressive.
And Leandro Vela as well. You know, the Audi is locking up all over the place, leaving trails of smoke, but he has not hit the back of the Hyundai. And that's so hard to do, to be so close and yet to actually not make contact. And Filipuzzi outbrakes himself. Lucas Vela's pressure is going to pay off. Filipuzzi comes back on. The Peugeot shunts the Honda out. Right behind them is Hawkin in his Honda. I beg your pardon, no, that was Vela and Filipuzzi. The other Filipuzzi, Ivan Filipuzzi, closing in. So 2 Filipuzzis and a Vela. Oh, I'm getting very confused now. The Peugeot remains in third. That's Andras Filipuzzi ahead of Lucas Vela, and Ivan Filipuzzi closes in. They don't have Hawkin with them. That's going to be a 3-way squabble. Well, right now for third place, but who knows? Might end up being the lead battle.
Yeah, plenty still to go. This is a great fight for third, fourth and fifth position. It seems like Hawkin dropping back a little now as Lucas Vela looks to the outside. There'll be no room there alongside the Peugeot, so he'll have to slot back in. Oh, will he?
Oh, gets through, and those panels are already really damaged, so he doesn't mind about an extra buff and a scrape. Gets his nose back into third place, ahead of Andras Filipuzzi and Ivan Filipuzzi. So, Lucas Vela. Now, Leandro in second place is what, just 2 seconds in front? Now, here's the question. Let's hypothetically say that suddenly Lucas closes on Leandro in the final lap. Does he allow Leandro to have a run at the leader, or does he just go for second place himself? Going to be a tough call, isn't it?
There's money and prizes on the line, so family loyalty is ignored, fundamentally ignored. There is no chance, there's nobody's giving any advantage to any other driver, brother or not, as we see the Seat, the Leon, just skirted with the barriers. And Leandro Vela now, you can see the body language, can't you, on that Audi Martin? It's very much on its tippy toes.
It really is, but that's how you get the most out of the car. Juan Manuel Gomez still looking very cool, calm and collected. It's almost as if Leandro Vela is just on a tow rope and he's pulling him round every lap. Lucas Vela in third, and he's actually closing the gap a fraction, but not enough and not quickly enough. He has left the Filipuzzis behind to deal with Brendan Hawkin. Brendan Hawkin closing in a little, and again the leaders very close together now. So all of this goes into Leandro Vela's data banks, as it does to a degree to Juan Manuel Gomez as well. And Gomez is comfortable that Vela doesn't have what it takes up the hill. Is he right? And this is where we find out, last lap of the race. Okay, Leandro Vela, what have you got to show us? Juan Manuel Gomez has been showing us for the last 11 laps, you've got one to win it.
And the big question, it's the question we asked ourselves last time, there's a 5-point difference between first and second. Is it worth the risk for 5 points? We'll find out in a second.
And don't forget that actually that will be a 6-point difference, because Juan got 10 for qualifying, Leandro got 9. So there is a point difference already in favour of Gomez, and well, that's as close as he got to trying a pass around the outside at Les Combes. And Juan Manuel Gomez knew it was coming. Third place, meanwhile, kind of looks as though it may be settled. We will have to wait and see, though. The Peugeot is in third place on its own. So looks like Andres Filipuzzi, I beg your pardon, the Honda's in third place on its own. Looks like Lucas Vela has made that his own. That's where he qualified. Andres Filipuzzi qualified fourth in the Peugeot. He's back to fourth place now. So the top 4 are in grid order. The big difference is that Ivan Filipuzzi is fifth ahead of Brendan Hawkin, and that is the reverse of how they were on row 3 of the grid. Behind that, all bets are off, but the top 6 in qualifying are the top 6 in the race with only 1 change. That's astonishing after 30 minutes of racing nearly.
Oh, Martin, we've got more than 15 yards left to travel, so anything could change before the checkered flag comes out. And Leandro Vela is running out of opportunities to get this lead away from our race leader. So Verla is going to be settling for second maybe, and then hoping to make it up in race 2.
I don't know if he's settling, but I don't think he has any option unless Juan Manuel Gomez makes an uncharacteristic and unforced error at the bus stop. I don't see it coming. Then he is going to win this one from Leandro Verla. Andres Filipuzzi on the inside. Can he hold on? Oh, and contact between the top two. And at the line, it goes to Leandro Verla. But I can't imagine the stewards are going to be thrilled with that, any more thrilled than Juan Manuel Gomez. Well, as in race 1 in the Asia Pacific, it all went wrong for the leader after the final corner.
That is more dramatic than we expected. Once again, on a straight after the final turn, we've got a change for race leader. And if you're Juan Manuel Gomez, who's dominated that, and not only dominated it, but done so, it looked comfortably in terms of driving. It's heartbreaking to lose that race victory where you can quite literally see the checkered flag. You can taste the victory, the virtual victory champagne, of course, here. It's a virtual world. That's going to take a lot to regain yourself for race 2, isn't it?
Yeah, the stewards are going to have to sort that out. The problem is, if they penalise Leandro Verla, as indeed it looked from the bits that we saw as if they probably should do, that still doesn't make Juan Manuel Gomez the winner. It makes Lucas Verla the winner because he was second at the line behind Leandro. Either way, stewards have got work to do on that one. And Juan Manuel Gomez, well, that extra point for qualifying suddenly becomes important because it's 1 point less that he lost from that incident. And the only way, I mean, we didn't see it fully, but he was in front exiting the bus stop. The only way that goes wrong, Leandro Verla gets it wrong, jumps the bus stop chicane, the second element of it, and just bang into the rear quarter of Juan Manuel Gomez. And in no way is that a result that any real-world steward would allow to stand. However, let's see what actually ended up happening. Don't forget, top 15 score points. So there you go. It was a penalty for Leandro Verla, and he ends up way down the order in 9th place. However, Lucas Verla, you can't penalise him. He did nothing wrong. He just inherited it, and he does. He takes the 40 points. So he has a 3-point advantage over Juan Manuel Gomez. And Brandon Hawkin, well, again, there was a sort out with the Filipuzzis. Somehow, the Cupra driver came through for 3rd. Didn't see that one happening either. We were so busy watching the winner not win. So even in Andres Filipuzzi, well, Andres was 3rd coming up the hill for the final time. So clearly there was a bit of a bus stop sort out there. Joao Gabriel 6th ahead of Jaden Burke, Pedro Delgado, Leandro Verla penalised down to 9th, and Andres Campitelli rounds out the top 10. Points also go to Maurizio Lozano, Gabriel Villa, Keenan Harris, Santiago Rosenzweig and Ryan Woodrow, who dropped down the order on the penultimate lap, several spots in the Lincoln Co. So I'm not sure what he's going to find in that car for race 2.
And just ahead of race 2, a quick bit of updates. Zanelli, 15-second penalty, and Guthrie, a 30-second penalty as well, which will mix the order up.
Yes, that absolutely will. Well, that will drop them. Drew Guthrie last, Leandro Verla on 19th on the grid. So we go now with Shane Jordan on pole position from Gianluca Dorsi, Nicolas Sosa and Ryan Woodrow. Is this going to be a glorious win for Lincoln Co? Only time will tell. Watching Pedro Delgado. Delgado in the middle of the field. Away we go, rushing down to La Source for the first time. I'm going to stop my start watch now and let's see where we get to in 30 minutes from now. Shane Jordan, the leader. Don't forget, our leader in race 2 in the Asia Pacific actually held the lead for getting on for half the race before eventually everybody got to him and got by him. Gianluca Dorsi down in 2nd place ahead of Nicolas Sosa. And they sweep into Eau Rouge out of Rédillon. And look at that, Dorsey hits the curbs hard. He's not the only one. Was that Keenan Harris? No, that was Villa getting very sideways. Keenan Harris in the Alpha there in 4th. And there's smoke behind and cars in the barriers. It's all going horribly Pete-tong for Andres Campitelli. Who else dropped down the order? Ivan Filipuzzi also dropped down the order.
Yeah, massive contact at Radion, as we expect. A couple of cars running onto the grass as well at Le Com. It seems like Gomez managed to get through all of the drama unscathed in 12th position, so that's good news for Juan Manuel Gomez. The two Verla brothers, 14th and 15th as well. Filipuzzi, as you rightly identified, was maybe involved in a bit of the drama as well. And exactly what we've said so many times, Martin, and we'll continue to say, danger zone equals dangerous scenarios, and that's caught a few out.
Yeah, the most dangerous part of the car obviously is the nut loose behind the wheel, and that's what we always see on lap one. The old adage remains true, you can't win it on lap one, you sure can lose it. Well, there is the back of the Lincoln Co of Ryan Woodrow, and 4 cars inhabiting the tarmac where there's probably room for 2. How well does that work out into and exiting Piff Puff? Well, actually somebody else in trouble right behind. There's a slew of Hondas there coming through, and not all of them found enough room. The Alpha rubs up on the inside, gets by the Lincoln Co, gets by the Elantra as well, or does it? Not quite. Woodrow making moves here. He's up to 4th now. There's your leader, Shane Jordan. There's 2nd place is Nicolas Sosa. He's got ahead of Gianluca Dorsey. Dorsey's down to 5th. Woodrow's ahead of him in 4th. Crikey, what an opening lap from everybody.
Yeah, this is sensational. All cars pretty much as one together. We're running down to the bus stop chicane for the first time. Keenan Harris, good work in the Alfa Romeo to secure that 3rd position, but crash contact here at the bus stop.
Yeah, big mistake in the first of the Elantras, and that was Burke making a big error, loses a couple of spots. And the leader, Shane Jordan, checked out. He's heading to the airport. All right, 25 minutes too early, but nevertheless, or 28 minutes too early. Keenan Harris in the Alpha. There he is, up to 3rd. So Jordan, Sosa, well, Sosa was closing a little on Jordan on the last lap, but he's dropping back. And Keenan Harris making moves in the Alpha. We saw in Asia Pacific how quick the Alpha can be when it's being pedalled nicely. It's being pedalled nicely right now. Ryan Woodrow not too far behind. That broad strip of lights across the red, white and black denotes the Lincoln Co. And we're riding on board with Jaden Burke, gets a big tow. Following Juan Manuel Gomez, hits Gomez up the backside, and that pushes him too deep in to go by Delgado. Comes back on in front though. So it's all arms and elbows again at Le Com, 2nd time of asking.
Gomez was very, very lucky during that moment. That could have been the end of his championship challenge, but unfortunately the car came back onto the racetrack, A, in clean air, and B, facing the right direction. So 8th position still held by Juan Manuel Gomez. Pedro Delgado that we're looking from the rear of now. That's Campitelli that we can see in 10th place behind us. The top 15, of course, score points here in the TCR Virtual Championship on simracing.gp. So Andreas Campitelli, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars climbing over the top, and Campitelli goes to see the barriers.
The barriers, and that was the first of the Hyundais. Was that Dorsey? I think it was. Burke survives. Burke and Lucas Verla, no, I beg your pardon, Leandro Verla. So Lucas Verla got through that in his Honda, and he just scampering up behind. But here's our lead group. Jordan leads by 4.8 from Sosa. Jordan running away at the moment. Keenan Harris in 3rd, and there is Ryan Woodrow right behind him. Don't forget, these guys all finished relatively poorly. They started at the sharp end of the grid as a result, the reverse grid. You don't start where you finish. And there's a great bit of reality. Some of the windscreen strips, sometimes you see that, the ceiling strips on TCR windscreens come loose. Just saw that flapping around on Ryan Woodrow's Lincoln Co. Now, everybody in Cyan Racing will say, Lincoln Co's don't do that. Yeah, well, that one does.
Yeah, Woodrow, of course, was saying the only Lincoln Co in the field. It's interesting to see how that car develops over the course of a stint. We didn't see much of Woodrow, but this is our current championship leader.
Well, spoiler, there are a couple of Lincoln Co's in the field for the finals from the Europe region. where maybe their presence in WTCR is having more of an impact, but they race in the Chinese Touring Car Championship as well. You would have thought maybe Asia Pacific will be well aware of their abilities. But again, it is personal choice. As you said right at the beginning, the physics engine is similar, and he gets a nudge from behind from Villa in the Cupra, right behind Keenan Harris in the Alpha trying to capitalise. But Woodrow hanging on to third. Harris is going to go through though, goes by Villa. So Gabriel Villa in the Cupra losing a spot, and he's now just ahead. Oh, Keenan Harris dropping right back. Has he got a mechanical? He's out, isn't he?
Yeah, Harris was punted by, I think it was Villa, which lost Keenan Harris significant amounts of time. And as you say, I do think that may well be the last time we see Keenan Harris. Not really anything you can do. 18th and adrift off the rest of the pack by a lot of time. So Keenan Harris had an incredibly good start to the race, running strong in third, but now everything to do down in 18th.
Meanwhile, race leader Shane Jordan miles clear of everybody else, although they are starting to close a little. Juan Manuel Gomez up to 7th place. So Gomez chasing now Joao Gabriel. He's the first of those bright blue. That's Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine livery, isn't it, effectively? And there are, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 of those Hondas in 5 cars. Thanks, guys. So Joao Gabriel ahead of him, then Delgado and Lucas Vela. Lucas Vela's ahead of Leandro Vela, still their 9th and 10th. And Lucas Vela, our race 1 winner. Brandon Hawkin, we're riding with him. He's down in 15th spot.
Yeah, difficult start for Hawkin. Ryan Woodrow now making the move for second position. Far too deep on the brakes into the bus stop chicane. Gives that place back just as quickly as he earned it from Sousa in second place. And now Woodrow starts again on the attack. But look who's behind him. Villa and Lozano, 4th and 5th position. They're becoming an ever-present threat to the back of that Lincoln Co. So Woodrow, plenty of work to do.
Key stuff right behind. Juan Manuel Gomez was shaping up for a move for 6th place on Joao Gabriel, who's the first of the second of the Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine Hondas. Now down the inside into Eau Rouge. This is win it or bin it for Juan Manuel Gomez, and Joao Gabriel holds on. Oh, how did they get away with that? Pedro Delgado right behind, the second of the yellow rear ends going up the hill there. He's the man with the momentum. You can see they're desperately defending. Juan Manuel Gomez comes out around the outside of Joao Gabriel. Does he get him here? He does not. There's contact in front. That's Woodrow and Bia. And who goes off and comes on the grass? It's Juan Manuel Gomez. Loses a spot. So he momentarily got ahead of Joao Gabriel, loses the place back. Here's Woodrow. And again, look at this. This is a 5-6 car train now. If it all goes wrong for Gomez in 7th place, he's going to be out of the top 10.
You suggested that's the second of the yellow rear ends on the Honda. I would argue it's the second of the yellow-brown rear ends, because that is some really intense racing, some really close racing, and rather dangerous indeed. But Juan Manuel Gomez once again on the attack.
Well, right now, if you're Shane Jordan, all of this, it's not going to win you the title, but oh boy, it's helping you win the race. He's still 8.5 seconds clear, and with all these battles going on, and there is almost nobody not in a battle, well, actually anywhere. And Brandon Hawkin, 2 seconds behind Andres Campitelli. That's one of the, in fact, apart from Keenan Harris, that is the biggest gap in the racetrack, apart from the leader's gap. Lucas Vela dropping down the order, a mistake there. Leandro goes by him, Delgado goes by him, Juan Manuel Gomez goes by Joao Gabriel, so does Lucas Vela in the Audi. Or is that Leandro? That's Leandro Vela in the Audi, isn't it? It's Lucas Vela in the Honda that's dropped down. So we now have Leandro Vela, red, yellow and black Audi, right behind the white and red car, and goes by Juan Manuel Gomez, and this time without touching him.
This is absolutely intensity level 10 for these drivers. Eyes will be on Stokes for the likes of Juan Manuel Gomez. He's got a Honda down the inside as well, but not close enough to make the move. And this is very tricky times now for Juan Manuel Gomez.
But Gomez is losing places hand over fist. He was 6th at the beginning of this lap, ahead of Joao Gabriel at the top of the hill. He's lost 6th to Joao. He lost 7th to Leandro Verla, who's now ahead of Joao Gabriel. Leandro Verla has got the afterburners on. He's a man on a mission. Again, Ryan Woodrow for 2nd, and this is nice and early. Surely he's tucked up Nicolas Sosa here now like a kipper. He's on the inside. Sosa can't hold him back. And there on the inside, Juan Manuel Gomez. That is inside Delgado for 8th. But Leandro Verla is in 6th. The Audi leads this group of squabbling Hondas. And again, Gomez gets shuffled out. He's the last one on the edge. Roll over. He's the man that gets pushed out of bed. Down to 10th. This is all going horribly wrong for Juan Manuel Gomez.
Yeah, Gomez needs to get the elbows out now. We saw as a very, very smooth driver, soaked up the pressure when leading race 1, but now it's an entirely different game. As a driver, now you're in the thick of the battle. You've got to get your elbows out. You've got to lean on your rivals as it goes around the outside at Pouan. That is a dangerous place to put the car, but it works very successfully. That will become the inside for the right-hander, so that's one place recovered. But Juan Manuel Gomez, he's got the championship in his mind. He can see one of his main rivals, which is Verla, all the way up in 6th position. It's such a difficult time as a driver. Do you push? Do you consolidate? Do you relax? Do you gather your head again? Or do you just go for it at this moment? For Juan Manuel Gomez, it's slipping away from him. He needs to go for it.
Well, he also needs to just remain calm. We're not yet halfway into the race, so just a dozen minutes have run. So he's got plenty of time. And the problem is, those 3 Hondas, there and there, are just all over the place. This one is a little tighter. Lozano ahead of Gabriel Villa. But, you know, that's a pretty tight battle as well. That's not necessarily all going to be squared up before the end of it. So Gomez needs to push on, but the Hondas are just chaotic. He's got Pedro Delgado behind, he's got Lucas Vela right in front, then Joao Gabriel as they come towards him. And the real worry is that Leandro Villa is 2 wildly driven Hondas ahead and pulling away.
And I think that's the big thing, Martin, that you spoke about, the wildly driven Hondas. He will recognise that danger, Will Gomez, that we're looking at now, picture in picture to the right-hand side of your screen. He'll recognise the risk factor of going side by side with these drivers, and as we well know, contact and you're out as Villa on the attack.
And it's risk versus reward. He can't just allow Leandro Vela to drive away. He's got to start making moves, needs more points. Gabriel Villa attacking Nicolas Sosa. Goes around the outside, doesn't work, and he's got pressure from behind as well from Lozano's Honda. So Sosa hanging on in the Audi in 3rd place. Ryan Woodrow in 2nd. Now, can he close the gap down? The Lincoln co-driver has worked his way up. Well, he was in 4th, got shuffled down to about 7th, I think, in the opening lap. Worked his way back up. He's in 2nd place, but nearly 11 seconds behind Shane Jordan. And although Shane Jordan got pole because he was the last unpenalised runner, and that's kind of tough because he qualified at about 11th and 12th, he's still got pace. And Paul, he's on his own. He's just minding his own business, looking after his car, looking after his tyres on the racing line. Hasn't had to defend from anybody since they exited Eau Rouge basically on lap 1. He's got the best car in the business. Everybody else is fighting tooth and nail. Their tyres are going to be scrubbed. The cars and brakes are going to be overheating. He's just sailing around out front and continuing to build the lead. Basically, unless the car blows up or he nods off in boredom, I don't see how they're going to get to him. They're halfway through the race. He's 11 seconds clear.
And I know that that's a joke, but that is actually a very real threat. Too comfortable, too little to do, you lose concentration, and one small mistake here at Spa-Francorchamps will end with massive, massive consequences as Gomez now on the attack coming through into the bus stop, Martin, on the outside.
Well, he's going to go around the outside of this mystery machine. The mystery, of course, being what racing line are they using? Most of them is trying to get by. That's Lucas Vela. This is for 8th. Don't forget, Lucas is been passed, as have the 3 cars in front of Juan Manuel Gomez by, oh, big moment for Andres Filipuzzi, gets it all wrong, trying to go by the Peugeot, and immediately sends himself backwards. In fact, that was Ivan Filipuzzi trying to go by him, wasn't it? That's Andres who held on with Juan Manuel Gomez. The bonnet's not supposed to vibrate like that, by the way. That's some of the damage on the car, so that's not helping. At least he hasn't got the splitter chattering. Gabriel Villa at the top of the hill. This is on Nicolas Sousa for third. Sousa for third, goes by him. There is Ryan Woodrow. And Villa on the inside in the Cupra. And still surrounded by Hondas. Honestly, it's like pass interference with these 3 guys. Juan Manuel Gomez gets through, does he? Has he finally got through past all of them? Past Verla as well, he has. He's ahead of Joao Gabriel, and I think, yeah, Lucas Verla gets by Gabriel and Delgado. It's almost impossible to tell which one is which without looking at the timing pylon. They're all number 50, they're all Mystery Machine colours, and they're all, thankfully, says Juan Manuel Gomez, behind me now. Right, now, the next car up the road, because he's been passed by Maurizio Lozano, is the Audi of Leandro Verla, and Verla's in the middle of it, trying to get by the last of the Hondas. There's Lozano on the outside. He's following Nicolas Sousa in another of the Audis, and Leandro Verla puts another car between himself and Juan Manuel Gomez. And it's not so much the metal, it's not so much the real estate distance, it's the points distance that he continues to try and close down. Because don't forget, although he finished ahead of Juan Manuel Gomez on the road, that penalty cost him a big bundle of points. So he needs to finish significantly ahead of Juan Manuel Gomez if he wants to win this title.
Now, if Gomez does eventually take this championship as Gabriel looks to the inside, that overtaking manoeuvre will be one of the key points in the series for Manuel Gomez. Such an incredible move in such dangerous circumstances against the Hondas. And here we go, this is the championship standings as they stand, and Lucas Verla is currently joint championship leader against Juan Manuel Gomez. Close as you like.
And right now, Lucas Verla has a win, and Juan Manuel Gomez has a third. Lucas Verla is currently in 8th, and Juan Manuel Gomez is just ahead of him in 7th. I don't know how tie breaks work out, but on balance, I think Lucas Verla just very slightly has the edge. So, again, it's not so much about Leandro Verla, who followed Juan Manuel Gomez all the way through almost the entirety of race 1. It's about Lucas Verla, into whose lap victory fell. Well, battles further back, Joao Gabriel, Pedro Delgado and Lucas Verla. And that is the key now. Where does Lucas finish compared to where Juan Manuel finishes? As we watch Joao Gabriel, he's got Pedro Delgado behind, but Lucas Verla has made space for himself, and he is now trying to chase down his points rival. So Juan Manuel Gomez, the red, white and black car, is just ahead of the man who heads him in the points, or who ties him in the points, but could be ahead on the tie-break. I think a win trumps anything. It's like having an ace, isn't it?
I think the good thing is it keeps it nice and easy for us in the commentary box. Whoever finishes in front of the other one wins. Simple as.
No, because Juan Manuel Gomez is ahead of Lucas Verla. So if Lucas passes Juan Manuel,
of course,
it's question, but Juan Manuel has to get to Nicolas Sousa and pass him to gain more points, to get ahead of Lucas Verla in points, because if they stay tied, I don't know how the tie-break's going to work, and I don't know who wins it, but Lucas has a win, which to my mind means he should win it on the tie-break if they're dead level on points. Meanwhile, Gabriel and Delgado, Gabriel, Delgado, Hugh Hamilton, I'll play it. Gabriel just inches ahead right now in 9th and 10th. And again, for the overall points, you know, at the end of it, that could be very important. We're not just looking at a champion here, getting some of that prize money.
And look how close now Gomez is to the Audi ahead of him, showing his nose early, telegraphing the move down into the source. Job
Well, he's
done
got
on
to go.
brakes.
He has to go, Paul. Sitting there isn't getting it done for him. That's critical, because right behind him now, okay, side by side, right behind him, side by side with him, is Nicolas Sosa. Sosa, is he going to push it down into Eau Rouge? No, Gomez has the line. Real estate, so Gomez has got more points, and Verla, to get level again, has to pass Sosa's Audi. And we're 20 minutes in. 2/3 distance has been passed.
This is as intense as it could be. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah. Well, this is much more of a game of chess than who's going to win the race so much. And actually, it's quite good that Shane Jordan and Ryan Woodrow are not in a frantic battle for victory, because it means that we're allowed to look at the battles that are a little further back from the top step of the podium, that are going to decide where the title goes, where the prizes go, where the prize money goes, where the invitations to the grand finals go. So right now, Juan Manuel Gomez in 6th, just ahead of this battle, significantly ahead though. He's fought his way by Lucas Verla, Pedro Delgado and Joao Gabriel. We're looking here at Delgado, the first of these two, with Joao Gabriel unable to make many inroads here. And now, right, hang on a minute, what's going on here? What were I just seeing? I spied was Juan Manuel Gomez right behind Maurizio Lozano. He is, there he is, behind the Honda. So not only has he got clear of Sosa, as Lucas Verla closes in on Sosa, that's the Audi, black, yellow and red, but Juan Manuel Gomez, as Lucas Verla is looking to move up one and tie it on points again, Juan Manuel Gomez is also looking to move up one and keep that one space advantage, can't get around the outside. But Maurizio Lozano is definitely in his sights. A little further back, Andres Campitelli, the Audi driver, with a run on the Elantra, and through goes the Elantra. Juan Manuel Gomez, he was in the factory blue colours in race 1, he's in red, white and black in race 2, but he moves up ahead of Lozano. He's into 5th place now, and Leandro Verla is only just ahead of him with Gabriel Villa. That's not Villa, is it? That's Campitelli. Andres Campitelli, long way back, battling with Gianluca Dorsi. Gianluca Dorsi, don't forget, started 2nd in this race behind Shane Jordan, who still leads, and the gap continues to grow. Shane Jordan 11.6 seconds now ahead of Ryan Woodrow in the Lincoln Co in 2nd, and Juan Manuel Gomez, I think the points slider now will show us that Gomez is ahead of Lucas Verla. That one extra car between them is enough to tip the balance. Delgado moves up the order ahead of Sosa as well. Sosa losing ground fast in the Audi. Look, both the, well, actually Joao Gabriel hasn't got to him yet, but Lucas Verla and Pedro Delgado have gone by Sosa.
So now at Mesterhaven, a little bit of spice to add into it. Who's next up the road from Juan Manuel Gomez?
Yes,
Leandro Verla. Could we see some tactics?
I'm not sure. He's 2.5 seconds ahead. He's going to have to slow down significantly. And don't forget, it's not just about the winner. Leandro Gomez wants to make sure he's in the top 3, doesn't he?
Yes, that's true.
Leandro
Leandro
Verla, sorry, I'm getting my Gomez's. Juan Manuel Gomez looking at the moment like he's going to be 1st. Lucas Verla looking like he's going to be 2nd in the points. This is our race leader, Shane Jordan, looking like, well, he's in TCR A-Star Double Plus. Everybody else is in TCR. This is a very different race from anything I think that he possibly imagined coming to the grid. He may have hoped to hold on against the guys who were superior in race 1, but oh boy, what a job he's done. Meanwhile, again, yeah, for Leandro Verla in 4th, if he stays where he is, will he be 3rd in points? I think so. Lucas Verla will be 2nd in points, so he's in the money as well. I'm not sure that Leandro Verla in 4th place can afford to give up 2-3 spots to allow Lucas to get back on top in the points. every man for himself, I'm afraid now. We're in the closing stages here in Spa. And Leandro Verla, here he is in the Audi. And he is closing in. Oop. All right, in fact, this is on board with Campitelli, so that's Dorsey in front of us in his Hyundai Elantra. Gianluca Dorsey from 1st to 13th place. And the most improved driver from 18th on the grid, Leandro Verla, up to 4th position. So again, a race of changing fortunes for some of our drivers. On board with João Gabriel, once more up the hill. There's Villa and Verla, there's Gomez, there's Lozano, there's Lucas Verla, and there is Delgado. Gabriel now ahead of Sosa. So the Honda's making inroads late in the race.
And it really is fabulous to see how these drivers have progressed through this field. It's an incredibly competitive field. I mean, just look at Jordan at the front, finished so far down in race 1, dominated in race 2, and the skill on show from these drivers. Remember, the majority of these drivers, everybody at home, aren't established esports sim racers. They are genuine community members that have earned the right through racing to get into this America's final here at TCR Europe. So there are a lot of names that many of us, Martin and I included, will be seeing for the very, very first time in competitive esport competition. So it's absolutely sensational to see these drivers doing so well and putting on such an incredible show here at Sim Racing GP. And Martin, we've seen so many highs and so many lows over the course of this race, and the dedication is just incessant, continually, every driver pushing until, as you said, more than one occasion, past the final corner, still charging, trying to take that position away.
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, you know, if you were watching top pro sim races, would it look much different? I'm not sure it really would. The cars are not surgical devices. They're not precise enough, like a single-seater would be, like an F1 car, an Indy car or something like that. You know, they're not millimetre precise. The drivers might be millimetre precise, but the car's vagaries just give a little bit of laxity to that. But again, Leandro Verla having a charge onto the final lap now at Gabriel Villa. And actually this could be really important, because the points start to ramp up when you get into the podium spots, don't they? So this could be a big moment. If he can make it through into the top 3, 30 points instead of 27. Right now, Ryan Woodrow in second. Shane Jordan, the leader, are well clear of this. Verla trying desperately to get by. Well, listen, they're all racers. Gabriel Villa trying hard not to let Leandro Verla go by. Contact between the two of them. Whoa, and more contact, rubbing and racing into Lecombe. And I think Gabriel Villa, the biter bit a little bit there. Through goes Leandro Verla for now. But look who is right there. Juan Manuel Gomez, and Villa leaves the door wide open out, breaks himself down the hill into Rivage. So easy to do there. Still hangs on to 4th, Gomez in 5th, and right now Lucas Verla 9/10 behind Maurizio Lozano. That's not going to be a change there, but here's going to be a big change. Juan Manuel Gomez goes through for 4th. He's putting it further and further out of reach of Lucas Verla, unless Villa can't control the car and makes contact with Gomez. The Hyundai driver drops back, didn't quite have what it took there, or maybe wasn't prepared to gamble everything on Villa holding a tight enough line for him to get away with it. And right now 5th will do. I don't know if he's doing the maths in his head, but if he is, he should know that right now it is enough. Last lap of Spa, last lap of race 2 of the Americas Regional Final in this TCR Virtual Series. And right now, Shane Jordan heading to the most comfortable win we've seen and probably will see. And again, Gomez going for it on the last lap. He knows what can happen in the insets. Shane Jordan is going to win this one by a country mile, another country mile, and a third country mile. He is victorious from pole, lights to flag victory. Simple as it sounds, and Villa comes back at Juan Manuel Gomez. He goes back on the inside, drag race to the line. Does he get third? I beg your pardon, fourth. He does. So Leandro Vela, third behind Ryan Woodrow. There's Vela. Fourth place for Juan Manuel Gomez. Not enough. In seventh, Lucas Vela. And that means, I think, Jason Burke getting shunted out on, Jaden Burke rather, on the final lap in his Hyundai. And he will drop down the order. But I don't think that is enough for Lucas Vela. Seventh at the line. Needed to be right with Juan Manuel Gomez, and he was not.
Fantastic stuff. And what another dramatic ending. That was heart-in-mouth moments for Juan Manuel Gomez at the flag twice. He basically risked everything for what essentially is no reward at the end. But Martin, that was somebody who was hungry for as many places and be damned to the consequences.
And two totally different races. You know, he led race one under intense pressure from start to finish, except the final 100 feet, never mind 100 meters. And then it all went wrong through no fault of his own. And in this one, he has taken every risk there was to take to claw his way back up the slippery pole. And finishing fourth, that should be enough. Three second places and a seventh in a semi-final to get here on the podium in race one. Fourth place in race two. It is enough. Lucas Vela takes second. Leandro Vela takes third. But Juan Manuel Gomez is the champion in the Team Fordzilla Hyundai Elantra. Pole position, second place in race two, and fourth place, second place in race one, fourth place in race two. That's enough. And Shane Jordan, 0 points in race one. Boom! Fourth with a bullet by winning race two from the reverse pole. Never poo-poo a reverse grid. If you happen to be at the tail end of race one, then it can suddenly turn your day around. And didn't it then? Joao Gabriel, fifth. Ryan Woodrow, easy for me to say, sixth place in the Lincoln Co. in the points after finishing second in race two. Tough race one for him, though, down at the tail of the top 15. Then Brandon Hawkin, Ivan Filipuzzi, Gabriel Villa, and Maurizio Lazzano rounding out the top 10.
Superb stuff from our America's drivers. And just a reminder for everybody at home, that is €1,000 for first place, and Next Level Racing FGT Elite Cockpit and a set of Venom TCR pedals. €500 for second and 325 for third position. But ladies and gentlemen at home, is there more racing? I hear you say. Yes, there is. We are coming up for our final two races of the evening in the European region. So we're going to go to a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. And Martin Avon and myself, Paul Jeffrey, will be back after these words from our sponsors. Welcome back, everybody, from our first 4 races of the TCR final day here at Spa-Francorchamps. And Martin, last but by no means least, we've got the European team get to go racing for 2 final days' time today.
Well, listen, they're going to have to really step up to mark, aren't they? We've had 4 exceptionally edge-of-the-seat races for all sorts of reasons, with you know, last lap, last corner dramas, with drivers, again in race 2 of each one, fighting their way back up through the order to get those vital points to make sure that they end up at the top of the pile. And that's exactly what's going to face our drivers from Europe as well. It's not about where you qualify, because that helps you in race 1, but when you throw in the whole reverse grid, suddenly, actually, race 2 is monumentally important for all of them, and surviving that. And again, of course, if you qualify strongly, you're likely to survive race 1 pretty cleanly, get a good point score, but then that means you're deep in it in race 2, and that's where experience and that little, you know, slight knowledge of where things might end up, where the metal might end up heading, that you can maybe take avoiding action. Luck, judgment, combination of the two, if you're doing well, I think probably is going to be absolutely required.
And I think as well, a little bit of context from the qualification heats. The European region has been massively oversubscribed. We've had a wealth of drivers. There have been thousands upon thousands of entrants. And during the qualifying heat phases, the racing has been sensational. There's some real star drivers in the making. So I know this is commentator's curse, and we've both had a go at that today. I have a feeling that these are going to be 2 really hard-fought races, and if we've learned anything, Martin, from the first 2 regions that we've seen tonight, overtaking at any point of this track relay in these cars is incredibly possible, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and actually almost any corner, and one of the great things about touring car racing at Spa is they're not high downforce single-seaters, and not going insanely fast. It's a big circuit, it's wide, it's got big high-speed approaches to big braking areas, and that's what makes overtaking possible. And the way that the corners work, they survive going side by side for 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 corners.
Yep, absolutely. And qualifying.
Our 8 minutes of qualifying. Listen, 30 minutes racing here is a long old time. It's longer than we'd run in a WTCR race. It's longer than a TCR Europe race. So they've got plenty of time behind the wheel. But 8 minutes of qualifying, that's get it done in a hurry.
And we've seen already in the Americas and in the Asia Pacific as well, this qualifying goes so quickly. You've got time for 2-3 timed laps at the absolute maximum. And as you can see, everybody's come out of pit lane, bizarrely, Martin, for some reason, at the same time. So they're squabbling already. They put in a heat cycle that they don't need through the tyres. They're trying to get clean air, and you can so quickly get wrapped up in somebody else's mistake in this scenario, can't you? If you've got a faster car in front of you, you can get some slipstream, but counter that, they make a mistake, you're making that same mistake.
And you're absolutely right. You know, the car is as good now as it's going to be. You know, wave goodbye to your no claims bonus as soon as the races get underway, because that's when they all start to pick up damage. Tyres deteriorate, the engine and the brakes all start to get a little warm, particularly the brakes around here. And so this is the best car you're ever going to have. Don't mess it up by being in somebody else's turbulent air. For the tiny bit of slipstream you're going to get, you know, the first man on the road, or somebody who leaves half a lap behind everybody else, that's where you want to be. You want clean air, you want the car to perform at its best. What you don't need is what you're seeing here, 2 cars nose to tail, really to very little effect. So for Tommy Rozier, yeah, he's trying to make himself some space, but unfortunately he's already caught the car in front, which tells us that as soon as he picks up speed on his qualifying lap, he's going to catch the car in front again. Just saw one of the Alphas there having a big lock-up. Was that Grocek or Mrezzi? Not sure. There's only 2, so it's a 50-50 shot. That's why I named them both, because otherwise I would be wrong. Matt Webb in an Audi. And again, we've got 3 Lincoln Co's in the field. There were none in the Asia-Pacific race, just 1 in the Americas. So Lincoln Co. a little bit more popular with our European drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, as you indicated earlier in the broadcast, that could well be the effect from the WTCR Championship. They'd be the dominant manufacturer for the last couple of years. And what we're going to look out for, folks at home, in this race, we've seen qualifying is relatively important, if only to keep yourself out of the danger zone and the trouble that is almost inevitable in the opening few corners, or certainly around the opening lap here at Spa-Francorchamps. And do you think we might see some strategy, Martin, from some of these drivers that have learnt from the two regional races that we've had so far? And maybe it's quite nice to be 6th, 7th, 8th, score solid points and give yourself a leg up for race 2.
Racing drivers learnt. Without wishing to offend everybody who is nice enough to talk to me and teach me about motor racing, they don't really, do they? Racing drivers race, they want to win. And actually, the best way is to go out in race 1 and get maximum points. And again, for those who haven't seen all of the broadcasts so far, qualifying isn't just about setting the grid. The fastest 10 cars, so half the field, get bonus points. 10 for pole, down to 1 for 10th place. So being in the top 10, suddenly you've got an advantage, not just in grid position, but actual fat points in the bank over anybody 11th and on down. So there is a degree where the better you are in race 1, the worse you start in race 2, but it goes back to what we talked about a moment or two ago. You can overtake here. And if you're at the front in qualifying, it's because you've got a quick car or you're a quick driver. More importantly here, because the cars are very, very even indeed. And that means when you're in the reverse grid position, you will have less quick drivers in front of you. I'm not going to use the S word because nobody here is slow. By definition, the fact they've got into the regional finals, all of these guys can pedal a TCR car. So it's about who makes, as ever, fewest mistakes in qualifying, gets furthest up the grid, gets the points, and about who makes fewest mistakes in the race, gets further up the result, gets the points.
Absolutely, and while we're looking at Theobald props on track at this moment in time, an ultimate fastest first sector, a fastest personal second sector about to cross the line, I wanted to give you a little bit at home some idea of the level of competition that we've had in TCR Virtual this season. We've had 1,401 drivers take part. 1,016 of those have been in this, the European category. We've had 1,028 races in this competition, which is near enough 60,000 completed laps in all races across the competition. That gives you just a little sort of headline taste of the level of speed and competition and dedication required to get to this point. So as Martin said, there are absolutely no slow drivers. There are some drivers that are faster than others, but make no mistake, each and every one of these 20 drivers that are taking part today and have also taken part in the Americas and the Asia Pacific would blow the doors off 99.9% of virtual races. This is the absolute top level of competition at this level, and it's fabulous, isn't it, Martin, to give these people a shop window that maybe aren't as prominent as some others.
Yeah, absolutely. Not would blow the doors off, have blown the doors off, because they're the 20 best in the entire family that competed in the races here in Europe. So these are the creme de la creme of the community races, and everybody starts not knowing how to drive a car on a sim. It's simple as that. Nobody who's not done it knows how to do it. Okay, you've got an idea, but that doesn't make you good or quick. And again, these guys have put in the hard yakka. They've done the miles, they've done the time behind the wheel, they've spent time working with setup, working with their driving abilities, their technique, their style to get the best out of themselves and their cars. And that's why they are the top 20 guys in this whole region. And just the numbers of people involved is actually starting to make my brain burst a little bit. 7 minutes into qualifying, not much time left now. So the checkered flag not yet out. So if you start a lap now, it's going to count. Dominic Plonner goes to the top. What about David Iglesias? Currently in 14th place. 14th, only 1.5 seconds away on a 7-kilometre circuit. That's half a second. No, that's 1 second per 2 kilometres. That's ridiculous, or 2 seconds per 1 kilometre. So it's close anyway.
As Mattia goes back into pole position. So Mattia was the man on provisional pole until Plona took his position away.
Whoa! Adam Piches making a mistake in the Cupra. That was a purple Sector 1, faster than anyone else. It's a short Sector 1 here. It only goes up to Les Combes. And the fastest sector, Sector 3, Matt Webb, there he is in the Audi. Where is he lying? Currently down in 18th place. And 1.64 back, 10th place, that's the last point, is a second faster. So Matt needs plenty to find. Lucas Mattea, 76 thousandths off his best in Sector 1. I'm being facetious about Sector 1. It is a long sector. It's from the start line, around La Source, down through Eau Rouge, all the way up the Kemmel Straight to the 100-metre board at Les Combes. It's a big part of this track.
An important part. An important part as well for straight line speed, which will help with overtaking come race time as well.
So Lucas Mattea in a Lincoln Co, and in a Cyan Racing coloured Lincoln Co as well. The first one we've seen so far. We're in race 5 of 6 of these TCR Virtual Series finals. Martin Steverink behind him. Then in 3rd place, Dominic Plona. Thibaut Probst, where's he dropped back down to? Down to 8th place, where he sort of fired himself into the top 5 with his previous lap. Let's see if he's got anything. Right now, Lucas Mattea, Sector 2, also 76 thousandths back. How insanely close is that to what he'd done before? And Martin Steverink making the move for pole position. Is that going to be enough for the Audi? Purple Sector 1, purple Sector 2. The minus means he is up on time. He has taken slightly less time. That's why it's a minus to get there. Does he get Sector 3 sorted? Is he going to be the pole man? Right behind him is a Lincoln Co. And Steverink, second, doesn't quite get it at the checkered flag, which is out. And Dominic Plona, 3rd fastest, is one of the few that's got a lap going. Thibaut Probst has as well. And Dominic Plona has bailed on his lap, but Probst comes across the line for 4th.
A good sign there, Martin Haven, that we've got a very, very tight field in terms of lap times, but we've seen it so much tonight. Lap time's great. Come race day, it's an entirely different thing, isn't it?
Well, you know, and lap 1 is going to be a big sort out for everybody. And if you can survive it in one piece and without losing too much ground, then you're doing very well. But right now, points make prizes. You got 2 races to sort out. So Brute Racing's Lucas Mattea may be leading now from Martin Steverink, the Dutchman. Dominic Plona in 3rd, Thibaut Probst in 4th, Richard Schaefer, Koen Klopman ahead of Jan Nimps, Bartosz Grocek, Jack McIntyre, Ross McGregor from Rocket Simsport. Now there's a familiar name. But again, look at this. 1/3 of the field and more are full privateers with no assimilation to any other team. So there's some great racing talent in here that is yet to be discovered or signed up. Well, that is how they will start race 1. Is that how they're going to get out of La Source? Is that how they'll end lap 1? I think both of those things are a firm no, but let's see how it works out.
Yep, absolutely. So, exciting times ahead. Points, as Martin say, are awarded to our qualifiers from 1st position down to 10th, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, as you can see on your screen. And we've seen already, Martin, and we spoke about already during the broadcast, that these points, although they're not going to decide the championship, that gives you an element of comfort, don't they, as a driver, that you can go in and you know that you've banked a head start over your rivals and maybe don't have to take the risk that some other drivers have to do. And that could be critical as we head into this race, couldn't it?
we are ready to go for the first race of the TCR Virtual Series Finals for drivers from Europe. Cyan Racing, Lincoln Co. Lukas Matea on pole position from Martin Steverink, the Audi alongside. There's another Audi, Dominic Ploner lined up third, Thibaut Probst in fourth position. Okay, we are ready to go here in Spa-Francorchamps. 30 minutes of racing. Let's see who comes out on top and who has got wounds to lick for race 2. The lights sequence start. When they all go out, we are racing. Long hold, and it is go, go, go in Spa-Francorchamps. So look for the bright blue of Lukas Matea in that Cyan Racing Lincoln Co. From here, you can see he turns in front. There's another Lincoln Co. not too far behind on the grid. Gets a good, clean exit. Almost everybody does. There's a little bit of dragging of the clutcher out of that final corner. And I think right down to the tail of the field, Chart Vilkin didn't get a great run through La Source, but Lukas Matea leads from Martin Steverink, Dominic Ploner in third, Thibaut Probst in fourth position. So Audi second and third, Probst in fourth spot. And he's defending hard right now. The Honda man trying to look up the inside. Little lock up from our leader. The two Audis side by side. Who comes out in front? Steverink or Ploner? Still up for grabs. There's still got an overlap going there. Probst in the Honda, the bright blue, trying to shove his nose through Paul Jeffrey, but there's just nowhere there. The road in front of him is full of Audis.
Thibaut Probst really trying to make hay in these early stages of the race. The two Audis squabbling tooth and nail amongst each other. They do well to avoid making any kind of contact, so give no opening to Thibaut Probst as rest of the field stream through the back of our shot. And Martin, this has been a significantly cleaner opening portion of the lap than we've seen so far today, and the European guys doing a great job on track.
I can't believe you just said that. That obviously means all the bodywork bills are going to go through the roof. Well, Lukas Matea right now leading by a second as he gets to Piff Paff. That's a big advantage. Martin Steverink finally, just for a moment, getting his nose ahead of that car there. The red and black Audi. Well, they're both red and black, but that's got a little more black. That's Dominic Ploner. Thibaut Probst behind. We're looking back from Tommy Razea, and he is in 10th place. Right behind him, Robert Weissenmuller. David Iglesias started behind Weissenmuller on the grid in 12th, but he's down to 14th place. So McGregor has also slipped back. Ross McGregor, he was ahead of Tommy Razea. Looking back from Dominic Ploner, here comes the Honda. That's Thibaut Probst. The Lincoln Co behind, that is Schaefer, Richard Schaefer in the all-blue Lincoln Co. Dominic Ploner under pressure for third place. Leader at the line, 1.4 clear. Lukas Matea made a good start and he has broken clear. 1.4 seconds. If he's a second and a half clear at the bottom of the hill going through Eau Rouge and doesn't mess it up, then he's not giving away a big enough toe for Martin Steverink in the second placed Audi to move up. Thibaut Probst takes third out of La Source ahead of Dominic Ploner. There's Ploner's view.
Lights ablaze on the Audis. He's trying to just show Probst a little bit, but don't you think everybody's been a little bit tentative in these opening laps compared, obviously?
I think they're being super precise, and I think that's the that's the real difference. How many drivers did you say tried to qualify in Europe? That's a huge field of talent, and these are the best 20 of them. I think these guys have properly got the mates. I mean, the fact that a couple of them are working with Jenson Button's Rocket Esports team just goes to show how good some of these guys really are. And that makes it even more impressive for the non-affiliated privateer drivers who are sitting at home on their own rig, on their own money, on their own time doing this with no outside assistance nominally. That I think that, this is a fantastic melting pot for new talent. I was going to say new young talent. Doesn't have to be young, just has to be new. Down the inside, Koen Klotman trying to make the move. Gets through past the Alpha. That's Grocek. Grocek in front. We're on board with Tommy Razea. That's Koen Klotman just to the left of us. Bartosz Grocek on the inside in the factory quote livery of the Romeo Ferraris, white with the horseman on the side, and of course the Italian tricolore spread gloriously all over it. Well, Jack McIntyre right with them as well. 9th place for McIntyre. He's in that Audi. He's got Rezer in the Hyundai Elantra right behind him. Then Robert Weissenmuller trying to close in behind them on the grass. There's not much traction out there. I don't care if you are in an Audi. McIntyre trying to get the advantage, but loses out. Through comes the Alpha. There's going to be a big sort out here. It's 4 wide into the bottom. I'm closing my eyes. Tell me when they're finished. It's like watching Doctor Who from behind the couch. Come on, what's going on, guys? This is what, lap 2? We're 5 minutes in and it's all going mental.
Yeah, that is fantastic to see how close these cars are in proximity. If you're Jack Mack at this stage, you will be incredibly nervous indeed about the rivals sharing, quite literally, the same bit of tarmac as you in these very, very high-speed sections of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit here in Belgium. But McIntyre survives that one, 9th position at this moment in time, still charging onwards. Next up the list is the Audi, I believe it is, in front. We're riding on board now with Jan Nims.
Yeah, Nims is moving up the order. He's got his sights on Robert Schaefer in front in the Lincoln Co. Here they come, here they come, here they come. Lincoln Co with the inside line, and he's going to block it. Yeah, he goes apex to apex, just shuts the door. Bartosz Grocek there with Mirecki just going in front of him in the other Alfa Romeo. So that is Bartolomei Mirecki from the BM Racing team. BM, Bartolomei Mirecki, and Bartosz Grocek in the barriers there. A brief impact, but Mirecki keeps his nose in front. Or was it the other way around? Was it? No, that's Grocek, isn't it? So it was Mirecki that was in the barriers. He had just got ahead of that little group and then gets knocked back. Look further down the hill, all the tyre smoke. I was just going to say how, I mean, you had those 4 cars all basically using one bit of tarmac, and the same with these 4, and the contact has been very, very limited and very low damage as well. By this stage, in the Asia Pacific Race 1, in the Americas Race 1, there'd been cars in the scenery, left, right and centre. Right now, this is a very close and hugely professionally driven race.
Yeah, fantastic from all the drivers so far. Mattia doing a great work up front, 1.8 seconds to the good from Stevering now, which is a good advantage. But look here, we've got a fight for 8th position. That is Jack Mack once again around the inside. I think it is coming to, yet Jack McIntyre takes the position away into 8th place. Don't forget, Jack Mack was, of course, the guy that won the TCR Virtual Showcase event at Sim Racing Expo earlier this year. So he's no stranger to these cars and this competition, and he's using that experience and the natural talent that we know McIntyre has got to good effect so far.
Adam Pinches right behind Bartosz Grocek now, and McGregor going by. McGregor with a big head of steam. And Pinches trying to come around. Bartosz Grocek doesn't make it for 12th place. Points go down to Bartolomei Mirecki in 15th, but you don't want to worry about where the points go down behind you. You want to worry about the points in front of you. That's exactly what he's doing, giving Bartosz Grocek just a little hurry up down the hill. Listen to the engine note there. They're like almost on the limiter as they come down into Eau Rouge and then in the compression and up the hill. They're not lifting. That is the force of nature. That's gravity trying to stop the car accelerating up the hill. That's why the revs drop. Koen Klopman with a big move there on Janusz Nymph. Doesn't get by. Adam Pinches just a little further back, still attacking the back of Grocek's Alpha. So Koen Klopman didn't get by his fellow Audi driver. And Jan Nims rather, just keeping his nose in front. Pinches just dropping back a fraction. Looking further back, Matt Webb in the middle of this in his Audi. He's currently in 17th. He's got Iglesias behind him, David Iglesias. And then Juha Mäkijuppi in 19th. And dropping down the order early on, Charles Wilkin and he is still in 20th place, but in a battle. Well, Lucas Mattea in the Cyan Racing Lincoln Co. is definitely leaning on the car. He is trying to make the break, isn't he, to get further away from Martin Steverink's Audi in second place. The gap now out to 2 seconds, but you saw how much Mattea is asking of the car, and we're not even at 1/3 distance yet. I wonder how much less, if any, Martin Steverink is leaning on his Audi. Meanwhile, here comes Bartosz Grocek. We're seeing a lot of him, and why not? He's been a busy boy. Got another battle on his hands there. Gets by Robert Weissenmuller. Weissenmuller left with the outside line, the runoff area and the marbles. And so he loses ground, and closing in behind him is Adam Pinches in the Cupra, and Pinches dives to the inside, gets by, and smoking up behind comes Borisov in the Audi. It's all go, isn't it? I mean, it is really, really busy. And yet, all those changes, Paul, again, no contact. Look how clean, how straight these cars look still.
Yeah, absolutely. I must say, though, Weissenmuller was very, very fortunate indeed through Blanchimont. That could have been a massive accident, but Weissenmuller does survive to live another day. And Klopman now, 7th position. Good run through Eau Rouge, over the top of Radion and down the Kemmel straight. Will Klopman have enough? That's interesting, Martin, moving very early out of the slipstream.
Well, he was just a little worried about judging the distance to the back of the car in front. What you don't want to be doing is pulling out late and dragging your front bumper across the back bumper of the car in front, because that will spit him off into the barriers. What you don't want to do is go too early, because you don't get maximum slipstream. Plus, if you go very early out of Eau Rouge and pass him out of Radion, then he has the whole Kemmel straight to come back and pass you back. So it's a fine art. Just behind them, Jack McIntyre in 8th place, but Koen Klopman here, all over the back of Jan Nimsch. And that's a reverse of how they qualified. Nimsch was just ahead of Klopman, got ahead of him in the opening lap, and remains there. Thibaut Probst now with Martin Steverink. And this is going to be really good news for Lucas Mattea. In fact, it already is really good news. What are we on now? We're on lap 5. In 4 laps, Mattea opened up for 2 seconds. In this half a lap, he's opened another 1 second on the second placed Audi of Martin Steverink. And that's because Steverink is now being distracted by Probst. He's doing exactly what Juan Manuel Gomez did not do in the first race of the Americas. He did not pay any attention to the car behind him and just drove as perfect a racing line as he could. Steverink is defending against Probst, and that's slowing them both down. And that is giving Lucas Mattea, our race leader, a great opportunity, and also giving a great opportunity to Dominic Plonert in 4th and Robert Schaefer in 5th, and Nimsch and Klopman behind, because as these two go slower, the others will catch them as well, and that will be even better for Mattea. Right now, as we head towards, getting close towards the midway point, not only has he got the fastest lap, but his gap has grown by 1 second and 2/10 on that 1 lap alone.
And credit where credit's due to Lucas Mattea as well. He's given the opportunity, but he's grasping it with both hands and really running away with things at the front of this field, which is exactly what you need to do. As again, we've said this before during the course of the broadcast this evening, the car will change over the course of the stint. It will deteriorate in the way that it handles as the fuel burns off and the tyres start to wear out. If you can build yourself a safety net, a comfort blanket in the early stages, there are no safety cars in this race. That's exactly what you need to do to give yourself a safety net as the race comes to its conclusion. It's better, isn't it, Martin, to wind down towards the end of the race than have to wind up again.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly if your car is feeling the pace of you taking the whip to it for the last 20 minutes. And this battle, Martin Steverink just ahead of the bright blue and yellow Audi of Thibaut Probst for second place. Again, it is adding with every corner. They continue to race. Koen Klopman again with Jan Nimsch. Does Klopman get through? No, doesn't quite get through there, but he is really giving that everything. Well, that's slowing them down a little. It's allowing Jack McIntyre to close a little, not so much, but he is getting a little closer. But for Lucas Mattea, every moment that Martin Steverink, who we ride with, and Thibaut Probst right behind him, battle, squabble, bicker, everything slows them down. They're not using the ideal racing line, they're offline. braking later, going in deeper, carrying less speed out of the corner. And the reason that Probst isn't passing Steverink is they're both doing it, but it's all making them slower. They wouldn't do it in qualifying. They don't really want to be doing it in the race. Martin Steverink doesn't feel he's got any option. And ahead of Koen Klopman, Jan Nimsch is the same. You know, Nimsch is dropping away a little now from Robert Schaefer in front of them, and they are now 2 cars on their own. And Schaefer in that Lincoln Co is starting to close down Dominic Plotcher in Dominic Plona in 4th place. So Koen Klopman, well, Koen is having a pretty aggressive run of it. And despite actually their battle, Jack McIntyre is not really closing the gap much. He got ahead of Tommy Rozier, but he's not closing those guys much.
That is surprising to me. I would have expected McIntyre to have been much more on pace at this stage in the race. Of course, the pace is incredible that we're seeing in Europe. It's by far and away, at this juncture, the fastest race of the ones that we have seen so far this evening across the 3 regional finals in Asia Pacific, the Americas, and now, of course, the first race of the European finals. So the level that you're watching, ladies and gents, at home today is just absolutely sensational. Matt Webb in 19th position is still doing a good job keeping that Audi on the racetrack. And just to give a moment, while I've got a quiet moment, a big shout out to everybody involved in this broadcast and to the audience at home for tuning in. It's great to have you with us, and do please visit us at simracing.gp for daily organised racing. We've got 147 communities at the time of going on air, and 37,383 active members of the community out there on track racing on a daily basis. So simracing.gp is the home of centralised esport racing every day of the week for our community drivers. So it'd be great to see some new faces come join us and enjoy across a multitude of different racing platforms. And of course, TCR cars will be coming in the very early new year as well, so stay tuned for that one. It's a great platform, Martin. It's great to put the power back to the community, but meanwhile Steverink under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you're right about TCR cars. That, you know, it allows great racing because they are very close. It's effectively, quote, one make racing, except they're not one make cars, are they? But they are so close, and that's how the regulations work. The cars are balanced against each other. If you, like the Alfa Romeo, say it's a 1.7 turbo and not a 2-litre turbo, so it gets a bit more boost because it's a smaller capacity engine. A car that's got a better aero package will have a little bit more weight, or will have to ride a little higher, have a slightly higher ride height as the bare minimum. So there's all different ways of balancing out the performance of what are, I mean, in some cases, very different cars. I mean, built for a different market in some cases. You know, a Giulietta and an A3, I mean, I'm not sure that's the same buyer, you know, or any day of the week, or a Civic Type R. I'm not sure any of them, any buyer for one of them is looking at the others, or at a Lincoln Co, if you could even find a Lincoln Co showroom in Europe. But they're different, and yet when they're racing, so similar. And so if you're starting out, you know, if you're joining a TCR community, just pick a car that you fancy the look of, because frankly, it's going to be as quick as you are, and until you're perfect, there's no need to look around for a different vehicle. Just enjoy racing what you want. If you're a Honda fan, race a Honda. If you love an Audi, race an Audi. If you want to be offbeat, get an Alfa, get a Peugeot, get a, you know, whatever. There's a lot of opportunity. Now, here's an opportunity for Thibaut Prost. This is the first real chance we've seen for him to move up into second. And this, Martin Steverink is desperately late on brakes. Probst comes back on. Great overhead shot. Look how close Dominic Plona is right behind them, though. This is now a 3-way battle, and not too far behind either is Richard Schaefer. I'm sorry, I called him Robert a couple of times. Richard Schaefer in the Lincoln Co. So our race leader, Lukasz Matea, is pulling away now, nearly 5 seconds clear of a 3-way tussle for second, and that's going to soon be a 4-way squabble. And with Nimsch now shaking off the attentions of Koen Klopman, Jan Nimsch in 6th place is starting to close the gap to Martin Steverink in second. There are other cars in the way, but those guys that were further back are becoming less far back.
And just look how this squabble for second position has really brought Dominic Ploner back in the fight. This is it. As well as having the best seats in the house for the fight ahead of him, Ploner has had the opportunity to watch these two racing, see where they're strong, see where they're vulnerable, and now Dominic Ploner will be very keen indeed to take advantage of the opportunity that's been presented to him. Ross McGregor, another driver I expected to see further up the field. McGregor, a very, very strong driver in many different classes, including touring cars. So it's great to see Ross making it all the way through to the finals here in Europe, and he is all over the back of the Hyundai. So Ross McGregor on a charge, but Ploner doesn't have the pace of these two, Martin. He closes up when they fight, but now there's a bit of fresh air between them. He's starting to, I think drop back's probably unfair, but he's not harassing them as much as we would have expected.
No, Ross McGregor is doing the harassing though, just like his Rocket Sport teammate Jack McIntyre, all over the back of Tommy Rozier. Now, both of them qualified ahead of Rozier, so in fact Rozier had a great opening lap to get ahead of McGregor and McIntyre, and it's taken them, well, taken Ross McGregor 20 minutes to be in a position to think about getting back past. 20 minutes into the race, and we got, I think, 6 laps done right on the 15-minute mark, or within a few seconds. Our previous races in 30 minutes, we've done 11 laps. I don't know, we might get a 12th as this, that the pace at the front, and it's not about who's last or second or third or fourth, it's about where the leader is, whether he does another lap or not. Lucas Mattea, he might take us on to a 12th lap, and that might mean one, well, it will mean one more shot for everybody else. Ross McGregor steams by Tommy Rozier up the straight, uses the slipstream well to his advantage. Jack McIntyre, what is he, 2.8 seconds up the road. Looking back at Bartosz Grocek, incidentally noticed that the other Alpha, or one of the other Alphas, Bartolome Marecki, who had that off earlier on, I think it's a legacy of contact with Bartosz Grocek, just down the hill here. He hit the barriers hard. He's been in the pits for the last lap or so. Bartosz Grocek all over the back of Andras Pinches. And that is Tommy Rozier and Ross McGregor just down the hill ahead of them, chasing a Robert Weissenmuller. And in 14th place, Borisov now, where did he come from on the grid? He's kind of dropped, he's come up the order a little. Peter Borisov from 20th on the grid up to 14th place. That's why I couldn't find him. I wasn't looking far back enough. Well, Grocek has been in a battle all the way through this race, hasn't he? Whenever we've picked him up, he's been desperately trying to get by somebody. He was behind Koen Klopman and Jan Nimsch, who just shot off stage left. Was that Borisov right behind?
That could have been Weissenmuller potentially.
It was Weissenmuller, yeah, he lost a couple of spots. So Weissenmuller going off left at the bottom of the hill, climbing the rise. Here we go, round the outside. Grocek's being brave. It's a long, long, long way round the outside though, bearing in mind they're doing 150 miles an hour here. That's a long way to go round. In the end, he didn't have to. Pinches made the mistake, and Grocek needs to kind of allow Pinches to sidestep him there. Comes through, drag race to the line. Pinches keeping the Cupra with its nose just in front. And Bartosz Grocek now looking to the inside, can't get through. I don't think he persisted long enough. I think Pinches was going to move offline. Here we go. Gets the run. The Cupra driver just losing a little bit of ground. Bartosz just helping him offline. Yeah, and a little more. Ooh! Ooh! Now, if I was in the stewards room in a real race, I would be getting both of these guys in, and I would be getting Bartosz Grocek with a big dressing down for forcing your rival over towards the barriers there down into Eau Rouge. That's not really giving you much survival room. Of course, the legacy of an incident for the driver here will be much less, but again, contact up the straight. Yeah, both going to the stewards room in the real world. However, let's see what they make of it. Bartosz Grocek just keeping his nose in front, 11th. Not sure that's done though, Paul. I think this will go on for possibly another 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, that's massive, massive aggression from both drivers. If we simulated removal of wing mirrors, then they would have no wing mirrors. That is just about at the level of acceptable, but I think, as you say, the stewards might have a little something to say about that one. Of course, the turnaround between racers here at TCR Virtual is exceptionally quick, and there will be penalties applied to the second race if indeed any penalties are due to be applied. But I just want to go back to our current last lap round. We got a fastest lap number 2. Matt Webb getting all sideways, courtesy of contact with the sister Audi car. Webb keeps the car pointing forward, so continues on, and that fight will continue with Wilcombe. But just going back to the fastest lap at 2 minutes 29 seconds, that pace in the European final, Martin, is absolutely incredible from these drivers. And our man at the front of the field, Mattea, is just performing wonders so far in that Lincoln Co. Absolutely will be getting another lap at least into this race, and that then lends the question, has everybody got enough fuel? That might be interesting when the checkered flag falls.
Well, there you go. Now, yeah, are we going to have it? We're not going to have them running out on the final lap. I mean, we could have them running out on the final lap. Let's see.
We've had everything else on the final lap. Why not?
Yes, absolutely. No, that's very valid. That is a very valid point. Lucas Mattea out on his own. Actually, and bizarrely, although he's not maybe quite so aggressive on the throttle as these guys who are battling for position, he's got more chance to be smooth. He is out on his own. He's not getting any slipstreaming help from anybody. And when you see a pair of cars like this, Bartek Grosjes ahead of Adam Pinces, both cars go quicker as a pair than they do as one on its own. Because the car in front, the car behind it is taking away some of the drag from the turbulent air, and the car behind is getting some bonus from the car in front. So as a unit, they go quicker, as long as they're not hitting each other quite as much as these two have. Pinces momentarily in 11th. According to my clock, we've got about 4 minutes. So maybe another 2 laps. Well, Mattea is quite a long way around the lap ahead of these guys. Let's wait and see. But either way, I think there's going to be a lot more body panel damage going on between these two before, if they get to the checkered flag. I'm saying before, by no means guaranteed the way they're carrying on. They're getting an awful lot of airtime though.
Yeah, they're doing, there's a maximum aggression on show. They're very fortunate, let's be honest now, these two cars are very, very fortunate that this has not ended in a massive accident. So good work to keep the car on the track, but just need to dial it down a little bit. And actually, while they're fighting, Borisov is started. He's a little bit further away yet, but if this carries on, Borisov might be in the conversation come the checker.
And he's bringing that other Lincoln Co, Jussi Nerola, as well with him. So that in that sort of bizarre goldy bronzy colour, which I'm not entirely convinced of, but that's the third of our Lincoln Co's. He's in 14th place, and you're right, Peter Borisov is closing on those guys. What about Thibaut Probst? Well, he's in 3rd place. He's had a stab at Martin Severink, hasn't got to him. Dominic Ploder with Richard Schaefer right behind him now in the 2nd Lincoln Co blue cyan racing coloured car. Doesn't quite get close enough to make a move there, Robert Schaefer, but I sense that 4th place might be up for grabs. There is Schaefer. And of course, Lincoln Co Cyan Racing. Lincoln Co's winning WTCR for 2021 as well as 2020. They won the team's prize, and Janne Ellershey winning the overall driver's title. So it's very much the car to have in WTCR right now. And 1st and 5th, well, they've got a pretty good handle on the top 6 places as well. Certainly Lucas Mattea, our race leader, has barely looked in his mirrors since halfway round lap 1 with Martin Severink. And here comes the Honda. It's hoovering up the toe. He's coming, he's saving it. Now he gets the side toe. Now as he gets about nearly level with the door mirror, he's in the turbulent wake, but can he pull off the move? He does. That was really, really well judged by Thibaut Probst. In the real world, that would have got a proper cheer from the crowd at the top of the hill. I think that deserves one here as well. He judged that absolutely to the millimetre. That was brilliant stuff.
Yeah, great respect from both drivers as well. Steverick knew when the game was up and did not try to force the issue leading to contact. So great overtaking manoeuvre and great respect from both of those rivals in second and third position. Now the big question is, can Thibaut Prost use the free air that he has in front of him, the first time they'll have had free air in this race, to start to make a bit of a gap? Because as we've seen many times before and we've spoken about already, if Steverick can stay close enough, he'll pick that slipstream up as well, and we could be doing a role reversal on next lap into Le Mans.
Well, it could be, it could be as easy, perhaps, as picking up the tow all the way up to the bus stop. It's not like he's suddenly been dropped by Thibaut Probst. He's right with the Honda. So Martin Steverick is definitely, I mean, this is absolutely in shooting distance. Don't forget, it's where Probst has been in terms of distance behind Steverick for the last 7-8 laps. So there's lots of opportunity. What Probst had on his side was time elapsed and the ability to study Steverick's car and to try and figure, without showing too much, where he might get by. And in the end, it was a great run through Eau Rouge that set it all up, as so often is the case. So he guards the inside into the bus stop. We're going to be very close. How close are we on time? No checkered flag, final lap. Well, my clock is now over the 30-minute mark, so that must have been super close with Lukas Mattea, and we start a final lap. So the checkered flag, well, I'm sure the checkered flag man was very close to throwing the checker there. Lukas Mattea needs to go one more 7.004 kilometre lap of Spa-Francorchamps. Has he got the fuel? Have the others got the fuel? Are we suddenly going to see cars dropping down the order? What's happened to Nerola in his Lincoln Co? Has he just been passed at the bus stop by Wilken and Weissenbully? I think he has.
I think Nerola is down pit lane, so Nerola out of the running, sadly, as Nim's under pressure now.
Yeah, Nims is really under pressure from Richard Schaefer. The Lincoln Co driver doesn't hold on to the overlap out of Les Combes. Heading over the brow and down towards Bruxelles, or Beau Rivage as I've always known it. That's because I'm not as young as I once was. Well, Nim's just trying to hold on, isn't he? Just about. Richard Schaefer got by Koen Klopman fairly quickly. Klopman, after all that attacking earlier on, I think possibly has little, well, not little left, but not enough left in the way of brakes and tyres. And Thibaut Probst does in the Honda. Is this the best finish we've seen for a Honda? This is race 5 of 6. Have we had a Honda driver on the podium? I'm trying to yeah, we did, didn't we? We had a winner in race 1 in the Americas. That was a Honda, but that was going to be third. But on pace, Thibaut Probst up to second place ahead of Martin Steverick. And unless something very odd happens here, he is not going to get to Lukas Mattea. However, this will be the first race where something odd does not happen after the final corner, if nothing odd happens after the final corner. Steverick is not going to get back to Probst, so that is your second and third, or first and second, unless and until Lukas Mattea has an instant. He has a big lock-up at the final chicane, but he makes it out. What's going wrong? There's only a few hundred metres to the checkered flag, and he wins it. Well, as in our second race of the Americas, the leader for the entire race wins it with no drama. Thibaut Probst takes second from Martin Steverick. Fourth place goes to Dominic Plotzer, Jan Nimsch in fifth, Richard Schaefer, Koen Klopman, Jack McIntyre, and then Ross McGregor. And they're back ahead of Tommy Rezer, Andras Pinches and Bartosz Grocek. Well, they'll start again in race 2, won't they? Because they'll be gridded together once more. And Iglesias and Makiupi rather, at the line. And Iglesias hanging on there. So in the end, who ducked into the pits? It looks like they came back out again, but Matt Webb in a rather battered Audi RS3 LMS takes the final running spot. Oh, okay. Survived another one, but Lord, it's edge of the seat stuff, isn't it? So much good racing there, Paul.
It was fantastic. Much lower on drama compared to some of the other races, but a great deal higher on racecraft, and all of the drivers very, very close at the checkered flag. I'm sure we'll see the results on screen in a moment, but really, really good racing throughout. And I think that goes to show just how high that competition level, Martin, has been up to this point, how massive the field of drivers in Europe has been, and the racing they've had to do to get to this point really came to the fore in that race. And thoroughly impressed with the respect they've shown for each other and just the proximity and speed of the cars. It's sensational stuff from our European team.
100%. Unfortunately, though, for the guys in the customer service spares trucks, very little to write home about in terms of invoicing. Lukas Mattea for Brute Racing Team is our race winner from pole position, so he's got the perfect score. 50 points, but only 8 ahead of Thibaut Prost. Now, Thibaut qualified in 4th place, finished 2nd, and Martin Steverink qualified 2nd, finished 3rd. So they're right at the front of the pack, ahead of Dominic Ploner, Jan Nimsch and Richard Schaefer. Koen Klotman ahead of Jack McIntyre and his teammate Ross McGregor. Tommy Rozier ended up in 10th place, didn't qualify in the top 10, so he still has those points. The only non-top 10 qualifier outside the 10 in the end, Bartosz Grocek. And he probably will need to get the checkbook out to get that car straightened up for race 2. Finished ahead of Adam Pinces, with Peter Borisov closing in on them in the final stages, ahead of David Iglesias. And Juha Mäkihyppy is our final points scorer.
And a big shout out to 14th place finish David Iglesias there for Sean Clark Racing in the Hyundai Elantra and TCR. Of course, Sean, a very popular name in the world of sim racing that we lost earlier this year. So great to see him represented in the form of David Iglesias, and of course Jussi Neroli as well in 20th place. Good stuff. Race 1 done. Race 2. Should we do it all again?
Are we going to have to? Notice there are 4 privateers in the top 10 in points. That is fantastic. So, all to do from the back of the grid. Only 1 penalty, and that was Bartolomei Morecki. He starts last behind our race winner from race 1, and Matt Webb, who was last to finish, is first to go, ahead of Jussi Neroli and Robert Weissenmuller. Chart Wilken in 4th, and Juha Mäkihyppy in 5th spot away from the line. But Mäkihyppy with a good inside channel up to 3rd place in that pale blue Hyundai, ahead of Wilkins Audi. Borisov moves ahead of Iglesias. Well, that didn't take long. He spent the almost the entire race 1 trying to make that move. Did it in 2 corners here. That's how different things are when they're all packed together at the start. Now, the question is, Paul, can Matt Webb make a break? He needs some action behind him to make it possible.
Well, Matt Webb is, unfortunately, while racing, suffering from the effects of that pesky virus that's going around the world at the moment. So Webb certainly not 100% on form health-wise at this moment in time, but that will very quickly be forgotten about, I'm sure, once the adrenaline starts flowing of this race, and Borisov in 7th position, harrying the Alfa Romeo ahead of him. And once again, I know I'm tempting fate, I know everything has been relatively clean for our European drivers. All drivers making it through as we see a Hyundai going and talking to the grass, but staying on track.
Well, I mean, and that's actually one of the standout things I'm taking away from our first race with these European qualifiers, is that actually when things go pear-shaped, they are really dealing with it superbly well. There's Charles Wilken. Now, look a little further down the order. Look on the timing pylon. The best of our front runners currently, Dominic Ploner, he's up to 14th. Richard Schaefer, Ploner's got ahead of Schaefer, who he started behind. McIntyre's dropped down the order, but Probst and Mattea, top 2 in race 1, still 18th and 19th. Neither of them has passed a car. They passed Martin Steverink, who's dropped behind. So Steverink was, where was he? He was 3rd at the line. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd are in race 1 are in the bottom 3. They're 18th, 19th and 20th, not in the same order. And Adam Pinches, he's made good progress, hasn't he? Where was he? He was in the points, in the top 15. So he's moving ahead. And Bartosz Grocek just a couple of spots behind him, looking at Ross McGregor in 11th. Trying to make a move on Koen Klopman. That's with the yellow on the side of his car. Koen with the Belgian national colours on that car, but Ross McGregor losing out there. And this is really snakes and ladders time, isn't it? When you've got so many cars so close together, so well driven, a half move that doesn't work, instead of gaining you one place, can lose you 3 or 4. And that's exactly what's just happened to Ross McGregor.
Just like the Daytona 500 in NASCAR, isn't it? You get out of that snake, you get out of that draft line, and all of a sudden everybody is piling past you. And that's why it's even more important in European competition than what we've seen in some of the other races. If you're going to make a pass, commit, make sure it's an overtake. Half measures will cost massively a driver in this race.
Oh, talking of which, look at that. Koen Klopman around the outside of Jan Nimsch. Does he get through? Right behind him is Tommy Rozier. Right in front is David Iglesias. They're still side by side. 2 Audis where really there really only ought to be one. And it's Nimsch with a slight advantage. Easier to tell the difference between the two of them, because Koen Klopman there with the yellow highlights. Meanwhile, main screen is your battle for the lead, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Matt Webb ahead of Robert Weissenmuller. Weissenmuller got ahead of Jussi Nerila early on, and then he also got ahead of Adam Pinches. Pinches came flying up the order on lap 1. Pinches started, I think, 9th and was up to 2nd ahead of Weissenmuller. Weissenmuller piling the pressure on Matt Webb. So we could be in for a lead change at the end of the lap, possibly. I think Weissenmuller's not going to mind his P's and Q's too much. I think he's going to lunge Webb the first opportunity he gets. Charles Wilkin a little further back, 5th place, behind Jari Juha Mäki-Jypi. Getting my Jari Matti-Latvas and my Juha Mäki-Jypis confused there in my head.
Look how much pressure Wilkins under at this stage as well. Remember, the car's the heaviest it's going to be at any stage during the race. Everything's cold. Wilkin very early to the defensive line into the bus stop. Got to be careful not to snatch a break under these conditions, but that allows the Alfa Romeo to force his way through. Great driving there from the Alfa Romeo of Grosjean. Just keep the car. Don't shift. Don't move the car. Don't give any opportunity for Wilkin to close the door, and that is a position gain for the Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, Bartosz Grocek, we saw it in the first race when he was battling all the way through. Does not mind getting his sleeves rolled up, does he? And he is up to 5th place. Charles Wilkin down to 6th. And Robert Weissenmuller still 2nd. So Matt Webb, the fact that he was last, remember what his car looked like when he came across the line at the end of race 1. It was battered and bruised. All right, he started 17th, he finished 19th. But nevertheless, it was in a lot of trouble. Right now, a clean car in clean air. He's doing a good job leading with Weissenmuller up the inside into Lecombe. And a little nudge on the rear fender from Weissenmuller. He drifts out a fraction wide. Weissenmuller, I beg your pardon, from Matt Webb, but Weissenmuller has the lead. And Adam Pinches is right there. And don't forget, it was Pinches and Bartosz Grocek that spent the entirety of race 1 knocking each other's lights out, and door mirrors and door panels and wheel arches and front and back bumpers and everything else. And Grocek is not far away either. He's in 5th place, Pinches in 3rd. So the Alfa is coming for the Cupra driver.
Yeah, just like we saw in race 1, everybody's just settling into a bit of a rhythm, not doing anything ridiculous out on the racetrack. There's no mistakes being made, particularly significant or noteworthy by our drivers. As we're looking now at Borisov, just shows his nose down the inside, doesn't have enough room, but tries to pressure the Audi in front of you, and that's a great tactic as a driver. If you're racing with somebody at a very similar pace in a very similar car, fill the mirrors, make them make a mistake, so you don't have to force the overtake, you just take advantage of their mistake. And yes, it's hard when drivers are at this level to force them into a mistake, but oftentimes, Martin, that's the only way to get past, is just to make them make an error or put themselves under pressure where they don't need to, and then take the advantage.
The real problem for Peter Borisov is actually not in front, it's right behind. It's Nerila's Lincoln Co. Nerila is all over the back of them. A little further forward, this is Pinches trying to get 2nd from Webb, and there is Borisov having another go at Wilkin. Wilken stayed in front. Borisov goes by. Nerila, the white and red livery in this race on his Lincoln Co. In fact, there are no Cyan Racing Blue Lincoln Co's in the field. And Lukas Mattia now in 18th ahead of Richard Schaefer, right at the back here behind the Alpha. And Bartolomei Marecki gets ahead of Thibaut Probst, who then drops behind. There's the Lincoln Co. So Mattia has got ahead of Probst and Schaefer's got ahead of Probst as well. Now that was our top 2, 3, as we go back to what is our top 2 or 3. And the front runners in race 1 in Europe having much more trouble working through any traffic than the front runners, either in the Americas or the Asian Pacific finals. So that's how tight these battles are. Pinchas gets ahead of Webb for second. Webb fights back on the exit, but it looks like Matt Webb does not quite have the car under him under braking. Thibaut Probst in his Honda, no longer Scooby-Doo Mystery Machine colours. He holds on. Adam Pinchas again comes back. Matt Webb at him. Pinchas in the bronze and blue Cupra. Richard Weissenmuller, I beg your pardon. Robert Weissenmuller, that was Tarzan, wasn't it? Richard Weissenmuller, Johnny Weissmuller. Richard Weissenmuller leads from Adam Pinchas and Matt Webb. And Bartosz Grocek is still getting closer. What's the gap now? 1.1 back. It is coming down. And the more Webb fights, the closer Grocek is going to go. And he's also bringing Juha Mäki-Jypi behind him in the pale blue and red Hyundai Elantra.
Yeah, look at this, Martin. This is touring car racing, isn't it? Look at that. There's 15 cars separated by a space that's big enough for 12 cars. Yeah. Exactly what we love to see. And as a driver as well, of course, everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to move through the field. But this is going to be such a thrill for these races, because at the end of the day, we do what we do because we love racing. We love motorsport. And this sort of battle, somebody behind, somebody in front, can't give an inch, can't release an inch. It's just such a thrill for these drivers. They'll be loving this competition like we are at home, as Matt Webb is not giving up.
No, he really isn't, is he? He sees a podium here. Dominic Ploner, I was just about to pick up. This is a big story. Was 13th ahead of Tommy Rozier, up to 12th place and chasing Jan Nimsch and David Iglesias. And he is the best of our top 4 from race 1. Okay, Rozier's got back in front of him, but he's in 13th. Look further back. Lukas Mattia got ahead of Bartolomei Marecki in the Alpha, and so did Thibaut Probst. And then Probst made a subsequent move literally the next corner on Lukas Mattia, and is ahead of him. Now, that is going to change the points balance. Martin Severink is still behind them and running out wide. Tommy Rozier loses ground to Ross McIntyre, but Ploner behind to Ross McGregor, but Ploner now behind McIntyre. So Jack McIntyre stays ahead of Dominic Ploner. And Ploner is being eased back down the order towards his rivals. In fact, he is now only 1 place on the road. Make that 2 as he goes by Tommy Rozier. He's got Rozier between himself and the white Honda of Thibaut Probst. That's car number 77, right behind Rozier, one of the 77s. So there is Thibaut Probst. So Dominic Ploner is the best of our top 4 point scorers in race 1. And out wide runs Jack McIntyre, runs Dominic Ploner rather. He got by, but ran out wide. He's going to lose a place to Rozier, and he's trying to shut the door on Probst, and it's not working. In Pouhon, Probst is trying to take both of them. He can't do that, but Ploner runs out very wide, loses more ground, and further back, Steverink's got back ahead of Mattia. Mattia gets back ahead of Steverink, and so too. There are so many twists and turns going on. I don't even want to begin to think about the points until we are in the last lap. And we are just over 1/3 distance here. Another 30-minute encounter to seal the deal here. But I don't know if any of our top 4 are going to win this. I mean, not just this race. I mean, win this, because the way that the inverse grid is not uninverting itself, is not something we've come across before. It's been easier to watch our front runners move up the order before. Here, they're as in tough battles for 15th as they were to win the race. Dominic Plona, look, trying to get by Tommy Rozier, trying to stay ahead of Thibaut Probst. Can't get by Tommy Rozier, trying hard to stay ahead of Thibaut Probst. And that's damage limitation. Meanwhile, guys that finished in out of the points in the very low teens, Bartosz Grocek, where was he, 14th, 15th in race 1? Here he is in 4th and chasing for 3rd.
Oh, that was a big incident there for the Alfa Romeo. Great catch coming up Eau Rouge for Grocek, then really sideways on the lock stops in the Alfa, but he manages to keep the car pointing in the right direction and moving forwards, although we do see as they're closing for Juha Mäki-Juppe just behind, so Mäki-Juppe 1.6 seconds in arrears as well. Jack Mack in 13th position knows how to keep himself busy, as does Charles Wilkin up in 7th. Everywhere you look, Martin, these fights, and now these cars are starting to get a little bit more bent than we saw in race 1.
Well, think how long in race 1 Koen Klotman was trying to get by Charles Wilkin and didn't. Now Charles Wilkin, the boots on the other foot. There's Koen Klotman, the first of those black, red and white Audis. Right behind him, Charles Wilkin. Right behind him, Peter Borisov. So soon we're going to have a 3 identical Audi battle. Thanks, guys. Charles Wilkin at the moment, though, smoking under brakes. Peter Borisov running out a little wide. And that's going to allow Nerila to close in a fraction on him. So where is the Lincoln Co. going to end up? Jussi Nerila. Well, Jussi started 2nd on the grid. He just got mugged in the first turn, though, and that's why he's down in 9th place. It's not a lack of speed from driver or car. Just got absolutely whacked over the back of the head with a Kosh and left in the gutter. Robert Weissmuller leading by 1.5 seconds from Adam Pinsesh. And don't forget, Adam Pinsesh battling with Bartosz Grocek. I mean, they were knocking each other's mirrors off, you know, for lap after lap after lap in the mid-teens. Pinsesh, he might win this. He hasn't hit anything off his Cupra now, and so it's in good shape. The question is, can he close enough on Richard Weissmuller to actually make the pass? There's your top 4. Here's your leader. Richard Weissmuller coming towards us. Adam Pinches in 2nd place there with the copper nose. Matt Webb still 3rd. You know, the last should be first. Not just in Bible stories, apparently. This could happen here. Lucas Mattea, fastest race lap. 17th. Ahead of Richard Schaefer. And Martin Steverink in 19th, and poor Bartolomei Marecki in his Alfa still in 20th place. But again, the biggest gap in the field between any driver and another is 1st to 2nd, and that's 1.3 seconds. Everything else is a second or less. Koen Klotman on the defensive. And Juha Mäki-Juppe doesn't get around him. Mäki-Juppe trying to go by, couldn't make it happen there. Meanwhile, lots more battles.
It is
a Lincoln Co. So is that, who's that then? Oh, no, that's not Iglesias either. So Nerila is the lead Lincoln Co. in 11th place. And Jan Nimshin 9th at the moment. So of our top 4 point scorers, let's again, just as you watch the action, let's look at the timing tower as well. Top 4 point scorers, where are they? Thibaut Probst is in 14th. He's the top of our top 4. Dominic Plona now down to 16th. He was comfortably the best. Lucas Mattea, our race 1 winner, in 17th. And Martin Steverink, who ended up in 3rd, 4th, he is in 18th place. And Richard Schaefer suddenly spat out the back of the train. So, as of now, thank you. I'm not going to do the maths because my on-air mental arithmetic isn't worth the paper it's written on. Lucas Mattea with 50 points, adding none to that. Koen Klotman adding 24 points, making it 47, just 3 adrift, which means if Klopman gets one more place, he's suddenly the points leader if he gets 4th off Bartosz Grocek. You see there a little further back. So Thibaut Probst is just 2 behind Koen Klopman. And what about, Dominic Ploner? When he was up in 14th, it was looking a lot better for him. Now he's dropped right back down to 16th. Well, he was up higher than 14th. And Nirala on the move. David Iglesias up into 10th place. That's not going to make enough of a difference for him. Right, so we've got, what, 12 minutes, 13, 14 minutes, nearly 12 minutes remaining. So Jussi Nirala charging up in that red, white and black Lincoln Co. He's got Thibaut Probst behind in the mainly white Honda, putting the moves in on McGregor, Ross McGregor in the Audi. He's going to either hold them both off or lose 2 spots, isn't he, Paul? They're so close.
Yeah, this is really intense stuff. And looking at the championship prediction at this stage in the race, if you are Lucas Mattea, how grateful are you for those 10 points that you earned from pole position in qualifying? That could be the difference between who takes home the European Championship and who comes home off of the podium. And it just goes to show how competitive this field has been. As we've seen in the other races, they've made their way through like a hot knife through butter up to the front of the grid. Here in the European race, Thibaut Probst in 14th position, Dominic Ploner in 15th position, are the only one of our top 4 drivers even in the points at this stage.
And that's and that's an absolutely valid point. Is the points don't go all the way down to 20th place. You've got to be in 15th before the timing and scoring guys even hand out a single point to you. So there's still work to do. Mattea scoring nothing here. Stevrink scoring nothing here. Yeah, Ploner in the points. Probst with 13th place. What does that get him? 3-4 points. So, any position they make up now is going to be worth its weight in gold. But so too for Bartosz Grocek. The Alpha driver could take the lot. What about Pinces as well? These guys that were just enjoying a race with each other, suddenly it becomes deadly serious. Robert Weissenmuller, well, he may end up winning this race, although that's another fastest lap behind him from Pinches. What about Koen Klopman? Another fastest lap for Koen Klopman. No extra points for those, not like Formula One, but it's still super tight at the top.
And quite how aware these drivers are going to be of the championship connotations is up for debate, of course. It's an intense race, it's a touring car race, it's not GTs as Grocek now on the attack in the Alfa Romeo. So Martin, he's got the outside line, but does he have the overlap to get it done before brakes?
Well, he does. He's already done it, but does it give Matt Webb enough time to come back at him here into Les Combes? No, not enough. Well, he judged that really well. Again, Bartosz Grocek. And further back, is that the Lincoln Co going by? No, that's McGregor, Borisov, McIntyre. It's Audi Central there. From Wilkin in 7th back to McGregor in 11th. You've got 5 Audis, nose to tail. But Bartosz Grocek, do you know what I mean? Oh, little tag there in the rear going down into Rivage. And Iglesias slides out wide. Ploner couldn't take advantage, but behind him Probst comes in the Honda. He can't get through. Behind him is Nirala. He can't get through. And then Rezer, Mattea and Stevrink. A lot of smoke there from Dominic Ploner. But everybody else in this field is so precise with their lines. They're so on the money with the braking points, with the turn-in, with everything about controlling these cars, that gaps here, it's a tiny chink of daylight. Nobody's left the door wide open.
And that is something that our drivers outside of the points will kind of be holding their hope against now. The gaps are so small. If you have somebody such as McGregor in 10th position, makes a small mistake, he holds up the cars that are separated by nothing behind him, all of a sudden you can be looking at a 3, 4, 5 car benefit with riding on board with Dominic Plona. He's got the overlap, but he doesn't have the racetrack space in which to do it as Matt Webb, again, trying to get himself back onto the podium, and Plona now to the inside, should get this done on the brakes into the bus stop. Nice and easy, does he? He'll be the outside for the second part. Can he carry it through?
Yes. Outside, inside, he holds on there, and he's got the momentum. Grocek hasn't escaped Webb. Grocek not really able to close on Adam Pinchas ahead of him. He's 3.3 seconds up the road. Grocek could really have done with Matt Webb. Actually, would you mind not bothering me? Thank you very much. I'm trying to win a race here. Matt Webb needs to get a move on because Koen Klotman is coming with a bullet. Koen, don't forget, second in points when we saw them last. A place here is going to make a big difference, and potentially if he gets the slingshot on Matt Webb, can he also dive bomb Bartosz Grocek? No, I don't think he's going to get them both, but he gets Webb. He does. No, he doesn't. Webb came back at him. That wasn't too well handled by Koen Klotman. Now we switch to Thibaut Probst, trying to get around the outside, and McIntyre has to use the runoff area. McIntyre comes back at him. Probst cutting back in front of David Iglesias. Behind him is Lucas Matea. Okay, stop it now, you're making my head hurt watching Matt Webb still trying to retake third. I mean, there's massive points considerations in both of these battles, which is why we're trying to figure out what's going on between them. Koen Klotman still behind Matt Webb. Listen, if he gets up to third, then where are we? I don't know. The maths is just too difficult. And you said a couple of laps ago now, what about Bartosz Grocek? Is he working out the maths? No! He's driving a TCR car on the door handles with close company. It's all he can do not to have a big accident with Matt Webb. I mean, I'm not saying that he can't drive the car. I'm saying that's how close it is. If you take one fraction of your concentration away, 1 or 2 or 3 of you are going off in a big way. Here we go. Towing up behind Bartosz Grocek. We're with Koen Klotman. Is he going to get Webb this time? He has to breathe off the throttle, listen. Just having a lift off the throttle. He's getting too much of a slipstream. Can't get by Matt Webb. If he goes up the inside of Webb, he's going to hit the Alpha. If he doesn't, he's not going to get by. And Webb has the outside inside there. But I think Koen Klotman might have the run down into La Source. Now, is he going to lunge Bartek Grocek? That's going to be ambitious. He doesn't, but he does take fourth away from Matt Webb. And now he's going to have a run on Grocek. Further back, Jan Nimsch hovering around 10th, 11th, as he was all the way through race 1. Look, that is properly Audi central, isn't it? There's going to be some very happy men in the Audi spares truck soon. 2 by 2, it's just the red arrows formation flying from the Audis. Oh, and they all somehow survive, kind of just about. I don't know what order they went in, Paul, but they've come out in a different order, and it's 3 wide. Of course it's 3 wide up the straight, and they're all trying to gain the toe off the one car in front of them. Fantastic.
Yeah, this is real on the edge stuff from these drivers. Klotman up to 4th position, couldn't get the Alpha at the end, but he lives to fight another day. A few more laps, probably 2 more laps to go for Koen Klotman in 4th position. But as you say, all those Audis fighting over the same bit of track, that is letting our championship protagonists of Plona, Probst and Matea start to get back into that conversation as well. So there's this opportunity for those 3 to try and make up some more very much needed places in the final few minutes of this race, Martin. So this really is honestly going to be a championship that's decided, I'm sure, at the conclusion of the final corner. It's no sooner will we know who wins this title.
4th to 12th, 8 of our 9 Audis are 4th to 12th. The sole interloper in the whole lot is Juha Mäki-Jypi in his Elantra. And that's just an astonishing solid lump of Ingolstadt metal and carbon and everything else. flying around with no quarter given or asked. So Koen Klopman in 4th, Matt Webb in 5th, Juha Mäki-Jypi in 6th ahead of Peter Borisov, Jack McIntyre, Ross McGregor, Jan Nimsch, Chris Vilken, and Charles Vilken, and Dominic Ploner, who has finally sort of wriggled free of Thibaut Probst and Lukas Matej. And actually, as the race has gone on, they have got back in front of Razer and Iglesias, who they were in front of, and Nerola. Oh, and trouble behind! And that is 2 of our lead contenders. Probst and Matej make contact. Wow. Final lap. Well, we didn't wait until after the bus stop this race, did we? That was before the bus stop on the penultimate lap. And that is going to have massive ramifications for Thibaut Probst and potentially for Luca Matej. What about Koen Klopman? Finally, he's with the Alpha. Finally, he's got the toe up the hill, pulls another gear, but he's out of the toe. He's in the side slipstream. That's not as strong. Has to drop back. And the Alpha has just enough. And we know Bartek Grocek has been spending 30 minutes in race 1, sharpening his elbows. He keeps them out. Stays in 3rd, it's a podium. Paul, and down the inside, here comes Matt Webb, coming back at Koen Klopman. And again, this is going to have massive implications for the points in the top 3. Not for Webb, but for Klopman.
Yeah, Klopman needs to be careful not to throw the car off the racetrack, but he needs every point in every position he can possibly get at this stage in the race. And great driving from Matt Webb there. Opportunistic move, so the squabble in front of him took advantage, and that has moved Matt Webb back up in a 4th position. So a commendable drive up to this point for Matt Webb, but we've still got a few corners to go.
Yeah, we do. Meanwhile, just behind them is Juha Mäki-Jypi. He's the blue Hyundai, and every Audi on the planet is right behind him. Borisov, McIntyre, McGregor, Nimsch, Ploner and Vilken are all there as well. Well, you can see the battering that Matt Webb's car has taken, and Koen Klopman's, both of them with really bent in side panels and rear and front damage. Koen Klopman, well, we're just going to have to wait for the checkered flag and the maths to happen. Klopman and Webb, who's going to get 4th? Weissenmuller is going to win this from Adam Pinches, which is a fantastic result, but it's really close for the lead as well. Grocek in 3rd, Klopman and Webb for 4th. Weissenmuller just ahead of Pinches. No out of the bus stop dramas for them. Grocek comes out in the Alpha. Who's going to get 4th? On this, the top 3 positions could hinge. And it is Webb from Koen Klopman, and Juha Mäki-Jypi leads all the other Audis across the line like he's the Pied Piper of Ingolstadt. You can use that.
Fantastic.
Oh my goodness me.
Martin, please use your motor racing contacts to get a Cup Series of Audi RS3s, because that was just unbelievable. Wow. And yeah, anybody's guess who's won that championship, so we'll find out in a few moments. But whoever won it deserves it, because that was something quite spectacular.
Well, Robert Weissenmuller, the winner from 3rd on the grid. 2nd place was Adam Pinces. Where did he start on the grid? He was a lot further back. He was like 9th or 10th. I didn't write the numbers down, I just have the names in order. I think he was 9th on the grid, so that's a pretty impressive run from both of them. And Matt Webb, in the end, just ahead of Koen Klopman. Klopman coming back from 14th to top 4. Again, that's a big race. No wonder his car was looking marginally used by the end.
Yeah, we said how nice and neat everybody had been in race 1. It's very much an end-of-term feeling in the second race. Plenty of contact, plenty of drama, but nobody really throwing the car to the scenery and out of the event, which is great to see, because when you've gone through a championship like this and you've gone through everything these drivers have had to do, It's such a tragedy, isn't it, to have to retire from the final throw of the dice. So it's good to see the vast majority of the field cross the finish line. And a bit of a longer wait than we're used to for the championship standings, but here we go.
All right, wow, by 3 points from Koen Klopman, Lukas Mattea. How important was that battle for third place? It was going to decide first or second. So Koen Klopman ending up with fourth spot in the end. 3 points behind. Dominic Plona in third, and Adam Pinsesh, no points in qualifying for the Arnage competition driver. Only 9 points in race 1, but a great race 2, second place for him. And that leaves him in fourth place, ahead of Martin Steverink. Thibaut Probst to finish in third place in race 1. Bartek Groschek got his sleeves thoroughly rolled up, didn't he, there in row 2. Robert Weissemuller, the winner in the end. But they're the only points he scored for the entire outing. Nothing in qualifying, 0 points in race 1 as well. Jan Nimsch ahead of Jack McIntyre. Well, goodness me, there was so much going on there, so much to unpack all the way through that race. And the points, I mean, you needed a calculator going the whole way through. And in the end, Koen Klopman, when he was trying to make that move for third place, if that had stuck, he'd be champion. As it is, he's done enough to stay in second place in the points, behind Lukas Mattea, but firmly up among the prizes with Dominic Plona in third.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you very much. And what a tremendous, tremendous day of racing here in the final of TCR Virtual Europe. And we've got our podium finishers. I'm going to start off with third place man, Dominic Plona. Dominic, congratulations on third overall. How did the regional final go for you?
Oh, first of all, sorry for my not perfect English right now, but I'm really tired. It was 2 hours of hard racing, and I can't believe it that I'm on third place. It's big moment for me, really. I think I will not sleep today.
Brilliant. Now we've seen from the overall results that things were incredibly close. How did you find it driving door to door for such a long time with your fellow competitors?
As we can see in qualifying, my pace was good, and first race was good too. But second race, that's another story. It was really hard, and was a few times when I think it's not gonna work because I lost a few places. But at the end, I gained. In the last 10 minutes, I gained some places, and now I'm third. But as I said, second race was terribly for me. A lot of fight, and I don't know what to say.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you very much for that. And do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give to the audience, to your rivals, or to your support network that helped you get this third place finish?
So thank you for my team, of course. They really believe in me, and I want, of course, thanks to my brother, parents, and of course my girlfriend.
Brilliant stuff. That was Dominic Plona, who finished in third place. And now we have got to have a quick word with our second place man, Koen Klopman. Congratulations on finishing in second position. How did your performance in the regional finals make you feel after what has been such a dramatic 2 final races?
I'm so happy. I'm really happy. After the first race, I thought, wow, these guys are really fast. I will never get into the top 5. I was P7. And in race 2, like the tables completely turned. I mean, I saw car after car. I passed them, and I had no leaderboards on, so I did not know where my competitors were. So seeing that some of them didn't even finish. So yeah, that's a surprise P2, you can say.
So a question about the competition. Do you feel that this event, this series, could open up doors for you into the world of sim racing, professional esports? And what can we expect from you in your endeavours in the future?
That's a good question. I mean, I like sim racing, but I don't want it to be my job. I mean, I'm like reasonably quick. I know what I'm doing. But yeah, it can also give a lot of stress, you know, and that's not what I want.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations once again on finishing in second position. Do you have any final shout-outs that you'd like to issue out to the audience or to your fellow racers and team members?
Okay, yeah, I really want to thank some of the guys who like didn't make it too hard for me to get further up the field. I mean, some of them like really knew like, okay, this guy is fighting for the top 5, so I really want to thank them.
Wonderful stuff. And that can only mean one thing. We've got one last person to speak to. We have got the TCR Europe region virtual champion is Lukasz Mateja. Congratulations, Lukasz, on a fantastic championship. Talk us through your qualifying and race performances today.
It was fantastic, even the qualification, because I think I did my personal best in the quali. It was like 1/10 quicker, so perfect lap for me. And yeah, in the first race from lap 1, I was just driving my pace and I was gaining, and I was like in the finish. I finished 5 seconds in front of the other guys, so clean race for me, no stress at all, I guess, because the other guys were fighting really hard behind me, so they made it quite easier for me. And yeah, overall first race and qualification, that was perfect stuff from me, I guess. I couldn't do nothing more.
Outstanding stuff. And now can you tell us a little bit about your experience through the entire tournament, how the highs and lows have fared for you as a driver in your team?
Yeah, I was so nervous from the start, but when I saw that I can finish in top 3, it calmed me a little bit. But I guess I had my biggest moment was in before the semifinal, where we raced in Nürburgring, and I finished P3. And I had to really work hard to manage P3 because my qualification was P7, so that was my hardest race so far, I guess, and even race 2 in the finals because it was so hard. The competition is so strong here, and head-ups to the all guys because they are driving amazing.
Wonderful stuff. It's great to hear from you. Congratulations again on that victory. And the last question from us before we let you get off and go do some celebrating. Do you have any final shout-outs that you want to make?
Yes, so my first shout-out is obviously to my team, Brood Racing team. I can drive for them basically full-time, so thank you really much, Pavel Dvořák. And obviously my parents, girlfriend, thank you. And I have to say sorry to Thibaut Probst for the contact. That was my bad.
Brilliant stuff. Lucas, Cohn, Dominic, thank you all for your time. Congratulations on incredible drives. Brilliant entertainment for us in the commentary box and everybody at home. And ladies and gentlemen, that has been our top 3 from the TCR Virtual Series European region.
And actually, a really, really good point that you made, Paul. Everybody got where they are on skill, on pace, on judgment. Nobody got where they are by firing anybody off. And that's what you want. And actually, that's one of the key things, I think, right at the very beginning, when you were trying to qualify, no damage, no off-track excursions. Otherwise, you don't qualify. And that means that people who otherwise in the community race might get away with a hit here or a hit there, or cutting a chicane to take a place. That was really strenuously looked at, and that means that the clinical precise moves were the ones that counted and the ones that got you where they are today into the top 20 in Europe.
And that makes for a better show for all concerned. It's more enjoyable for the drivers because just like real racing, if you get taken off by, okay, you can accept when there's contact and accidents happen, but when you get taken off by somebody doing something ridiculous, it is so frustrating when you've put the time, the effort, the energy, the blood, sweat and tears into your race to lose out. So to see the quality of the racing, and for us as broadcasters and for everybody at home as well, it's just fantastic to see, isn't it? And the drivers in all three regions and all the way through the championship as well, including the qualifying heats, have just put on a sensational show. And I think they've done touring car racing and sim racing proud with today's final day competition.
You're absolutely right. I mean, you know, for the first time this has ever been run, and with a different format, and you know, that's always, well, this should work, this should be really good. Sometimes it is really good, sometimes it isn't. This really worked. This really worked. This got a really good mix of drivers who've got, you know, some team affiliations, bigger or smaller teams, and a lot of privateer drivers, a lot of guys who just race for fun and are maybe, you know, 6 months, 12 months into sim racing, maybe not even that, against guys who've got 3, 4, 5 years of experience and just starting to kind of work their way up the ladder. And it's a great, like TCR itself as a championship format, it's a great leveler because it allows you to pitch yourself in against guys who've got more experience and then you put them in equal cars, and it's not always more experience that pays off. It helps, doesn't always work. Again, we saw a lot of privateers in the top 10 in race 1 and race 2, even in Europe, with how many thousand and one entrants? Was that one you, by the way? I'm just asking now. As soon as you read the number,
no,
2,401. Okay.
Which is where I finished.
The one was, yeah. Well, if there was 2, I'd have been the 2. So no, I mean, fantastic, a fantastic set of races, and so much up for grabs, and in question to the last minute. There was nothing cut and dried about any of those.
Yeah, it really was. So again, we've said this a few times, and it's really worth saying again, just everybody who's taken part, even the people that didn't make it in to the event today, should all be incredibly proud of their performances. It's great to have you as part of this exciting programme that is the TCR Virtual Championship. As Martin said, it's the first time we've run TCR Virtual. It's an official eSport championship alongside with the WSC, who organise TCR competition around the world, and it's been possible thanks to simracing.gp, which is the platform that these races and these qualification events have been held on. We've been able to upscale the competition to a massive scale compared to what you see in normal esport competitions, and these cars will be coming in daily races on the simracing.gp platform in 2022. So if you like what you see on the screen and want to take part yourself in daily fun competition events, then you'll be able to do that on SGP in the very near future. And also, massive thank you to Next Level Racing and to Venom that have provided some of the prizes that our drivers have been able to win. And a huge thank you to our race organisers and stewards, and a huge thank you to that legend that sat alongside me, Mr. Martin Haven, who I still commentate with you and think I'm watching television until you say, "So, Paul Jeffrey, what?" So, well, thank you.
When you're commentating, you are watching television. And as we said right from the beginning of this adventure, Paul, you know, what's the big difference between this and real life racing? Well, the big difference is I have to do all my own technical setup, and the lighting isn't as good. That's certainly not as good as yours. But it's real racing. Okay, the cars may not actually physically be able to be touched, but the drivers are. And all of the focus and all of the determination, all of the practice and all of the sweat and tears and blood that goes into real life racing. This is real racing. It's just with virtual cars. And I think today, again, is another fantastic example. And just to pick up on a little on what you said, if you've enjoyed what you've seen. If you didn't enjoy what you've seen, what do you want? How much more can you demand of a sim racing series than what you've seen in these 6 races? I mean, if you want excitement, we got it. If you want level playing fields, we got it. If you want variety of cars, we got it. If you want edge of the seat drama until after the checkered flag, we got that too. We got it covered. And better than that, you can join in next time and be part of it.
Brilliant. Could not have said that better myself. And on that bombshell, ladies and gentlemen, from us all here at the TCR Virtual Series, it has been a pleasure to bring Finals Day to you. Stay tuned for more in the coming weeks and months. And from Martin and I, bye-bye.